Again, and yeah, I know that I left you on a cliffhanger last time. In fact, I was on the same screen right now, which kind of looks to me a little bit like the Twitch technical difficulties screen. You know, it's like this, but there's like a person going like this, like, right? That's the Twitch technical difficulties, only we weren't on Twitch, we were on YouTube, right? And now we're on both, right? So yeah, I left you with kind of a cliffhanger on the Keffel stuff. Now I want to get back to that, but something really big has happened, all right? So you know that I've been following the Bad Empanada versus Aristocracy drama because it's an example of a drama in which there's something kind of important going on, that something more important than the drama. So, like, you know, the drama is the conflict between Bad Empanada and Aristocracy, but we're really talking about Israel-Palestine, and in a broader sense, we're talking about settler colonialism. We're talking about all those kind of issues, right, that are present within this drama. So when I do cover drama, this is the kind of drama I try to cover. I hope you notice that. I hope the distinction isn't lost. I'm not just looking for fucking blood in the water here. I'm looking for a situation in which we can talk about some of the stuff that we don't get to talk about because it doesn't drive views, like, you know, Israel-Palestine, you know, in the context of something that will attract eyeballs, which is the Bad Empanada versus Eris. So that's what we're doing today. We're going to be covering Bad Empanada's video. So for a long time now, Bad Empanada has been promising a major prepared content, you know, video essay essentially on Eristocracy, and, you know, what is wrong with her takes on Israel-Palestine, you know, sort of a little bit about, you know, her history, and you know, what a lot of people are missing, because there's larger nominally leftist streamers like Vosh who are always running interference for her. She's useful to people like Vosh and Destiny. She's integrated with DGG, VGG, and Twitch poll, right? So she's pretty fucking well connected. And because of those connections, there's like, she's kind of like off the list of acceptable targets, right? And she posts a lot of cringe, especially on this issue, right? So Bad Empanada's been trying to call her out for a long time. Aristocracy has come back with weird charges, baseless charges. Like, I think one time she said something that, like, Bad Empanada had moved to Argentina from Australia in order to escape charges or something. Mods, let me know. I need to see. Oh wait, chat. That's how I'll see. Okay. Anyway, I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage here today because I'm using a different program, and there's different parts of chat that I am and am not able to see. Okay. So right now I don't have confirmation that I am indeed live. That would be really terrible if I had, you know, said all this stuff and I'm not even live. Oh, there you are. There you are. Okay, so at least it looks like Twitch chat is working. Let me see if I can get YouTube chat. I think it just needs to be reset. As always, we always have to reset YouTube chat. I am live. I am live on both platforms. Good, good. Okay, so yeah, I'll see. Yep, there we are. There we are. There we are. Okay, wait a minute. That's Twitch. Oh, you said it to me on both platforms. Okay, nice, nice. Okay, so I'm gonna do my best, right? But I'm a little bit flying blind today, right? Just because the software that I'm using isn't great. But the nice thing about the software is it did give you like an alert. It did let people know ahead of time that I was gonna be streaming and what time. Support of Israel as a settler colonial state in Palestine should be socially unacceptable as Holocaust denial. Exactly, yeah. Especially in leftist spaces. That's one of the most annoying things about Aristocracy, and I would say the whole Twitch poll crowd. So when I say Twitch poll, right, there's Twitch politics. There's like everybody who does politics in the Twitch sphere, right? But then there's also a Discord server called Twitch Politics. And when I say Twitch poll, that's what I mean. So I'm talking about I'm talking about like Aristocracy, Samantha Banana, Neo Morai / Sleepy CLX, you know, people like this. These are people that kind of try to have it both ways as far as working in left-wing circles and in right-wing circles. But it seems like fundamentally the design of that server is to slowly move things towards the right? So this server has connections to Doobie, the purveyor of the Politics GG Discord, right? That's the Discord that famously has about half of its members are out and out fash, right? And that's because Doobie believes in free speech so much that he wants to make a server dedicated to it. And he says that, you know, his one regret about the Politics server is that he has to ban people when they JQ. Or when they post, like, you know, fascist symbols, right? So, yeah, that's the crowd that's running the Twitch Politics server, which is nominally like a networking site for creators, right? And for a while it did function like that. I think people have caught on to it now. I think people realize that this is, you know, kind of people know who's in charge of it now. But at first they were just like, oh yeah, Samantha Banana, Aristocracy, you know, Neo Morai. Sounds good to me, right? And it shouldn't. It shouldn't, because, you know, these are people with histories, right? These are not the most trustworthy people out there, just to say the least. Anyway, so Bad Empanada got in a, you know, tuffle with Aristocracy, basically over some of her takes on Israel Palestine. Actually, no, it was Canada Day. That's right. On Canada Day, right after those mass graves had been found, Eristocracy came on to say that, well, as an immigrant to Canada, I think Canada's been pretty good to me. So, right, Canada is bad to marginalized people? Not so sure about that. Yeah, she's like trying to erase the horror that happened to First Nations people in Canada by, you know, saying that, you know, hey, they treated me pretty nice. That's terrible. That's terrible. And that was what started this fight. And then it went to Israel, Palestine, and South Africa, and so many other issues, right? So, you know, Aristocracy's been posting about Bad Empanada on Twitter. I think some of those posts were full of accusations, like the ones that I mentioned before, which weren't actually true. The last thing I remember was there was a hate raid on Eristocracy, and it was somebody that was saying like BE and NCC for life, right? Right, and so obviously like a, you know, like a troll account that's trying to get us in trouble. And Aristocracy paid it off of like, oh no, this is clearly Bad Empanada doing this, right? So really disingenuous person, really toxic person. I've had my own issues with Aristocracy in the past long ago, but so long ago, I don't even want to talk about it anymore. If you want to go back and watch the videos, you can, but we're not here to talk about my drama with Aristocracy today. We're here to talk about the issue of Israel-Palestine. We're here to talk about settler colonialism. And we're here to watch this Bad Empanada Eris Bomb that just dropped. That's what it's called. It's called the Eris Bomb. And I've talked enough. So let me go ahead and let Bad Empanada do some speaking. And we will get this show on the road. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Good to see you all. And let's go.
But before I can get started with
so
I
quiet.
need to make this video right here to deal with a press. Hey, I have an announcement to make. I'm making a series of videos on Palestine and Israel. But before I can get started with that, I need to make this video right here to deal with a pressing drama issue that is very related to that subject. I promise this video is still going to be quite informative, as I'm incapable of not going into far more depth than needed. So this video will also go into a lot of detail about Israel and Palestine, and especially about the ideology of liberal Zionism, which I'm going to be dissecting throughout. For your convenience, there's going to be timestamps so that you can avoid the pure drama part if you're not interested.
Yeah, that's the thing, Joni, is that a lot of people take Aristocracy as being, well, when I first met her, I think I even thought she was a leftist, right? Because the people that she hangs around with are people that call themselves leftists. Now, whether those people actually are leftists, that's a different matter, right? Because we're talking about Vosh and some of that crowd. But I just sort of, you know, she'd hang out in my channel. She would, you know, donate. She seemed really nice, right? I didn't really look into her that much. I had heard she was a monarchist, but it sounded like a joke. Is anybody really a monarchist? And it turns out that yes, in Canada, there are people that call themselves monarchists, and they are far right. As far as what kind of system they actually want to impose in Canada, I'm not exactly sure, right? I'm guessing a constitutional monarchy or something like that. But like, you know, I didn't really have the red flags that I should have had. And like Joni's saying, if you look at her views on Israel-Palestine, she is indeed far right. Not only is she far right, but she has been part of Doobie's plans to marginalize people like Mix Vivian. So if you remember, there was a debate a year and a half ago. Vosh, Destiny, Eristocracy, Doobie, and Mix Vivian. Now, that's an obvious ambush, right? It looks obvious now. Maybe at the time it wasn't as obvious. Maybe at the time Eristocracy had more cover, right? And Vivian thought that she was going into like a fair debate. They purposefully did not bring along Demon Mama, who had been talking to them before, right? They left Demon Mama behind in order to ambush Vivian. And that's what they try to do. They try to get you alone. They try to discredit you. This is where the whole Vivian's List thing came up, right? Eristocracy and Doobie, like, were asking Vivian about anti-fascist tactics. And she started talking about, you know, some of the, like, you know, receipts that are collected, some of the documentation that goes on. And they're like, huh, that kind of sounds like a list. Are you making a list of people, Vivian? Are we on that list? Honestly, Aristocracy and Doobie, if there was such a list, you should be on it, right? So this is kind of like the Clan Ops thing, right? The folders thing with me. Like, no comment chick, do you have folders? I do content. I mean, I probably should have folders, but yeah, at the time I wasn't even organized enough to have that, right? So yeah, I mean, like, they show these folders that I've never seen before in my life, and they say, these are your folders, right? And all it is like links to VODs and timestamps and stuff like that, you know, screenshots, like, right? Receipts. And, you know, they were, I think the receipts were obtained from my Discord, posted often by other people, but they put it all together into this dossier and they said, this is Irene's dossier. No, it wasn't. It's a document that I've never seen before in my life is what it was, right? So they tried to do the same thing to Viv. And why do they do this? Why do they target people like me and Viv? I bet you can guess. I bet you can guess, right? Bad Empanada. Why do they target Bad Empanada? I bet you can guess.
After this, we'll be back to our regular
volume, chat? Is the volume good?
Entirely too long video essays, and hopefully I won't ever need to make a video like this one ever again.
So he's tired of the drama.
This is your last chance to stop watching before the video starts if you don't care about drama.
He is tired of the drama.
I warned you.
Oh shit, we gotta... Here. What is up with this music? Alright, so, like, I think, this... Here, I gotta reorient the window slightly. I'm sorry about this, chat. I was looking at a very different, a non-YouTube source, yesterday, and that's probably why it's like that. There we go, something like that. Something just like that. There we go.
Have you considered calling him anti-Semitic? Feels like he supports the Holocaust.
In October last year,
It feels like he supports the Holocaust. That's what Vosh said about Bad Empanada.
was linked a very poor political argument that another creator who I'd previously never heard of made on their stream. So I watched it on my own stream, responded to it, and uploaded the clip to my second channel in a compilation video where I also responded to someone else
chat,
on that
look,
same
I found my
topic.
void lipstick.
Little did I know at the time that this would start a chain of events which would lead to me being defamed for 8 months straight as an anti-Semite, alongside a whole lot of other nasty stuff.
And like I said, when you attack people that aren't on the Debate Bros list of acceptable targets, right? So you can attack Mike from PA, you can attack Hassan, you can attack people that the Debate Bros hate, but when you attack Eristocracy, who's not only, you know, on their, you know, on their team, in their friend group, but is also, you know, very useful for them. Like, you know, very, very much serves a purpose of taking people like Vosh and like humanizing them, right? When they're, even though they're, you know, sometimes Vosh's, you know, human side is a little hard to see, let's just say. Sometimes his empathy is kind of lacking. But, you know, somebody like Aristocracy will come in and be like, oh, Vosh, I can see, you know, right? And kind of do that for them. When you attack somebody that's useful to the Clout Network, expect to get hit back. That's what got me hit back when I spoke up about Dylan Burns. That's what got Bad Empanada attacked by these people when he spoke about aristocracy.
Here's the clip I was responding to from Eristocracy, the creator in question.
Hey, Farnwell.
Note that
Hey,
the
Big
original
Prime.
VOD is
Meow, meow, meow.
unfortunately lost, so I've reconstructed it by cutting out my own reactions to it. That's why there's some cuts. It has not been misleadingly edited in any way. Everything said is still in the exact same order as it was originally.
I think there are a lot of things about Canada that most people take for granted. And I think in general, lefties on Twitter and all that kind of stuff, I think that they have like a bias of only focusing on the negative stuff. And those negative things are important, but they're not putting them in the right perspective. Right? Like they're not putting it in the context. And their context is usually their lens is very narrow. They're thinking Canada, Indigenous, Canada.
So this was a bad take, like especially right after the mass graves had been found, more mass graves had been found, right? This was a really bad take by Eris. And I think there should be a path for somebody who makes a bad take to say, whoops, I was really wrong about that. I was perpetuating harm. Like, I mean, this is fucked up, okay? Granted, like this in particular, in this context, this is fucked up. This is hard to come back from. But I would like to see somebody that has a bad take out of ignorance, let's just say, be able to learn from that. Eris was not interested in that. And none of these debate bros are. They don't want to have accountability. They dodge accountability. And that's why, as much as some people might think that Bad Empanada is kind of an asshole, and I think he himself might even agree and call himself an asshole, like, right, he's kind of unrepentant about that, right? You know, this going hard like this is actually needed when somebody is this intransigent.
Indigenous, right? And my lens is a little larger. Like, you are too online, like the online left. But yeah, like my
the
lens
online
is
left,
a lot
oh my
larger.
God.
Like, I have different perspectives. I mean, I'll give you an example. Is in Canada, it's kind of just a given that if you don't listen to the police, they're not going to shoot you. Where I come from in South Africa,
okay,
if you don't listen to the police, they might shoot
anybody
you.
from Canada?
In Canada, I don't have to have bars on my windows. In South Africa, I do. In Canada, I get to live alongside people of different cultures and different languages and different groups, and we all literally get along. It doesn't mean there are not problems.
I'm just gonna cut
problems,
the music because it's like
we can literally interact on the street, feel safe.
It doesn't feel like the right kind of music for this.
And communicate. It is not that way in the countries I came from. In Canada, the rape rate for women is a lot lower than 50%. Where I come from, 50% of all women are raped. In Canada, I'm not forced to go to...
Wait a minute, isn't that actually kind of close to the United States rate? There's a lot of violence against... yeah, I guess it depends on... Yeah, it's a question of standpoint, like, right? Yeah. Like, you know, so when you say there's not a lot of violence in Canada, you're kind of erasing the people that are the recipients of that violence.
To the army.
And you're also erasing the fact that violence doesn't always come forth as like a billy club or a gun or something that is, you know, there's other kinds of violence that can be done, especially to marginalized people that aren't like physical violence, but still harm that group and those people just as much.
In Canada, I'm not forced to go to the army and fight in a war that I don't believe in.
Yeah, that's
I'm
Israel.
allowed to get a divorce without my husband's permission. Most people in Canada, not all people and not a lot of Indigenous people, but most people have access to clean water. There are a lot of really positive things about living in Canada.
Look, if you want to say that, like, it's, I don't know, this is so weird because, like, this is almost like all lives matter. You know what I mean? Like, what all lives matter does is it takes, like, an issue that's happening to Black people and it papers over it. You know what I mean? It moves the camera. Like, the camera's over here looking at the police violence against Black people, and it's like, yeah, but like, don't all lives matter? Let's move the camera back over here so we don't see that, right?
Especially for those who are immigrants.
For some extra context, this was in regards to the mass graves of Indigenous children that very recently before this had been discovered in Canada, which had lots of people talking about Indigenous issues there. I think that why that clip is dumb would probably be pretty self-explanatory for the average viewer of my channel, who by now probably at least knows a thing or two about colonialism. But I'm gonna explain it in far too much depth anyway. She was reacting to discussion about Indigenous issues, including genocide in Canada, by implying that they're talked about too much, and proceeding to talk about how great Canada is for her as a non-Indigenous person who moved there. Canada is a country that was conquered from its Indigenous people with a new society, the one that she's praising in that clip, built on the ruins of theirs at their expense. So to imply that people talk too much about the plight of the still incredibly marginalized Indigenous people of Canada, and not enough about how great Canada is for people like her, is just really dumb and out of touch at best, and malicious at worst, especially given that even the Canadian state itself has acknowledged that it committed genocide against Indigenous people. It's exactly the same as, say, complaining that people talk too much about the oppression of black people descended from slaves in the USA, because the USA works fine for you as someone who isn't from that group, who benefits from the society that their ancestors were forced to build. It's ignoring that what's been done to them, and that what's still being done to them, is a part of what has made it good for you and others like you. It's comical to frame yourself as having a wider lens and a broader perspective, and as being the one
more
who's
mature,
bringing nuance,
yeah.
when what you're saying really amounts to little more than, people talking about my country's origins and its continued crimes makes me uncomfortable.
I mean, this
Because
is,
it works
it's fundamentally
fine for
right-wing.
Me,
It's reactionary
Talk
bullshit.
about me. That's the exact opposite of having a wider lens. It's the exact opposite of bringing nuance. It's ignoring the wider context and history to focus purely on how things are for you and others like you who enjoy the fruits of being an accepted, mainstream part of a society built on the ruins of others. It's the same sort of brainless, defensive reaction you get from American conservatives whenever systemic racism is discussed. All lives matter sort of stuff. She even mentioned that she knows that none of this actually applies to Indigenous people, yet she nonetheless apparently just couldn't resist going on like this in response to people talking about Indigenous issues.
At worst,
it's also
it's tone
especially
deaf,
dumb given
right?
the fact that, as she notes in the clip, she previously lived in South Africa, a country well known as a pretty good place to live for white people or foreigners from rich countries like Israel, where she's noted that she was from before moving there. The sorts of problems she went over there are what black South Africans deal with, not relatively well-off immigrants. Those black South Africans are in fact analogous to the Indigenous people of Canada, not to her. For Indigenous people, living under the Canadian state is a lot more of a nightmare than a privilege. Everything she listed there that's good for her is not at all good for them. So to bring it up in response to people discussing Indigenous issues
It's erasure.
is, bad. All in all, the clip was an excellent example of someone just being completely blind to the systems that benefit them at the cost of others. And God, who the hell watches this, honestly? How do people like this get viewers? You could talk to any
Good
random
question.
person in Canada, the USA, or Australia.
I would say here's how it is, because on Twitch especially, right, and in social media in general, who you know is so much more often and more important than what you know, right? And the people that you see, getting clout, as we say, getting networking connections and growing because of those connections, are the people who kiss each other's ass, are the people who form this, kind of validation gang, right, that we call a clout network. And there's a rule to this clout network, and that's like, all right, this is a club, you're in it now. The only rules are you cannot criticize anybody in the club. Now there's some exceptions. Maybe if you're on the top of the, hierarchy and somebody else is on the bottom, you can kind of kick them, right? If somebody else, oh, thank you, Impact Suspect, man. I just naturally am like, wow, 15 months. Oh my God, we're gonna get some sub badges really soon. In fact, I might even put those in during this stream, right? Because I feel that's so important. But yeah, but in general, you're not allowed to attack anybody in the clout network. Those people are useful to the person on top, like the Vosh, the Destiny, the Prime Kai, the Dylan Burns, right? And then the people that you are not only allowed to attack, but kind of expected to attack are the enemies of that group. So like your Mikes from PA, your Hassans, people that the group hates, right? People outside the group. Nocommentchick, Bad Empanada. You seeing a pattern here, right? Those people you can attack, right? Those people are fair game. But anybody in the club you're not allowed to attack, and that's what's so pernicious. Is even if you're a good person, even if you just want to grow because you've got good things to say and you want to say them to a bigger audience, in participating in these clout networks, there's there's an incentive structure against that at the very least. And I would say there is like iron bars preventing you from doing that. I would say it's almost impossible.
About Indigenous issues, and they'd probably give you a similar sort of ignorant, poorly articulated, defensive response. It's just so stupid. Boring, uninsightful, generic,
I'd love to see those cats and
every
coffee
negative
in chat.
adjective you could imagine. And that's pretty much the gist of what I said in my
Wait, I
short
might have to
response
join
to her,
in.
though in a much less organized
I might
way,
have to join
given
in
that it was
there.
an unprepared
Hey,
stream
Power
reaction.
Frog.
I then uploaded it as a clip
Hype
to my
indeed.
second channel.
Hype
Here's a bit of
indeed.
it where I basically sum it. She thinks that she has some sort of like special larger perspective and that she's enlightening her viewers because she's just glossing over everything regarding the fucking genocide here to talk about how great things are for the people who have benefited from it. It's so absurd. She thinks that she's injecting nuance here. No one who thinks they're injecting nuance is ever actually injecting nuance. Very soon following this, Eristocracy started incessantly trying to spread the notion that I'm anti-Semitic, though she lacks any real evidence for that, so she's stuck to making that claim without actually providing any. And this has been widely accepted by her audience, as well as those of the bigger creators who've been aiding her, none of whom need to actually see any evidence for anything before they believe it. She's also, quite literally, accused me of being a rapist facing actual charges for the crime, of course while saying it could just be a rumor to absolve herself of any blame for intentionally and maliciously spreading heinous bullshit to damage someone else's reputation. So yeah, this is pretty serious. Now obviously, this is just incredibly stupid and she knows it. According to the story that she tells about herself, she's migrated to at least 2 different countries, so she absolutely knows that you need to prove that you have a clean criminal record in each of your previous countries of residence to be granted a visa pretty much anywhere in the world. A process that I've personally gone through in Argentina like 4 or 5 times at this point.
Yeah, it is not easy
so the only options here are that the story that she's concocted...
Like, if you haven't immigrated, you don't know. It's not easy. And like Bad Empanada says, not only are there like checks to make sure that you're not only are there checks to make sure that you're not guilty, your criminal record is clean, but there's also checks on your income, like to be able to immigrate. It's really not easy to legally immigrate is, a pretty difficult thing.
About herself is false and she didn't know this, or she does know it and she's just intentionally spreading horrible lies that she knows to be false. Both possibilities show her to be an incredibly dishonest person. I've heard rumors that you escaped to Canada to avoid trial for feces eating charges, Eristocracy, but I have no clue if it's true. Throughout all of this, I've done my best to stick to attacking her for her political views and arguments, regardless of how much she's crossed that line against me. The most personal that I've gotten is making jabs at her for being from South Africa, which is completely acceptable and valid, because I've never met a nice South African! Just like it's completely acceptable and valid to make fun of me for my defect of being Australian. Yet she's consistently stuck with these baseless, defamatory allegations that she's been steadily escalating, to the point that she's started multiple campaigns to have people mass report my YouTube and Twitch in an effort to get me banned. So unfortunately, I need to taint my main channel with a bit of a drama video. I'm really sorry about this, but I have little other recourse to get the truth out there. So yeah, I'm being defamed by an anonymous anime avatar streamer, which is just a completely ridiculous sentence. I really wouldn't care about this at all if it wasn't for the much bigger creators who have accepted and spread her narrative without even checking the evidence. We'll be talking about them later. Because of them, I'd guess that at least tens of thousands of people are now convinced that her allegations are true, possibly even more. This is a symptom of how this supposed politics space on YouTube...
I mean, just like tens of thousands of people are convinced that I have files on everyone on Twitch and what else? Oh my god, I can't even remember all the weird theories about me.
YouTube and Twitch works.
I'm supposed to be a bad lady. Like if you ask the right people, I am a bad lady.
Actually care very little about politics. At the very best, it's more of a secondary theme. It's all much more a vehicle for high school clique interpersonal drama sort of stuff. So they'll gladly run cover for someone who has terrible politics that their purported principles would dictate they should be wholly against, provided that in doing so, they can get back at someone they dislike in the process. I'm going to explain further here by going over the rest of the story,
isn't it?
And just completely dismantling this person's entire political ideology in the process. After I posted that first clip, Eristocracy's response was mostly just to claim that she's not white, but Central Asian.
A literal bird told me that you were literally Hitler? Oh no.
And therefore, apparently, all of my criticisms were automatically invalid. Personally, I already think that appealing to identity to avoid dealing with completely valid arguments against your political views is pretty bad form. And it's even worse when you're completely anonymous and have the luxury of potentially just inventing whatever you want about yourself whenever convenient. I'm personally not really into just blindly accepting whatever anonymous accounts on the internet say about themselves when they're backed into a corner in an argument. Anonymity gives you the privilege of being able to say you're whoever you want to. And if you're petty enough, you might just...
This is a classic 4chan thing, right? On the chans, when people have arguments, like sometimes... you know, they do so anonymously, right? Like a lot of the 4chan forums are anonymous. It's anonymous talking to anonymous, but it's really people talking to each other. Like not all anonymouses are the same person, right? A lot of times somebody will throw in an identity, you know, in order to win an argument, and it's a real question, you know, whether that's true or not. Now there are marginalized people, right? There are non-white, cis, straight dudes on, or not non you know, standard, you know, 4chan users on 4chan, right? But a lot of times they kind of just blend in as anons, because if they refer to their identity, they'll usually be shat on, right? But sometimes people will, like, yeah, you know, it's a classic, you know, kind of shitlord trick, and it's a misunderstanding of what they would call identity politics and what is really intersectionality. They think that intersectionality is like a reverse hierarchy, that is like the more marginalized you are, the more power you have in the woke world. That's not how it works, right? Even in the wokest circles, you still suffer. You still get treated worse being marginalized, right? So no, there's no fucking, you know, there's no you know, extra points given to marginalized people. But that's sometimes conservative and reactionary people will try to use that perception, and there's some people on the left that kind of fall for it, unfortunately. But yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Make something up to try
15
and score
months,
a cheap
damn.
win in an argument. And I think it's pretty clear that she is definitely that petty. But her identity is really just completely irrelevant regardless, because her bringing it up is just obviously fallacious. Her argument was just incredibly dumb, whether she's a white immigrant to Canada or a Mongolian, Jewish, Israeli, South African one, as she claims to be. The other person who I critiqued in that video was Dr. Heem, a POC immigrant to Canada, and he was saying very similar things to Eristocracy.
I think he just goes by Heem now.
So it just changes nothing. At best, she said, people talk too much about how bad things are for Indigenous people. They should talk more about how good their genocide has been for non-Indigenous people, such as middle-class immigrants like me, rather than such as white people like me. So I responded to her response, basically just saying that, and then didn't talk about her for another couple of weeks. Then, someone in my stream chat linked me a reaction video from her YouTube channel where she critiques a video from Vox on the history of Israel and Palestine. So we watched it. I went into that video not really knowing what to expect, since I knew nothing about her wider politics beyond that one exchange weeks earlier, but I was genuinely shocked by what I ended up hearing. My assumption was that she was just kind of a typical centrist or apolitical type person who was just exhibiting the generic defensive reaction that you expect from people from countries like Canada, Australia, or the US when they're confronted with Indigenous issues. Dismissiveness, discomfort, you know, all that sort of stuff.
Fragility.
There was nothing really special or weird about that, aside from the fact that despite having such a completely uninteresting perspective and less charisma than even me somehow, she nonetheless had a stream with a couple hundred views.
See, I told you this guy is like self-degrading.
And was being held up as a bastion of logic reason by several large, supposedly left-wing streamers. Oh boy, was I wrong. She's a lot worse. She's a straight-up Israeli ethno-nationalist. Someone who thinks that ethno-states, meaning states that aim to maintain a certain ethnicity as at least the majority of their population as a matter of intentional policy, are valid, and that Israel should be one and should exclude Palestinians to that end. Okay, so I need to give you guys a bit of a short background on Israel and Palestine to give us some context before continuing. I'll be going much deeper into...
Okay, so here's what I really like about it, Bad Empanada. And there's some people in his community that are like mad at him for even covering this. Like they don't want the drama, they don't want any of this. Like they're just, you know, they want to learn, you know, the issues, right? They want to talk about the issues, right? Now, what Bad Empanada's done here, right, is we started off, we talked about here's the background, here's the drama, here's what you're here for, realistically speaking, statistically speaking, here's what you're here for to watching the video. But in order to really understand the drama, you're going to have to learn a little bit about Israel-Palestine based. That's how to do it. That's how to do it. You know, people talk about this, you know, we covered a debate on the Hippy Dippy where they were, you know, arguing, is drama in the Twitch political space a good thing? And they all agreed that it was, right? And it's because it drives views, right? What they didn't seem to get was that it's only good when you can do a little bait and switch. You bait them with the drama. Ooh, look, you're Bad Empanada versus Aristocracy. And then you take this, oh, Israel, Palestine, it's back here. You can't see it, right? It's back here. It's all covered up. And then you go, and just put that right out in front. And it's so now, in order to get to the delicious cheesy sauce, you got to eat some broccoli. Bad Empanada's tricking you into eating vegetables. It's beautiful. I love it.
This in a future video,
I love
but
it.
For now, this'll do. Israel is a country that is the result of a settler colonial project known as Zionism. Since the 19th century, Zionists have campaigned for the mass migration of people who they consider to be ethnic Jews to Palestine, with the aim of eventually taking over the country for themselves. At best, they ignored in their plans the fact that it was already inhabited, and at worst, they openly called for the expulsion of the non-Jewish people who live there, as the father of Zionism, Theodor Herzl, once did. In summary, they were inspired by previous settler colonial projects such as the US and Canada, and wanted to do the same sort of thing themselves. After many decades of massive lobbying campaigns, these recent migrants, still a small minority of the population of Palestine, eventually convinced the UN to rubber stamp the splitting of Palestine into two countries, one of which was to be a Jewish ethno-state, without any consent or approval from the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who live there. During and following the brief conflict that resulted, Israelis stole themselves a country and ethnically cleansed most of it of Palestinians, fulfilling Herzl's wish. Since then, Israel has been oppressing Palestinians every second of every day, both in and outside of the illegitimate country of Israel, trying to conquer and settle as much of their remaining land.
So they're talking about how in Israel, when you come of age, I think it's 18, I could be wrong, you're given a choice. And your choice is you join the IDF, right? And you enact this, you know, ethno-nationalist agenda at gunpoint, and yeah, violently, or you go to prison. And some people do choose to go to prison, right? But yeah, the mandatory service.
And as possible. It's done everything it can to solidify its status as a Jewish supremacist ethno-state, with a demographic majority made up of those it considers ethnically Jewish. Jews from all over the world who have never stepped foot in the Middle East are invited to migrate and receive automatic citizenship with massive state support purely on the basis of their ethnicity, while the Palestinian refugees whose land and homes they occupy are not only denied sovereignty over their own country, but prevented from ever returning. 1/3 of the descendants of these ethnically cleansed Palestinians still live in temporary refugee camps, and they get to watch videos of their family homes being handed over to random guys from New York who the Israelis decide to be of the correct race.
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it.
No.
Other Palestinians live in deplorable conditions in the Gaza Strip, which is essentially a massive concentration camp, or the West Bank, a nominally Palestinian region which is in fact occupied and administered by Israel and under a constant state of siege.
Wait, what
by
happened?
Israeli
Did we
troops.
lose?
The rest live in Israel itself.
Did we drop some frames there?
Where they're second-class citizens
Or do you mean
that
me?
the state has been actively trying to erase as an identifiable group since its beginning, through what they literally call the Judaization of Palestinian majority areas. Israel is a modern version of settler colonialism, at a similar stage of the process to what the USA and Canada were in the 19th century. They engaged in conquest followed by mass removals of the previous populations, the attempted destruction of their societies, and their concentration into specific areas, usually known as reservations, where they could be controlled and kept destitute by the colonists who destroyed their homeland and built their own on the ruins. It is a clear racial supremacist state from top to bottom. It always has been and always will be for as long as it exists. Ethnic supremacy is what makes Israel Israel. It's what it's based on. It's what it's always been based on. It's an indefensible ethno-state. Simple as that. This is obviously something that anyone remotely to the left, or even just anyone anywhere on the political spectrum at all, who has even a slight interest in important facets of basic morality like justice, should be against.
So what he's proposing is something called a moral baseline, right? And at least on the left, we do need a moral baseline like this, right? If you're for this ethno-nationalist project, you're not doing leftism. I don't care how many books you've read. I don't care, you know, what you know, symbols or flags you've got on your Twitter profile. That's not leftism. That's something else.
Our siding with the Palestinian cause should be unequivocal. There's no nuance here, there's no both sides, there's no bigger lens, there's no what about. Israel is a country based entirely around ethnic supremacy, conquest, and exclusion. And it's only gotten worse and worse as Palestinians continue to resist and refuse to allow themselves to be erased. It must be completely opposed. And anyone who can't bring themselves to oppose it and denounce the existence of a country like this in the strongest possible terms is, at very best, a tacit supporter of genocidal settler colonialism in the name of racial supremacy. Now, with the background out of the way, I'm going to go over the worst parts of the Eristocracy video in question that shocked me so much, and respond to them in detail. I have not edited anything in these clips aside from breaking them down into short illustrative highlights. In them, she talks for periods of between 17 to 50 seconds straight, finishing multiple sentences, which is more than enough time for someone to accurately summarize their views on something. Certainly, if someone clipped me speaking about an issue non-stop for 40 seconds straight, I'm sure it would be a decently accurate summary of my views unless I was joking, which she wasn't here. She clearly signals that these are her own opinions multiple times, using qualifiers like I think and to me. If you doubt this, I encourage you to check out her original video, which will be linked in the description. I'll be pointing directly to the timestamps.
So the reason he's saying that is that when he called her on these things, she claimed that he had taken her out of context. And what she was really saying was, like, according to, you know, most people in Israel, most mainstream Israelis think XYZ, right? She did say that about some things, but those were not the things that Bad Empanada was talking about, right? She had said, you know, she had used that kind of language. It's just that, like, the things that he's pointing out are things where she said, I believe, where she made a definitive statement of, like, this is because we see how that can happen, right? When you're talking, and let's say I'm talking, I'm thinking aloud, and I'm like, you know, somebody from Israel might say blah, 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 blah. Well, if you clip the part where I say blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah is not what I mean, you kind of put words in my mouth. That's what Eristocracy was accusing Bad Empanada of doing. It turns out, though, that's not what was going on. This kind of thing does happen. You know, this kind of selective clipping does happen in Twitch politics a lot of times from the good old Twitch politics Discord, like people themselves, you know, but yeah, this is not what's happening with Bad Empanada. So she's, yeah, just trying to claim that she was taken out of context when she wasn't.
For each of these clips so that you can verify them yourself. There is no mitigating context here, and I have nothing to hide. If you don't get why I put in such a long preemptive disclaimer, it's because she, her fans, and certain other big streamers have been outright denying that she said any of this, despite the evidence being clearly available, literally publicly on her own channel. The audacity, right? I'll be going over this denial too after this segment. Okay, so let's get started with the clips and dissecting them.
We'd all love to get to an area where, you know, ethnicity, religion, and all that stuff matters very little. But to me, it's kind of crazy to expect people to be like, well, you guys have to accept everyone. and then watch that majority population turn it into an Arab pan state where Jews become...
Does this sound like a familiar argument? Does this sound a little bit like something we've heard from Lauren Southern? Because it is essentially the same thing.
second-class citizens, saying, okay, like, you guys should just have to deal with that, right? You could just have to take the hit so you have the moral headway. It makes sense in a world where there are tons of ethnic and national and religious states, right? To at least have one for your own where you're safe, at least for just one country. And I think that that's totally valid.
There, she clearly said that she sees the idea of an ethno-state, and specifically Israel, since that's the one she was talking about here, as totally valid. She says verbatim, "I think that's totally valid." And a couple sentences earlier, she said "to me." So she unambiguously stated that she personally thinks it's valid for Israel to be a Jewish ethno-state, in her own opinion, in a paragraph-long oration. She also echoed concerns there that sound exactly like the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, which we all unfortunately know all about due to various mass shootings that have been motivated by it. This theory is based around fears that the white population of certain countries is at risk of becoming a minority, and that this is a bad thing that white people should be concerned about. Similarly to that, she clearly expressed the idea that it's crazy to think that Israel shouldn't continue to exist as an ethno-state with a majority ethnic Jewish population, because otherwise Jews would become second-class citizens, instead of, the Palestinians who are second-class citizens now. To really drive that home, let's change just literally 2 words around and see how it sounds. To me, it's kind of crazy to expect people to be like, well, you guys have to accept everyone, and then watch that majority population turn it into a multicultural state where whites become second-class citizens. That's straight out of a mass shooter's manifesto. A core facet of the Great Replacement idea is the white genocide conspiracy theory, which holds that white people not being a demographic majority would constitute a genocide because they'd supposedly go from being dominant to being oppressed. This is just complete projection. It's people who come from groups that have historically oppressed.
This also has echoes to Vosh's argument against Professor Flowers last year, right? This also has echoes to that. The idea that, if colonized people are given self-determination, the first thing they're going to do with that is oppress the colonizers, right? That's a very... Oh God, what did I call it? I think I had a name for this, right? It's not fragility. It's like, it's related to the Great Replacement. It's an assumption that the encroachment that your group has done to another group in the past is going to be revisited on you if you don't maintain that dominance. Do you know what's so messed up about that? Because you can believe that the colonization was wrong, that your ancestors did a bad thing, but that you need to maintain that dominance. Because if you don't, you're going to get it done back to you. That allows people to understand what was wrong about the initial, act. And remember, colonization doesn't just take place and then it's over, right? It continues. It continues to this day, right? And so that argument is particularly dangerous, right? Because it allows somebody who's already accepted, the problematicity of the original acts to support still the continuation of those acts, if that makes sense.
Oppressed other groups in their society, asserting that the same would be done to them in order to justify their continued domination of those other groups. And it's the same in this case. Aristocracy justifies Israel remaining an ethno-state with the fear that Jews would become second-class citizens. Just like how Palestinians are right now. Palestinians can't have their land and homes back because they might do to us what we're doing to them. Literally exactly the same sort of projection. So in summary, Israelis should not only keep the land that they ethnically cleansed and occupied, but Palestinians also shouldn't even be allowed to move back into the neighborhoods they were expelled from and live alongside us. Now look, any animosity towards Israel among Palestinians is caused by Israel itself. Obviously,
God.
they are the oppressor. They cause the problem and they have all the power here. Once they stop oppressing Palestinians, any such hatred will begin to dissipate, and obviously the two populations would be able to live alongside each other just fine eventually. It's on Israel to do that though, not the Palestinians. The only way that you could think otherwise is if you believe the idea commonly spread by Israeli ethno-nationalists, that Palestinians are simply immutably mindless beasts who cannot be trusted, rather than people simply reacting to their oppression at Israel's hand.
And that's the racism inherent in this argument. So the same thing that Bosch was voicing against Professor Flowers. That's why I called him out on that.
Funnily enough, these same talking points were espoused by a people historically, white nationalist South Africans, who constantly said that giving black people equal rights would result in a genocide against them because apparently they just wouldn't be able to help themselves. She's channeling both Boer neo-Nazis and Tucker Carlson. Oh, and speaking of Tucker, he's actually cited this exact talking point about the importance of Israel maintaining a demographic majority of Jews to justify his idea that the USA should maintain a demographic majority of whites. He basically made the point that if it's okay for Israel to say that, why can't he say it about the US and white people?
You wonder if people even debate questions like this in countries that don't hate themselves, countries like Japan or South Korea or Israel. Go to the Anti-Defamation League's website sometime if you'd like a glimpse of what an unvarnished conversation about a country's national interest might look like. In a short essay posted to the site, the ADL explains why the state of Israel should not allow more Arabs to become citizens with voting rights. Quote, with historically high birth rates among the Palestinians and a possible influx of Palestinian refugees and their descendants now living around
this is the problem. We recognize this racism when it comes from Tucker Carlson. We don't recognize this racism when it comes from Bosch. We often don't recognize this racism when it comes from aristocracy.
World. The ADL
but it's the same thing.
Jews would quickly become a minority within a binational state, thus likely ending any semblance of equal representation and protections. In this situation, the Jewish population would be increasingly politically and potentially physically vulnerable. It is unrealistic and unacceptable, the ADL continues, to expect the state of Israel to voluntarily subvert its own sovereign existence and nationalist identity and become a vulnerable minority within what was once its own territory, end quote. Now, from Israel's perspective, this makes perfect sense. Why would any democratic nation make its own citizens less powerful? Isn't that the deepest betrayal of all? In the words of the ADL, why would a government subvert its own sovereign existence? Good question. Maybe ADL President Jonathan Greenblatt will join us sometime to explain and tell us whether that same principle applies to the United States. Most Americans believe it does.
And you know what? He actually has a point there, though not in the way he thinks. Why should one of those be acceptable but the other not? And the answer is that, well, they're both completely unacceptable. The complete opposite to what he was implying, which is that they should both be acceptable. Aristocracy's additional justification there, that there are tons of ethno-states, is also just wrong. There are actually very few countries in the world that are either officially or unofficially trying to maintain a demographic majority of a certain ethnicity. Most countries are multi-ethnic. They might have ethnic majorities, sure, but they're not consciously trying to maintain them or anything. And they certainly don't have laws and stuff mandating it as Israel does. And most ethnicities in the world do not actually have a state that's just for them. Should Kurds or Sikhs or any of hundreds of other ethnic groups invade Israel and claim it for themselves?
Twitch, you gotta post some gex too. Look at that. Look at this. YouTube's like
since they
all
don't
gex.
have their own state, would she
all
accept
cats
that
and
as
coffees,
valid?
all
Obviously
gex.
not, because it's a post hoc justification for the Israeli ethno-state, not a consistent political principle. Okay, clip 2 now.
You do a population exchange. It's a very
Twitch actually, yeah, that's right, Nina. Twitch actually has gex that move. We don't have gex that move on YouTube yet, but we're working on it. If we can only get that, there's a plugin that Ludwig has. And Ludwig, I've asked you before and you ignored me. Could you please share your plugin with me, Ludwig? I would love it if you would. Meow.
very hard to reverse the change because you basically just recreate the problem even worse when you try to reverse it. And this is one of the problems with the Palestinians having the right to return, because they want to take up space. They want to, come return, and they're a much larger population now.
So there she complains that Palestinians, ethnically cleansed from their homeland, want to take up space. Don't you just hate it when the people you ethnically cleanse want to come back to take up your space?
They're going to take up the space.
Honestly,
you
couldn't have worded that any worse if you tried. This is Nazi-like
What the
rhetoric.
fuck?
I've gone over this in detail
Oh my God,
in
I need to shave my
video on
armpits.
how the USA inspired the Nazis. So if you want a more in-depth explanation, I suggest you go check out that video at this timestamp. But a quick summary is that the idea of Lebensraum was core to Nazi ideology. This dictated that different races of people were in an endless kill or be killed contest for living space. For the supposedly Aryan Germans to survive, each family needed not just a house, but also lots of open space. And the only way for them to get that space was at the expense...
Okay, I get... No, don't sing it. Don't sing it. You're about to sing a Dixie Chicks song and no, don't
Sound
do it.
familiar?
This isn't funny, right? There's actually, this isn't something I should be making
it's the same
into a
thing.
joke.
And it will sound even more familiar
not.
as we go over the other things she said that sound very much like that. The narrative here is that people of the wrong ethnicity can't be allowed to take up space that could be used by Israeli Jews, many of whom are literally living in houses or on land that was systemically stolen from Palestinians within living memory. Now, there is obviously enough space in Palestine for everyone, Palestinians and Israelis alike. If all of the roughly 20 million Israelis and Palestinians in the world move there, it would have a population density of about 700 per square kilometer. And note that this is also highly exaggerated, as many Palestinian refugees who've since settled elsewhere would not actually want to come back and live permanently. So it would probably be more like 500 to 600 per square kilometer. This is relatively high globally, but it's still perfectly fine unless you think the only possible way that people can live is in like a suburban McMansion. There's plenty of far denser places in the world. The city that I live in, Buenos Aires, has for example a population density of 13,000 per square kilometer, which is nearly 40 times higher than that of Israel right now. The metropolitan area of Buenos Aires, which includes a ton of suburban housing, farmland, and very open spaces, has a density of more than 3,000 people per square kilometer. Help me, I need more living space. There's no room. They can't come here. Even the state of New Jersey has a higher population density than Israel, and it still has endless rows of these incredibly inefficient, car-centric suburban areas that we'd all be better off without. Palestine clearly does have more than enough room for everyone, and that it would be a bit denser than most other countries overall is no justification to keep Palestinians out of their own homeland. And even Israel itself clearly doesn't even remotely think that it has no room, or it wouldn't be inviting random Jews from all around the world to come over, get immediate citizenship, and join in on their colonialism. Palestinians can't return, but Braden from New York can. Give me a break. If you want to see overly dense, look at the Gaza concentration camp, not the rich, coddled population in the settler colonial occupation known as Israel. The idea that ethnically cleansed Palestinians can't return.
I didn't even think about the irony of that, right? They're worried about like there not being enough room. They're worried about being overcrowded, you know? And it's like, oh no, there's an overcrowded place really near to you. It's the place that you've shoved all the Palestinians into. Yeah. Jesus Christ, like...
Turn because the people who stole their country would maybe be a bit inconvenienced by having more of them around. It's just messed up. And I honestly just can't believe that anyone could watch someone say that and not realize this themselves. It's so transparently just a justification that she came up with in the spur of the moment as a roundabout way to argue against Palestinians returning and diluting the racial majority that she wants to protect. It straight up reminds me of the favorite phrase of Australian racists. Fuck off, we're full. And anyway, if we were to accept her argument that there's not enough space, then obviously the people who should get priority to take up the limited space are the ethnically cleansed Palestinians, not Israel, the country that ethnically cleansed them, stole their land and homes, murdered their families, their friends, their children, and which has done everything possible to try and make their lives horrible since. There are hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who literally still have the keys to their stolen houses even. Many of them still have the deeds. The notion that people who conquered and settled other people's land in living memory, who destroyed their country, should get to retain it all for themselves is obviously an incredibly problematic one. It de facto legitimizes the notion that might makes right. It would mean that if you commit war crimes by implanting settlers into conquered territory, it is thereafter morally wrong for it to ever be taken back. So, for example, all that Russia would need to do to legitimize further annexations of Ukrainian territory would be to implant settlers from Russia, wait a bit, and then voila, it's now wrong for Ukraine to ever take it back. Does that sound right to you? No? Then it's not right in Israel either. Also, in this case, I just want to note that we're not even talking about expelling anyone.
I'm not sure we're talking about hit pieces here. We're literally talking about Israel-Palestine, right? And I mean, like, there is interpersonal drama between Bad Empanada and Eristocracy, you know, at play here. Like that is what like maybe garners the interest, right? But there's a real issue here too. Like Bad Empanada wasn't calling Eristocracy, you know, a poo-poo head. Bad Empanada was talking about Aristocracy's takes on Israel, Palestine, and on colonialism in Canada, right? So, yeah, it's definitely more than drama.
From the country proper or taking all the land back. Just giving stolen homes and land back to people who can reasonably prove their families were expelled. To deny the Palestinian people this basic right, one literally enshrined in international law and UN resolutions, is downright ghoulish. There is more than enough space for everyone in Palestine, so nothing resembling the expulsion of the colonizer population is even worth contemplating. It's a pure hypothetical hatched by Zionists to justify ethnonationalism. They're equivalent, as I went over earlier, of the white genocide conspiracy theory. However, if somehow it did come to war, and I use that term very loosely because the fact of the matter is, Israel...
Oh yeah, good point, John. It's like the... wait, let me read this. Oh my god, why can I not find what was just in chat? Damn it. But yeah, it's just like the issue in the southern United States where all these states want to send their like national guards to the border to stave off this awful invasion, right? And it's just, you know, racism.
Israel is and always has been engaging in a completely one-sided war against the Palestinian population, so this would merely be them fighting back. Then the Palestinians would obviously be in the moral right to fight to retake a country which was conquered from them and which they were expelled from just 74 years ago. Expecting them not to even try to resist, not to fight back, to just lay down, be oppressed, and let Israel occupy their homes until the end of time. Now that's immoral. Palestinians are the only people in the world who are so consistently painted as evil for merely existing that they're even denounced just for hypothetically fighting to reclaim their own country from a state that has done its best to attempt to destroy them since its inception. In no other situation will do so much mental gymnastics to argue against an oppressed people's simple right to resist. It is an obvious attempt to invert the reality of who is the oppressed and who is the oppressor in service of dealing.
Bad Empanada, are you saying that this is like geopolitical Darvo? That sounds like geopolitical Darvo to me.
Legitimizing the Palestinian cause and legitimizing the genocidal state of Israel. Zionists love to claim anti-Semitism to defend Israel, but the reality is that anti-Palestinianism is infinitely more endemic in regards to this so-called conflict. And it's also just totally accepted, almost everywhere in the first world at least. Advocating to keep people systemically cleansed from their own homeland within...
Like to the point where BDS movements get banned off campuses and stuff, right?
Leaving memory out of it, in the name of maintaining an ethnic majority, is pretty clearly fucked up. The aim here is certainly not to protect any state's ethnic majority or even existence. It's to get both populations living aside one another in the same state in peace.
Oh, more frames.
Okay, next
Sorry
clip.
about that, chat.
I don't think Palestinians can ever get the right of return because, as the Vox mentioned, there's over 7 million. Those 700,000 have now become 7 million in terms of their descendants. I don't think that's ever. There's no room. They can't come there, and Israel still remain a majority state. So the only solution to me is, if you think that Israel is the cause of the refugee problem, are financial reparations. And Israel does not actually have as much money as a lot of people think.
That's more the same sentiment that she expressed in the previous clip, except this time it's even more explicit. There's no room. They can't come here because it would mean Israel would no longer be a majority Jewish state.
So some people claimed when she said the original quote that, you know, that was a slip up. She didn't mean to say that. She just like tripped over her words, right? Here she is saying the same thing a little bit more unambiguously. Oh, you think of, yeah, a different kind of BDS.
Wow, she really just said it. There is clearly room in Palestine for Palestinians, and it's not really about that at all for her anyway. It's all about maintaining the majority ethno-state. For a bit of context here, the right of return, which is what we've already been talking about, is the right for ethnically cleansed Palestinians to return to their homes, their land, or at the very least their homeland, which has been a core demand of the Palestinian resistance since the very beginning and still is today. Her idea of reparations in place of the right of return is just paying people who were genocided with a new country built on top of the ruins of theirs to fuck off. You can't just buy a people out of their homeland, out of their homes, and especially not when there's millions and millions of them right there waiting to return who would never accept that. And it's especially awful because even liberal international law has recognized the right of return forever, since the UN passed Resolution 194 in 1948. It clearly states that refugees must be able to return to their homes and that compensation is only valid in the event that they don't want to or for property damage. Buying them off is not an option. And among the ethnically cleansed Palestinians themselves, the consensus is overwhelming. Polls show that the vast majority would not accept compensation in place of the return of their property, and that they would not accept a peace agreement that did not allow the right of return. So no one who is against the right of return could ever be considered as anything but an enemy of the Palestinian cause, since it's such a fundamental part of it, and especially not someone who frames their opposition in such a dishonest and gross way.
In Slavoy's book, Violence, he states that both sides should give up claim to the land and come together. Yeah, and that would be like the one-state solution. Unfortunately, that is like off the table. Like in you know, the way that our media handles the story, right? You never hear that advocated for, right? And yeah, it's I mean,
like, they want to take up space and make us an ethnic minority. The talking points that aristocracy used to advocate against the right of return here are pretty common ones used by right-wing Zionist organizations. For one particularly egregious example, both of them were included in a dystopian 2009 guidebook to manipulating public opinion written by the Israel Project, a US-based neoconservative pro-Israel organization. Regarding the Palestinian right of return, they said, "We cannot accept this phrase. We cannot allow it to enter the opinion leader lexicon." They then go on to state that, at most, a case could be made that those who actually had homes within Israeli boundaries might be entitled to some compensation, and that pro-Israel arguments should appeal to anti-immigrant sentiment by framing the right of return not as return, but as mass Palestinian immigration that would dilute the Jewish majority. Eristocracy used both of these talking points to the letter. She has pretty much the exact same opinions on these incredibly important issues to Palestinian liberation as much of the pro-Israel lobby does, and that should ring alarm bells for anyone who was misled into thinking that she was ever anything resembling a pro-Palestinian voice. And yes, though it's a minor aside, Israel does have a lot of money. By GDP per capita, it is the 35th richest country in the world, and is significantly richer than countries like Spain and South Korea. On top of that, it receives copious amounts of funding from the USA, the EU, etc. Not only is she justifying Israeli ethno-nationalism, but the random facts that she's pulling out to try and back it up are just plain wrong too. Each of them is being used to paint the picture that Israel is far weaker, far poorer, and far worse off than it actually is. It's all lies. Israel is extremely well off, and it is certainly not weak at all, and especially not
John Williamson,
compared to the Palestinians that it oppresses. Okay, second to last clip now.
It's a hard place to live, especially when compared to other Western countries. It's very expensive, and there's very little space. The idea of like a 3-bedroom house, you don't get that shit in Israel. You do not get a 3-bedroom house in Israel. That is something that is only allowed for the rich, the very, very rich. In Israel, the most you will get is a shitty apartment. Everyone lives in shitty apartments, okay? So the only place you're going to get a house, if you want a house and you want your kids to be able to have green space and be able to run, is in the settlements.
So wait, it sounds like what you're talking about is a hierarchy, right? And those who are in the middle of the hierarchy are encouraged to take from those who are below them. like, I don't know what kind of weird apologia this is, but you're not even doing apologia, right? That's not an excuse. That's a self-report. I mean, not a self. I don't want to put the policy of the country of Israel on, like, you know, a streamer, a VTuber, right? But yeah, it's not. It speaks to the it's not an excuse for the system. It speaks to the problems with the system, right?
In this part, she seems to imply that
yeah.
she sympathizes.
So somebody noticed the God Save the Queen fanfare, okay? Why is that? Well, Eristocracy, at least when I met her, called herself a monarchist, right? Now, what I heard that and I immediately assumed it's a meme, right? Because she comes from this server with this guy named Doobie, who's famous for, you know, when he shows up to a debate, every time he's like a different ideology. And it's weird, you know what I mean? He'll just jump in there and argue some ideology you've never heard of, and that's kind of his thing, right? So I thought that maybe it was something like that. I thought it was a joke, right? Because she has her own, you know, version of Doobie's server, which is called the Calliopean Club, right? For Eristocracy. It turns out, actually, it's not. There are monarchists, especially in Canada where she lives, and it is a very reactionary movement. So yeah, she wasn't kidding. She was not kidding. That's probably what the fanfare is all about. That's why she calls herself Eristocracy, right? It's about, you know, monarchy, unironically, right? And it's the kind of like right-wing thing where they'll wrap all of their ideology in something that looks like memes, right? This is more obfuscation. This is how they kind of, you know, defang what is actually being said, or make it seem, you know, more, you know, acceptable by you know, wrapping it in what sounds like jokes and memes. But it turns out in this case, no, she's kind of serious, right? She's kind of serious.
With Israelis who go and steal some of the tiny bit of Palestinian land.
Oh, calling it a Western country,
because,
yeah.
Again, there's very little space. That is a favorite of hers. Jesus.
There's so little space. Pure ideology.
The people who are already occupying Palestinian land need to go and steal even more of it because they want green space. Somehow, the already massively oppressed Palestinians who they're stealing this land from don't even merit a mention. It's the poor settlers wanting a slight increase to their living standards who we need to empathize with. Justifying even more settler colonialism with high housing costs is just ghoulish, honestly. I don't even know how else to describe it. Nazi settlers also moved into Polish houses to increase their living standards. Is that a valid justification? Obviously not, and even bringing it up is incredibly questionable. Look, I know this is going to be a really controversial take, so please don't cancel me for it, but if you have to choose between living in a 2-bedroom house or stealing even more land from Palestinians in the West Bank to build a 3-bedroom on, you should just live in the 2-bedroom. I'd like a bigger house too, but you don't see me getting IDF goons to come in and appropriate me one from downtrodden and oppressed people, or to ethnically cleanse another Palestinian village.
It's so weird that that's what she goes to. Yeah, hey, thank you for the follow, Ascension Dragon.
So that I can build a new one in an illegal settlement. Basically, these settlers are awful, and no one should imply that they deserve an ounce of sympathy at all, and especially not just because they want space to run around in. Sorry, Palestinian family, I know you've lived here your entire lives and your ancestors lived here for hundreds of years before you, but my kids need a lawn, so make way. The idea that 3-bedroom dwellings are only for very, very rich people is also just massively wrong anyway. Even aside from the ridiculousness of that idea being used to garner sympathy for people stealing even more of what little land there is that's still owned by Palestinians. If Israelis want a bigger home, they have many options aside from that. The average Israeli family earns $4,000 a month. In reality, this is much higher for Israeli Jews, as the figure is brought down by Palestinians living in Israel, who make up the vast majority of the country's poor. Their average incomes are nearly half those of Israeli Jews, thanks to the internal apartheid system. But still, even if we use that greatly skewed $4,000 a month figure as a guideline, it took me 3 seconds to find 3-bedroom homes that an average Israeli family could easily afford to live in, such as this 3-bedroom rental in Haifa for $900 a month, or this other 3-bedroom for $1,000 a month, or even the $1,300 a month for this 4-bedroom. Clearly, 3-bedroom homes are not even remotely the sole domain of rich. Israel is a rich country, and like in pretty much every other rich country in the world, outright buying a home there is relatively expensive, but every other rich country has that exact same problem with their housing market. It's hardly an excuse to go and do even more colonization. I mean, you don't often see people in other developed countries nowadays saying, "Damn, housing prices are a bit high. Our only option is to go and do some settler colonialism." I hate so much that I feel like any of this even needs to be said. It should be completely obvious. But Israel supporters are so deranged, and fans of people like Eristocracy are just so abominably stupid, that this for some godforsaken reason needs to be said. High housing prices are also hardly proof that it's very hard to live in Israel, as she claimed. By that measure, it would also be very hard to live in every developed country in the world. And since such a statement would only really make sense if it's a relative one, yeah, I think not. Look, if living in Israel is hard to you, you do not know what hard is. You are probably the most coddled person in the entire world. You'd probably die of a heart attack if you had to walk through a neighborhood outside of the world's richest countries. And certainly through one in the West Bank or Gaza. Israel is another generic, rich, westernized consumer country with a very high average standard of living, at least if you're lucky enough that the state's race science declares you to be Jewish. And that high standard of living is built on the race-based dispossession and oppression of millions of people that it still directly terrorizes every single day. The reason why Israel builds settlements in Palestinian holdout territories is not because there's not more room to build towns, cities, and housing in Israel. There is. That's why they actually build new towns all over Israel proper all the time, which, by the way, only Jews are allowed to move into. It's also
Oh, thank you, Bill Mitchell. I don't know why our stream alerts aren't showing up. Usually this would pop up on the screen when this happens. Newish subscriber, thank you for the content and engagement. Hey, thank you for coming by, and thank you for subscribing, and thank you for that super chat.
Also not because settlers couldn't raise their living standards by moving elsewhere in Israel instead. They could and they do. It's all just a part of Israel's continued colonization of Palestine. It's about stealing even more land, increasing their national territory, and driving Palestinians further into misery. And even ignoring all that about the facts being wrong, using them in this way would be stupid regardless. The notion that you can't come back to the land you were ethnically cleansed from because housing prices there are too high for the people who ethnically cleansed you is just absurd on the face of it. It's a way to completely shift the subject of the discussion, away from it being a simple question of material justice which has a very obvious answer. The question of, should families systemically ethnically cleansed from their homeland in living memory be able to return, is something that no one could answer no to without making themselves look awful. And they know that. So it's changed to, can families systemically ethnically cleanse from their homeland return without causing any minor inconvenience to those who ethnically cleanse them? And suddenly, we're no longer arguing about the direct question of whether Palestinians should be allowed to return to Palestine, but instead about the completely arbitrary prerequisite of whether it can be done without impeding the divine right of Israelis to have at least 3 bedrooms worth of Lebensraum. That's the game being played here. Very simple questions with very clear answers are abstracted as much as possible, and thus concern is shifted away from the oppressed to those who benefit from their oppression. This sort of tactic is very common in the defense of Israel, and you can also see it in other similar instances. It's pure bullshit and invalid in so many ways, a thrown together post hoc justification for the real goal that she states multiple times throughout the video, maintaining the ethnic majority of the stolen, racial supremacist state of Israel. She also seems unable to even fathom the idea that people don't actually need to live in suburban houses with massive yards and their own green space, and that those types of dwellings are actually an awful drain on society as a whole. None of it adds up. It's like she put her hand into a hat marked colonial ethno-nationalism justifications and drew all the options that sound like a passage out of Mein Kampf. Okay, last clip.
And this is why I get really scared that Israel is going to become an apartheid state. And all those lefties are going to turn out to be right when they criticize Israel, calling it apartheid. Because if they keep building the settlement and more settlements happen, it's going to be more and larger of a human rights disaster to pull out and to get rid of the Jews from the region and give them back to the Palestinians. So it means that the only solution you're going to have is a one-state solution where everything becomes an Israeli state. The big problem with that is that for Israel to continue to exist as Israel and not just, become a non-Jewish state, and that's just a typical Arab country in the Middle East with an Arab majority population, Israel, and to remain with Western values and all those things, Jews need to remain the majority of the population.
Yeah, I saved the worst for last. There's a lot to unpack here. In the first sentence, she immediately claims that she is scared that Israel is going to become an apartheid state, meaning that she thinks it's not one yet, a position that she's reiterated multiple times since. She even denigrates the idea by calling it just an analogy rather than a reality that's lived by millions of people. This is someone who's routinely tried to paint herself as some sort of reasoned voice on Palestine and as a friend of Palestinians. I know that's probably weird to hear given everything we've gone over up until this point, yet she can't even acknowledge the very basics of their oppression. Apartheid is, if anything, a pretty reductive way to describe the Palestinian situation. It is apartheid, but it's also worse than just that. Apartheid is one facet of a broader system of colonialism. So if someone can't even acknowledge that, any remotely decent person should probably consider them a piece of shit running cover for an open and proud racist occupation, imposing a racial supremacist regime on the people it stole its country from. The same people who run cover for her constantly have sworn off dozens of other people for far less. I'll be going far deeper into apartheid in just a minute, just to drive this point home. What comes after—
You're gonna make me start to wiggle.
So that is even worse though. She's not worried about the settlements for a reason that would make sense. Like, the fact that they're settler colonists who are stealing even more of Palestine in the name of racial supremacy. No. She's worried about the settlements because if Israel was to go too far with them, it might leave them with no other option but to annex all of Palestine, which would then mean that all Palestinians would be under official, rather than just the current unofficial, Israeli control, which would dilute the racial majority that she wants to maintain, and which would also apparently force Israel to do apartheid to them. Because otherwise it would just become another Arab country without Western values. Her words. Just about the clearest dog whistles imaginable. The tragedy of this wouldn't be the full conquest and dissolution of all of Palestine. No. It would be the dilution of the blood quantum and Westernness of Israel. Also note the clear racism there of considering all Arabic-speaking people the same. She treats all of them like a homogeneous blob, so to her, a Palestinian-majority Palestine would just be another Arab state, apparently. Same as all the others. It almost seems like these lines are just tailor-made to tug at the heartstrings of Western racists. Don't you want us to remain as a beacon of the West? You wouldn't want us to become just another Arab state, right? It's the definition of saying the quiet part out loud. It's utterly baffling that she can say this and then just have supposedly leftist streamers not only act—
My favorite wiggler is the one that's all like— That's the
all
best.
buddy with her, but defend her for—
The wiggling intensifies one.
She additionally made the claim there that removing Israeli
quantum
settlers in the West Bank would be a human rights disaster. She said the same thing in even more emphatic terms beforehand when she characterized the 2005 removal of Israeli settlers from Gaza by the Israeli government itself, by the way, as an ethnic cleansing of Jews.
But the consequence of pulling out of Gaza and giving it back to the Palestinians was ethnically cleansing the region of Jews from Gaza. They literally kicked out all the Jews.
This is just completely untrue. An ethnic cleansing or human rights disaster is not when illegally implanted settlers are removed from occupied territory, and especially not when they're removed by their own government and then given houses in Israel proper in Arab majority areas so that they can contribute to the Judaization campaign there, as happened after the Gaza withdrawal. It is, in fact, a war crime to implant settlers into occupied territory, and the West Bank is unambiguously acknowledged as being illegally occupied worldwide, including by most of Israel's own allies. A 2013 UN Human Rights Inquiry concluded that removing Israeli settlers in the West Bank would not be any sort of crime or human rights violation because their presence there is actually a war crime. So them not being removed is actually the crime and human rights violation here. There's obviously no human rights disaster when no human rights are being violated. The settlers are, in fact, violating the rights of Palestinians. This is clearly an intentional reframing of the situation to paint the Israelis as victims rather than aggressors and oppressors. It's designed to make it sound like taking measures to end an illegal occupation and its war crimes would actually be some sort of racially motivated anti-Semitic pogrom. This is no less ridiculous than it would have been to accuse Native Americans of anti-white ethnic cleansing for wanting American settlers to stop occupying their land. This dishonest framing also has plenty of precedent. The aforementioned Israel Project guidebook also contained this exact same argument.
You want me to say land back? Land back.
Stating that the best pro-settlement argument is to frame stopping and removing illegal settlements as a kind of ethnic cleansing of Jews. Not just them either. Have you ever heard of Benjamin Netanyahu, the far-right former Israeli prime minister? Well, he frequently uses this talking point to argue for...
And if I'm to understand, he may be the future Israeli prime minister. Is that right, chat? Is Netanyahu possibly coming back now?
Maintaining and expanding settlements. This is the kind of company that aristocracy is in here. All of these dishonest actors rely on leaving out the part where these settlers are illegally implanted on stolen, militarily occupied land as key parts of the expansion of the Israeli project of settler colonialism. Israel and its supporters play these sorts of word games all the time, and they often work very well to shut down dissent. The point of this tactic is to prevent people from describing Israel, its crimes, and potential remedies to said crimes in accurate terms, by changing something like the removal of illegal Israeli settlers complicit in war crimes from the occupied West Bank to just an ethnic cleansing of Jews. This evokes images of historical anti-Semitism, making the settlers seem like poor innocent victims rather than the living, breathing war crimes that they actually are, who are actively victimizing Palestinians. And just like that, anyone who supports the eviction of illegal West Bank settlers can magically be smeared as an anti-
Yeah, good point, Sam. Netanyahu's he's part of a party called Likud. It's a right-wing party, but it's not the most right-wing party. And the opposition isn't, as much better as you'd like to think. There are people in Israel who, feel this is wrong, but they don't have the political power to really do anything about it, right? In general, Jewish people around the world and in other countries other than Israel are more critical of the ethnonationalist project there than people in the country, right?
Anti-Semite and others
and a lot of times their outlook, their understanding, their opinions are erased in pro-Israel propaganda, right?
Who witness it are scared into silence lest it happen to them too. Aristocracy.
Oh, his dad and grandfather were heavily involved too.
His use of this tactic here is just one example of it. It's incredibly pervasive throughout discourse on the subject, and it's used constantly by very powerful people, organizations, and the Israeli government itself. Absolutely everything is done to reframe Israel and those complicit in its crimes as simple victims. Even people who support Palestine often fall for this sort of thing, so watch out for it. I'll be making a standalone video explaining this in more depth eventually, because it's clearly badly needed. Now, let's address the subject of Israel supposedly not yet doing apartheid. This will take a while. There are 3 different branches of the apartheid that Israel imposes on Palestinians. That in Israel proper, the one in Gaza, and the one in the West Bank. In Israel itself, Palestinians are second-class citizens, discriminated against across all facets of society, both officially and unofficially. Israel is very open about this, it's really not anything controversial. Only to foreign audiences do they use the "but we're a democracy and we let them vote" line. In Israel itself, everything is discussed much more frankly. Not only has their government openly declared the country to specifically be a Jewish ethno-state in law, but the courts have even refused to acknowledge a non-ethnic Israeli identity as a thing, because, I quote, "it would undermine Israel's Jewishness." Whatever little ability Palestinians have to meaningfully participate in the political system is massively hampered by many laws. Their participation is only allowed so that they can be presented to the world as tokens, so that Israel can say, look, we don't have apartheid. Some Palestinians are in parliament. Under Israeli law, in force since 1958, it is illegal for any political party to challenge the status of Israel as a Jewish ethno-state, even indirectly. So it's illegal for Palestinians to advocate to de-racialize the state. Supporting Palestinian armed struggle or associating with any group deemed terrorist by Israel, which is whichever Palestinian groups they feel like, including, for example, random Palestinian NGOs, is also illegal, which makes it impossible for Palestinians in Israel to politically organize with those in Gaza or the West Bank without being arrested. The effect of these laws can clearly be seen in the fact that the supposedly equal Arab representatives in the Knesset are either little more than the tiny, angry voices of a powerless minority, or token collaborators, who couldn't even openly oppose Israeli colonialism even if they wanted to. Imagine if the USA had laws saying that it was a white state, that trying to change that was illegal, and the Supreme Court ruled that the country was based around whiteness. It's the exact same thing, no less horrid. To claim that Israel isn't carrying out apartheid and being incredibly open about it is already ludicrous. Wait. But there's more.
The camel on the pack of cigarettes. Oh, is that like Secret Life of the Mockingbird or something like that? That book?
There's the aforementioned ethnicity-based immigration policy, where
called?
Jews from anywhere are free to come and live in the country whenever they please, being granted full citizenship and paid subsidies and everything, while Palestinians ethnically cleansed from their homes are denied the right to even visit because apparently they're of the wrong race. This is the result of twin laws from 1950, still in force today. The law of return grants every Jewish person in the world the right to Israeli citizenship, while the absentee property law defines any empty Palestinian property, of which there were a lot, since Israel had just got done murdering and expelling hundreds of thousands of people, as being abandoned, and thus free to be confiscated for use by Jewish people. Jews who returned to Israel, a place they'd never been to, were invited to occupy Palestinian homes and land, just as how Nazi settlers had been invited to occupy Polish and Jewish land 10 years earlier. Palestinians lucky enough to have remained with the right to be second-class citizens in Israel watch as the state actively tries to erase them from visible existence. It does this by encouraging those it considers to be racially pure Jews to colonize the few still remaining Palestinian majority areas in the country, the aforementioned Judaization process. Often, Jews are moved straight into stolen Palestinian houses, which the Israeli government is constantly concocting whatever bullshit reason it can muster to steal. There are currently at least 65 laws that either directly or indirectly favor Jews over Palestinians, and that's just what's on the books. They even make interracial marriage near impossible, just like the US used to do. Marrying a Palestinian non-citizen is flat out illegal in Israel, because the government is just open about wanting to keep as many of them out as possible. No form of civil marriage exists either, so inter-ethnic marriage, even between Palestinian citizens.
Oh my god, Still Life with Woodpecker. Still Life, that's what it's called. Okay, sorry. I was thinking of a different, yeah, it's a like a pack of cigarettes as a book cover. It's by Tom Robbins and it's called Still Life with Woodpecker, not
of Israel and Jewish Israelis
Secret
is nearly
Life
impossible.
or
A
whatever.
Palestinian cannot even convert to Judaism so they can get a religious marriage because Israel's conversion authority explicitly excludes Palestinians from eligibility on an ethnic basis.
Anyway.
And I mean, even if it didn't, no rabbi would marry them anyway. So the lack of non-religious marriage is actually a means of enforcing a ban on interracial marriage. It's really completely mind-boggling that anyone could have the audacity to claim that a state with its very basis in such brazenly open race-based population replacement, codified directly into law, that frequently openly boasts of its status as an ethno-state, is not an apartheid state. And what about the extra-legal apartheid? It's everywhere too.
Deep cut,
though obviously
yeah,
it's
yeah.
harder to point to
No,
since it's
wait,
not so...
because somebody was like talking about Wait, were we not talking about that book? We were talking about like the cigarettes, maybe.
Simply written
okay,
into
sorry.
law. They are treated as internal enemies, both by the state and its supposedly racially
camel
pure
cigarettes.
citizens. Profiled by police, arbitrarily arrested and denied bail, etc., similar to the policing of black people in the USA. Palestinians are routinely subject to random arrests, especially if they or anyone in their family has ever said a single word about Palestinian liberation. Simply showing their flag or shouting a pro-Palestinian slogan gets them instantly arrested. Policing is highly racialized, with cops being enforcers of the interests of the Jewish population over Palestinians. Any protest or event organized by Palestinians is likely to be broken up by police, while Israelis chanting racist slogans and calling for the deaths of all Palestinians are protected by them. Their communications are closely monitored for any political activity. I myself know Palestinian second-class citizens of Israel who have been arrested too many times to count for things like having a politically active cousin, or saying bad things about Israel online. Good luck finding someone to rent you an apartment outside of Arab-majority areas if you're Palestinian, because the country is very intentionally segregated along ethnic lines. Jewish-majority landlords are 2.4 times more likely to respond to inquiries from Jews than they are Palestinians. Good luck getting a job, since studies have shown that Jewish applicants are 4 times more likely to get an interview than Palestinians. The effect of this intentionally designed system of racial oppression is clear from
Chat, let me know if the sound of the fan, I've got a fan on now because it's so hot in my room. Let me know if it's too loud and I can turn it off again.
Palestinian average income being half that of Jews, as I cited earlier. They are oppressed for the benefit of the Jewish people that the state deems to be of the correct race, the same arrangement as that of South African apartheid. And if it's that bad in Israel, imagine how much worse the West Bank is. The West Bank is under Israeli military rule, regardless of how people like Eristocracy like to say that it's actually ruled by Palestinians. It is occupied by Israeli troops who impose the will of Israel, the ultimate authority over the entire territory, and its laughable Palestinian government, completely at the mercy of Israel, can scarcely do more than just be their puppet at this point. IDF troops provide cover for Israeli settlers who encroach on more and more of the West Bank every day. West Bank Palestinians live under a 24/7 military occupation, where any of their rights, and I mean any, to their homes, to their personal property, to their life, can be violated at any second arbitrarily, because they really just don't have any at all. They live under military law. Palestinian civilians there are policed by the Israeli military and tried before Israeli military courts. Meanwhile, the Israelis colonizing the West Bank enjoy 24/7 protection, and the full force of the Israeli government coddling them every second of every day. There are military checkpoints everywhere that Israelis are waved through, while Palestinians are, of course, stopped, grilled, and abused. Israel proper is an apartheid state, but that word becomes inadequate when describing the West Bank, which is clearly something even worse. It's a holding zone for people that Israel is hoping to eventually get rid of. And what about Gaza? Gaza is a concentration camp. A reservation, a place where people considered less than human by the Israeli state are confined in horrid conditions, completely at the mercy of Israel. Without Israel's permission, no one gets in or out. Without Israel's permission, nothing gets in or out. It is a Bantustan, which was one of the core
No, this is true. Like there's even, I think, quotes from Israeli officials talking about putting Gaza on a diet. In other words, reducing the average caloric intake, basically cutting off a lot of the imports that people need to food, for example, right? It was
parts of the South African apartheid system. A small bit of land where black non-citizens were confined by the apartheid state.
Like living in a red
Israel's
state.
pervasive control
maybe.
over the very basics of life, even getting into
Never been
the
there,
tiny Gaza Strip, makes it the worst expression of all of Israeli apartheid. And that's saying a lot. Even the conservative former PM of the UK, David Cameron, usually a committed Zionist, admitted that it was an open-air prison, that Gazans managed to survive and carry on, despite Israel taking every means possible to starve them out and make that can only be considered an absolute miracle. Israel is already one state. All of Palestine is subject to it as the ultimate authority. To deny that all Palestinians live under at least apartheid is to lie. It is to deny the oppression that they experience every single day in service of whitewashing the true reality of what Israel is. It is intentionally malicious, racist propaganda, no less absurd than it would have been for a white South African to say that apartheid there didn't exist. Israel, in fact, expertly replicates the same structures that characterized apartheid South Africa. Even the usually tepid liberal organization Amnesty International recently had to admit that Israel is at least guilty of apartheid, which should be a good indication that the label shouldn't be remotely controversial at all, and even that it's inadequate. Because it is. The Palestinian situation is worse than just apartheid, and the term does not adequately encompass their plight by itself. It is apartheid, but it's also much more. Okay, there. Finally. We're done going over the worst parts of a video. So everything that I just went over was pretty much the same as what I said in my initial response to Eristocracy's video, though obviously not in anywhere near this much detail, rather just in an off-the-cuff stream clip on my second channel. I have all of my responses to her linked below in the description if you want to confirm this. I have nothing to hide, she has everything to hide. So this is very clearly a political disagreement. I've been doing little more than responding to her stated political positions all through this dispute, and what I just went over is pretty much what I've been saying the whole time. The idea that I'm attacking her because she says she's Jewish is completely baseless, and you won't find anything in any of my responses to her even remotely indicating that. Nor could she, which is why she's just been completely unable to point to anything specific that I've said. She's just completely insisted that she's gotten anti-Semitic vibes from the fact that I dared to point out and respond to her own statements. Unfortunately, her original stream VOD is gone, but here's a short excerpt of my reaction to her making these allegations for the first time in December of last year. I was really just floored by the ridiculousness of it.
We weren't debating Israeli politics. Bad Empanada was being an anti-Semite.
I love to see her explain that one. Let's go.
Like, that's what was going down there. He was being an anti-Semite. He was regularly using dog whistles against me.
Such as?
He regularly would bring up Holocaust analogies.
Oh, bring up a Holocaust analogy. Bring up a comparison to the world's most well-known settler colonial project. How dare you do that? It's anti-Semitic in of itself. Dog whistle is none listed. Where's the dog whistle? Where is it? Her one thing apparently is that I made Holocaust comparisons. Is that it? In the modern day, there is nothing existing in the world that is as close to Nazism as Israel is. Fact.
To use against me constantly as a way to get to me?
As a way to get to you. No, it's called a fucking argument. As a way to get to you. Like, she's like an emotional wreck, man. Everything that she's like is just like, this hurt my feelings. Like, an analogy isn't an attack on you. An analogy is an attack on your argument. An analogy is a counter argument. Unbelievable.
And he just kind of like, and people just kind of treated it, a lot of small streamers just treat it like.
A lot of random small streamers, Eris? Did I just get subtweeted?
Oh, it's just, they're just.
She's like on the brink of fucking crying. God, this is incredible.
God.
Debating Israel. There was no debating Israel. Like, there just wasn't.
You notice how she never refers to anything that I ever say? Baseless assertions every single time. It's just a cry. It's a fucking crybaby. It's just literal, like someone who just like cries and tries to elicit sympathy from her audience without being able to make any sort of coherent counter argument to deal with anything at all. A straight up crybaby.
I was only going to be an okay Jew with him if I was okay with wiping all Jews off of the earth.
What? That is another mask-off moment right there. She's equating being against an Israeli ethno-state with wanting to wipe all Jews off the earth. That's what she said there, explicitly. So she's trying to frame me as an anti-Semite because I'm against an Israeli ethno-state, an Israeli settler colonial ethno-state that is currently doing genocide. I'm against that, so ergo, I'm an anti-Semite. That is her logic.
That's called anti-Semitism.
She's such a stereotype. The stereotypical, like, Israeli who, like, the first fucking instance of dealing with an argument or facts that they don't know how to react to, you're an anti-Semite. Weaponize anti-Semitism. I have a fucking video on that, specifically regarding Israel. It's so predictable. Weaponize anti-Semitism allegations. Israel's favorite tactic. There you go. I made that months ago, 6 months ago, before I even knew who this person was.
If the
Feels
only
like he
way as a
supports the
black person
Holocaust.
You're going to be
Does.
accepted into like as being like, you know, as being a part of human society, you have to say that you like hate all other black people and you want all black people wiped off the earth. And like, yeah, that's pretty fucking racist.
This is absolutely fucking insane. She's trying to say that I said, like, according to her, I said that I want all Jews wiped off the face of the earth. Could we get a citation for that, please? Could we please
I've heard that random small streamer chicks can be incredibly problematic. Am I right?
get a citation for that?
So,
Am I right?
so yeah, that shit is really fucking annoying.
Like,
I was completely.
She's just concluding? She's proven nothing. She's proven nothing and she's already concluding. What's going on here?
She's just going to
shocked by like
conclude
some
on
of
you.
there's some streamers that
Look, that's how it works in the debate sphere, right? You conclude on somebody and you drop the manifesto and they're gone, right? That's how it works. You write a 150-page obsessive document about somebody and they just disappear, right?
I've raided into streamers that I thought we were.
Oh, what? You've rated them, so that means they need to support
wait. Is
like
she
colonialism
saying?
and
Wait, is she saying that she was rated into streamers and found that they were like watching bad Empanada? That's kind of funny.
your ethnostatism, I guess. Like, it's all clout. This is what I mean. For these people, it's all clout. It's all about like hug box,
Gulag for the
friend
smaller
group
streamers.
stuff.
Yeah,
I even rated these small streamers.
Yeah.
So they're apparently obligated to.
No, I mean, like, some of it is clout. Some of it is friend groups. That's all true. You know, a lot of it is just a power structure that perpetuates itself in social media, and it's the same power structure that you're familiar with from the rest of society. The big picture name of this power structure is the kyriarchy. Kyriarchy? I can't remember. But anyway, either way, chat, we're talking about, the interaction between privilege and oppression. That's it's the same kind of thing. There is a bias, and I was talking about this morning, towards reactionary, right-wing, centrist, and liberal politics, right? And an amazing amount of crossover between those supposedly different political perspectives too, right? But there's a tendency towards that, and a lot of it comes from the clout networks themselves, and sometimes even the financial backers. So chat, like, when I get paid, when somebody out there says, I'm gonna give nocommentchick some money, I'm gonna sign up for a membership on YouTube, I'm going to subscribe to her on Twitch, I'm gonna donate to her Patreon, I'm gonna do whatever way you're getting me money, it's usually like small increments. Like, I am Miss $27 over here. I am the Bernie Sanders model of trying to make my streaming habit sustainable, and trying to do more content and try to really put my voice out there, right? There's other people that take more of the Hillary Clinton model, and they're after those $250, $400, $500. And yes, chat, this does happen. People get this kind of money dropped on them, and when they do, they tend to listen to the person giving them the money. So whether that's like Mythaldu or Zonia or any of these other, kind of reactionary whales out there, right? They take an inordinate amount of control. So we're supposed to be out here streaming for all of you, whether you can pay for it or not, right? Whether you can give us money or not. I'm still, streaming for you. I would still take you into consideration. Oh my God, thank you, Lord Fritos. Thank you. 30 months of oh my God, that's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah, see, this is exactly it. I'm once again asking for your contribution, Uwu. That is so true. And you responded. We'll see if anybody else does. But yeah, no, it really helps me out. It helps me keep this sustainable. I'm going to school once again while I'm doing this. I've been out of school after, just kind of having gotten my world wrecked by COVID. So, it definitely helps me. And this is kind of what I want to do going forward. Hopefully that works out, because I feel like I've got something to say here. I feel like I've got an important perspective to add to the discourse, right? But what I'm trying to get across is that a lot of streamers are chasing those big donors. Because if that, you know, as bad as it is to have like a Zonia or a Mythaldu calling the shots in your community, you also have like one boss. You just like, okay, Mythaldu, what do you think about this? Oh, well, I like this, or I don't like this, or what's the one for Vosh? Saki Tanuki or something like that. I can't remember, but like, right? Yeah, like all these big streamers, they have big benefactors, right? And those big benefactors call the shots. And I think that's got to have something to do when you look at who's paying the money. When you look at Zonia and her politics, that's got to have something to do with the kind of tendency to drift towards the right. Yeah. But the little dudes come up. Oh my God! Thank you for the gift sub to Power Frog OS. Oh, Power Frog OS, you've just gotten a gift sub, so you can spam some elves. Sake Tanuki, right? Yeah, we're calling them out of the shadows right now. That's right. We are calling them out of the shadows. Yeah. Thank you so much for you giving 21 subs in the channel. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Meow.
Run cover for me when I'm straight up bullshitting and lying.
Also I gotta say for YouTube, make sure to like and subscribe and leave a comment too. Yeah, if you can leave a comment right now, it really helps me out, because this is gonna become a video later, and YouTube judges, do I want to show this video to other people, or have enough people seen it by did you like, did you leave a comment? When you engage with my content, it really helps me out. So even if you don't have any money to give me, I am not going to begrudge you at all. But I would ask you, if you are that person, what you can really do to help me out is to always hit that that like button and you know, subscribe if you haven't already. That really helps me out as well.
About my own opinion.
It really helps me out. Oh my God.
On how Israel should be an ethno-state. Her whole thing here is just fucking outrage at the fact that she's being correctly called out, and she thinks that like
oh, thank you, Joni. I don't know why I'm not seeing these stream alerts. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 2 euros. Uwu to you as well.
vaguely being people's acquaintances means that she should be immune to it.
We like everything was fine, and they were like, you know, being like, oh, like she's really sus, and they participated in anti-Semitic dog whistles. And at first,
like what?
Wait,
like what?
Wait, is sus an anti-Semitic dog whistle? I haven't heard this yet. I know that I've heard it in that context before, homophobic, right? Yeah, I'm not. Maybe she's talking about different. Well, she's saying that Bad Empanada was dog whistling, right? And I actually didn't hear that, like, at all. And she hasn't proposed what he said that might be a dog whistle, right?
Tell us which anti-Semitic dog whistles.
I kept denying it to myself because, like, I almost would prefer. I would prefer if we were just like, this was just about having an issue with like an Israel take or something. But the fact
that's
that
kind
my
of what
views
this
are
was.
so fucking far left.
That's kind of
like,
oh, he's so far
Your
left.
views are not far left at all. There is absolutely
that's what she
nothing
was
far
saying.
left about her. What the fuck is she talking about, man? I am so confused.
Wait, she's saying her views are so far left?
Her response has amounted to little more than that, over and over. To her, critiquing her political views is anti-Semitism and harassment.
Stop
You're
saying
a public
sus.
figure
I know,
talking
I
about
know.
politics. It's not harassment to respond to you. And I mean, you're also
Cat
a
girls can't
completely
hear dog
anonymous anime
whistles.
VTuber. It's like a
I see.
ventriloquist complaining that people are harassing their dummy and falsely accusing them of anti-Semitism in response. So not only is she just
Oh my
straight
God,
up
a hype
lying
train
about
is
me,
close.
but it's also just so wildly disproportionate. My anime avatar has been attacked for its political
Is Twitch about to activate a hype train?
views. Time to drop
You're
a nuke
so
in
close.
response. Since figuring out the power of this
You're so close.
strategy of screaming anti-Semitism while playing the helpless victim, she's only escalated it more and more since. She's repeatedly tried to get me banned on the basis of this supposed anti-Semitic
Oh wait, is that a video? If it's a video, send it to a mod and I'll try to get it from them.
harassment, with tons of
Suspicious. Yeah, maybe that's
people,
better.
of course, uncritically boosting her without needing to see a shred of evidence for her claims. I
Sus
think the
can be a
best one that really
homophobic,
emphasizes
dog
the
whistle.
pure ridiculousness of her false anti-Semitism allegations was
Can
this
be.
tweet. This is what I get for existing as a Jewish creator. All these quotes are either lies or taken out of context, where I was quoting other perspectives from my own. Now he admits to evading my blocks in order to harass me. At YouTube. Why is this anti-Semite not banned? Link below. And the attached image is literally just me quoting her. Me paraphrasing the same thing she factually said that we just went over. The problem, clearly, is not that she said some abhorrent things and is being criticized for doing so. It's just that she's existing
I'm curious, what is your prognostication? What is your prediction? Do you think that Aristocracy is just gonna like try to no comment this and not say anything about it? Do you think that Aristocracy is going to clap back, maybe with a video or a stream of her own? Do you think that somebody else, like maybe Vosh, is going to take up the mantle and hit back at Bad Empanada? Do you think that Vosh is going to jump into this? We know that Vosh loves drama, but Among Us is ruined. I know, right? Or ruined us. Yeah, true. So we know that Vosh loves drama. We know that Vosh loves to defend Eris, right? So normally this would be a slam dunk. The only thing is, chat, if you haven't noticed, Vosh is in a fortress arc. Now, I'm not sure what this means, but it seems like he's trying to avoid drama, because the last drama he got in really hurt him. He got in a fight with Cat Black and ContraPoints over, you know, him being weird to Cat Black in DMs and his weird misogyny against J.K. Rowling. And both Cat Black and, you know, two trans streamers like kind of put the hurt on Vosh, right? And he lost some subs there. He looked really bad, right? He had a week of just a tailspin. And his response to that has been to enact this fortress arc where he seems to be trying to stay out of trouble. But I'm not sure if that's it. She's a small channel. Yeah, under 20K for sure. So, you know, not smaller than me, but small compared to Bad Empanada, right? So yeah, there's some chance that somebody else jumps in here too. Maybe Lonerbox, right?
As a Jewish creator, it's a good example of a few things.
I'm curious what you think,
false
though.
Anti-Semitism allegation.
And if you're on YouTube, make sure if you want to let me know. That's a great thing to put in the comments. Like, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think the ramifications of this situation are going to be?
Public figures having no concept of what harassment actually means, and weaponized false mass reporting campaigns. Now, obviously, I'm not going to get banned for.
They'll fixate on minor inaccuracies or a mistake that he made and ignore the substance. I don't know. I don't really try to map out the behavior of monarchists. They are a weird bunch. They really are. And I didn't know much about monarchists at all until I met Aristocracy. I still don't know that much about them.
Quoting her on my YouTube community page because that's not bannable. It's not anti-Semitic. Obviously, she seems.
So this isn't on YouTube. It's a newer function that YouTube added, and it's that Aristocracy's calling this evading blocks in order to harass. So I think what she's saying is that since she's banned, I'm assuming, Bad Empanada as a commenter on her channel. I don't think this is because Bad Empanada's commented on her channel, probably just a preemptive block, right? Then she's surprised when she sees the show up, right? The problem is, though, you can't actually block ats, like, right? So people can do that, and maybe it's annoying. I haven't really had an issue with that myself, but you know, maybe it's annoying. But it is not a evasion of a block or anything. It's not harassment. It's not anything like what she's saying, really.
To think that the mere fact that she says it's anti-Semitic while providing no evidence whatsoever is gonna make YouTube think so too. Like, honestly, real, I want to speak to the manager energy there. Another great one was when she posted an obviously fake screenshot of me supposedly threatening her. It literally references a fake militant group from a video game, so she almost certainly knew that it was fake.
Wait, so that wasn't even a real screenshot then. So he was playing this game, right? He was playing this game, so I guess I assumed that it was something that he had said, but he'd said it like, you know, in the game or about the game. It turns out, I guess, the screenshot's not even real.
But she posted it anyway, and as of recording this, it's still up, even after she's been told that it's not real by dozens of people. The replies to this are just hilarious too. Here's my favorite one. First Son Alexa seems to be the name of a video game. Might also be a group of people with the same name, but they show no trace on Google. Either way, absolutely terrifying and awful statement. Stay safe. That fake screenshot where you're threatened by a video game militant group? Absolutely terrifying. Stay safe. There's some really bizarre stuff going on here. She was hiding some really awful beliefs behind this image of her as like an uwu cute anime avatar with a soft voice that could do no wrong. And that's apparently such a strong strategy to avoid any accountability that even when someone clearly states that they know that what you're saying is bullshit, that they know the group doesn't actually exist and it's just a video game, they still rush to give you a hug box, send thoughts and prayers, and frame you as some sort of helpless victim and anyone who dares criticize you as a supervillain. We've entered the era of uwu, so cute and harmless anime ethnonationalism, where VTubers tell you in a soft voice that ethnically cleansed Palestinians can't return to their homes because they want to take up space.
All I can say is this is very Twitch politics. In fact, I might even say this is peak Twitch politics.
Which could be used to build an extra bedroom for a racially pure Israeli family. I, for one, absolutely hate this. Another funny one is from when someone accused her of faking that screenshot, and her reaction was, "Where's the evidence that I faked it? That I'm Jewish? Could you be any more ridiculous? Seriously. The crocodile tears are absurd." She's constantly trying to frame herself as some sort of innocent victim of anti-Semites because, as a public figure, she's been criticized for her awful, fascistic political views on the internet. Also, a couple of days after posting that, she posted this. A screenshot of an obviously staged raid on her Twitch channel from accounts with anti-Semitic names that just so happened.
Okay, so you can't see this, chat, but the second name on there is I remember this from his I remember seeing this in his community post, right? The second name on there is BE and NCC for life FKU, right? That's the second one on there. So I was getting smeared too. Luckily it wasn't it didn't survive the compression in Twitter. So, you know, maybe I don't know how many people noticed that, right? But yeah, she was trying to smear Bad Empanada and me this time, and it ended up actually just kind of bringing our communities closer together. So yeah, mission failed, right?
To conveniently reference two people who she's been feuding with. Not just me, but also another streamer who she hates who has a very small channel. Wow, that's definitely a coincidence. With all the slimy shit she's done so far.
And will continue to apparently have a very small channel, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I want to be referenced here. You know, maybe Bad Empanada did me a favor by not mentioning me, just, you know, given all the harassment I've received.
I have absolutely no doubt that she organized this herself. She's desperate to frame herself as the victim, and what better way to do so than by trying to associate me and someone else who she dislikes with anti-Semites. Though she didn't really do it very competently. Like, seriously, you gotta tone it down a little bit to make it at least somewhat believable. It reminds me of the guy who spray painted Black's Rule on his driveway to pretend he was a victim of
I forgot about this guy. Yeah, this is the Black's Rule guy.
Anti-white racism. I'm not gonna—
And they burned a Confederate flag.
Apologize for this, because it has absolutely nothing to do with me. It's pretty clearly just someone, likely Eristocracy, and if not her, then someone from her community, trying to attack—
So chat, we have some theories on who this was. Obviously, Zonia's been harassing us for a long time, but I don't want to make the assumption that just because Zonia did harass us in the past, that every single bit of harassment is also Zonia. There's, you know... When I was accused of harassing myself by Zonia and Neo Morai, aka Sleepy CLX, right? It was these allegations were disproven by somebody who went through, clipped one of my videos in the time where the hate accounts were made and showed that I was dancing. My hands were in the air. It was absolutely impossible that I could have been, you know, making those accounts, right? So once I was kind of cleared of that, which I really shouldn't have been under the scrutiny in the first place, since I'm like the victim of this stuff, right? And all of the activities of this hate raider seem to be to discredit and isolate me, right? So it's pretty obvious that I'm not doing this to myself, right? The suspicion went on the ones accusing me of. That was Zonia and Neo Morai and some ex-mods of mine, right? Now, the person, you know, looking into this, decided that Neo Morai should be cleared. Neo Morai should not be looked at as a suspect. The reason for this, as near as I can tell, is that he and Neo Morai were in DMs starting a relationship. So that's so weird. That's so weird. Neo Morai finds herself in a really awkward situation where it kind of looks like she tried to set me up. She maybe participated in a hate raid against me and then accused me of doing the hate raid to myself, right? And she ends up in a relationship with the guy making the person that found that their accusations against me not only didn't have any substance to them, not only wasn't there any proof, but there was proof that I didn't do that, right? So she conveniently starts a relationship with this guy. I gotta say, chat, at this point, I am not convinced that she wasn't involved, right? And there's more and more stuff about Sleepy CLX, aka Neo Morai, aka Ali Menthol. Sorry to name all the names, but when somebody acts this sus, we gotta fucking name all the aliases, okay? At this point, we are in an alias situation, because that's what she does every time she gets in trouble. Every time, like when she made that transphobic picture of Demon Mama, that transphobic meme, drawing beard stubble on Demon Mama's face, right? She rebrands. She's like, oh no, I'm no longer Neo Morai, I'm Sleepy CLX, a totally completely different person. I'm sorry, we gotta name all the names, right? And I'm not saying that I know what she did and didn't participate in. I know that she at least did participate in some harassment of me. And I've got some suspicions about something that went on in the Cuffles server as well, that she might have been responsible for. The real smoking gun, though, the real the real concern with Sleepy is that when White Nervosa accused me of making an account called Zonia on a infamous hate site, right, with no proof once again, and once again we went in and we proved that I was actually on stream when some of this stuff got posted, right? So once again, accusation goes down, we look at the accusation. Okay, this time let's see, what was she doing? She was on stream playing fucking video games. I was like crying my eyes out over Persona 2 or something like that, right, that time. So once again, I'm exonerated. And once again, we got to look at White Nervosa as potentially being in on the actual act of, the harassment of couples that was going on that hate site. But there's somebody now that's just, because White Nervosa was making the accusation. There's somebody that's a little bit more suspicious. Now, chat, work with me here, okay? The account is called Zonia, all right? Who do we think it's not? I think it's not Zonia. I think that Zonia wouldn't make an account on a hate site and name it after herself. You could make an argument that maybe it was a reverse psychology or something like that, but I mean, that's really stretching it. And if that's reverse psychology, then what the heck do we even know about anything, right? Then at that point, you just throw all logic out the window. So I don't think it was Zonia. So we're looking for a suspect, chat, and we're looking for a suspect that hates me. And we're looking for a suspect that hates Zonia. The first name that comes to mind is Sleepy CLX, okay? Is Neo Morai. That is the first name that comes to mind. Now, I don't know that she did that. I know that there are a number of people that have been involved in my harassment, right? One of those was an ex-mod. Probably Zonia was involved. Samantha Banana has admitted to making alts to harass me, right? So we know some of the names, and we know the general group. And yeah, it's the Twitch Politics Discord. It's Eristocracy's friends. I don't have anything tying Aristocracy to that situation, and I'm not making allegations, of that. Although here it does look like she might have faked a hate raid on herself. So, but like I said, might have doesn't mean did, and I don't want to press that point too hard. And I'm not saying that, it's 100% Neo Morai, it's 100% Sleepy CLX. I'm just saying that is the lead suspect in who was actually behind this hate account that was attacking couples on the infamous hate site and really attacking me. And we know that White Nervosa accusing me of having tried to... So this person was attacking me. The account in question, the account called Zonia, was mentioning me, was mentioning my videos. So White Nervosa hypothesized, well, if it's Irene, maybe Irene wants the views from the hate site. Maybe Irene wants the the transphobic haters to come and watch White Nervosa. That's wild. That's a wild idea. I did tabulate the numbers. I did crunch the numbers. And do you know how many views on that video I got from the hate site? I got 12 to 13. So the idea that I would risk my safety, risk my life, risk my community for 12 to 13 hate views. And understand, yeah, this is a hate site. They hate trans people. They fucking hate trans people, right? These people don't come to your video to like and subscribe. They come to your video to dox and harass. These allegations were ridiculous, and because of that, chat, and because White Nervosa was accusing me of something that hate site attacks people, that is the #1 sin on that hate site, right? Is that somebody would self-promote by pretending to, you know, would mention themselves in one of these threads in order to get views or in order to promote their own activities, right? White Nervosa tried to get me attacked by this hate site. And chat, if you're thinking of the name of a hate site, especially if it's associated with fruit, that is the hate site I'm talking about. That is who White Nervosa was trying to send after me. Chat, that is VGG being more involved with those assholes than even Destiny was. So, you know, as much as I appreciated Keffel's tactical nuke of Destiny, and I thought it was based, I don't think it goes far enough. I don't think that Keffels is looking at VGG and its culpability through White Nervosa. White Nervosa was trying to use that hate site to come after me. That is fucked up, right? And it's right under people's noses. It is not hard to figure out, right? But yeah, I mean, if you're in these networks like Keffels is, and you can't really call out people like White Nervosa, you can't really call out VGG, you can't blow the whistle when there's a problem. I mean, like, I think she mentioned when Hunter Avalon came after her in a really grotesque way, and chat, Aristocracy is actually involved in this too. Should I switch over to that really quick? Since we are taking a bit of a, Here, let's take a look here. Okay. So yeah, this is Eristocracy. She is tweeting in defense of Hunter Avalon, right? While Keffel's docs was spread by plenty of malicious characters, it was also spread by well-intentioned but negligent streamers. We have a massive platform ability to do harm, yet we have no guides or resources for how to navigate and the space responsibly and ethically. Sorry. Right. So yeah, this is Hunter's you know, VOD from yesterday, where he ended up doxing or spreading. I think maybe they didn't turn out to be the actual, you know, information about Keffel's, right? But you know, it looked like Keffel's, you know, stuff. I don't know. Somebody check me on that. I don't know. Either way, Keffels was very upset about this. Keffels has not forgiven Hunter Avalon. I think maybe even Hunter came on her stream and, you know, she's still pissed, right? And as well she should be, right? But yeah, he did delete the VOD, and he's trying to at least minimize the damage, or, you know, do damage control for himself, depending on, you know, how you see this. Okay, so this led to some nasty drama by flawed but good people, but also some incredibly dangerous and harmful situations like this. Legit, there is a cycle of violence in this space, and it just leads to everyone being hurt. I think it would be cool if someone who is educated on ethics and philosophy could write some kind of guide. Wait, ethics and philosophy? What? Somebody acquainted with educated on ethics in philosophy is going to tell you how not to dox somebody. What the fuck, Eris? Could write some kind of guide as a resource instead of the current option, which is, what do my instincts tell me? Most professions have a code of ethics, and I don't see why this should be any different. Wait, are they trying to get the cancel council back in gear? They did have after the Prime Kai drama, they did have like an idea that they wanted to make a council, and the council would basically meet in secret and vote on who was at fault in any drama. So in other words, it was a way for them to institute their power more officially, right? Before anyone replies with, well, good person wouldn't need this, we are talking about a brand new phenomenon. Doxing can literally be a life or death situation, yet its outcome is so often determined by our emotional whims. We all need to be better than this, right? So, you know, I mean, it's dressed up as concern, but what it really is a defense of Hunter Avallone. And I would say a very inappropriate defense of Hunter Avallone. So yeah, sorry for the derail. Let's get back to the video.
Me. I can tell it's frustrating for them that there's absolutely no actual evidence of my supposed anti-Semitism that they can point to, hence they've taken to just inventing it. Oh, and I want to remind you of something that I showed way earlier in the video too. Her literally accusing me of being wanted for rape. Yep. Her lies aren't just limited to anti-Semitism allegations. She's very, very serious about inventing bullshit about me, and she will make anything up if she thinks it'll help distract from what she said. I'm not going to bore you by going through every single bullshit allegation she's thrown at me, though there have been many more and will likely be even more after this video comes out too, because she really just has no idea how to respond in any other way. I'm pretty confident in predicting that she's going to resort to faking even more screenshots and inventing even more bullshit wholesale, so be advised.
I mean, she has lied a lot about me, so I wouldn't be surprised.
That whatever she ends up posting...
And we caught her, chat. We proved it. We proved that she made allegations about me that her own mod in my chat ended up contradicting. Her supposed star witness, the person that had seen me make supposedly death threats, right, came into my chat after those, after that incident supposedly took place and asked, what's going on? What's happening, right? Did not know what was going on. So no, she didn't witness shit. She wasn't in, she came into chat after, you know, Eristocracy was in here, and after Aristocracy alleges I said the things that she said, we as people were trying to get our channel taken down, and my mods at the time, one of whom ended up being the one that made the threats against me, right? So maybe I wasn't getting the best advice from these people. Advised me to you know, delete the VOD, and that allowed Aristocracy to say anything and everything. But we did recover 5 minutes from that VOD, and in that 5 minutes we saw Nell Class, Aristocracy mod, literally contradicting her story that she told on Irrelevance. We caught Aristocracy's mod literally lying, and we put this bullshit to rest, right? But for some reason, Bosch's Discord still thinks that I'm guilty. Whatever.
Or whatever narrative she tries to spin will be fake. She's just completely incapable of sticking to the actual politics. After I made her views a bit more widely known, she went into damage control mode, and she's alternated through a few different contradictory excuses for what she said. Excuse number one is that she was clip-chimped, a phrase used by streamers and their fans to imply that it is some sort of heinous crime to quote pretty much anything they say ever. A pretty self-evidently ludicrous idea that isn't applied nearly as liberally to anyone else in any other medium. The claim goes that these segments where she finishes entire paragraphs somehow do not accurately reflect her views because there's some special context that was dishonestly cut out that supposedly changes everything. I highly suggest you watch her original video, which makes it clear that this is not the case at all. The evidence favors me overwhelmingly in every instance, so I'm going to be very open with it and link it all in the description. The notion that anyone speaking for like 20 to 40 seconds straight isn't being accurately represented.
So yeah, I mean, so there are there clip chimps? Sure, right? It's happened to me before when Dylan famously took a clip from me, said that I was talking about him. When you roll the tape back, you find out that I'm clearly talking about his audience, not him. I wasn't talking about him. He was trying to make drama, and, you know, he literally took me out of context. He literally cut off like a second before the clip starts. You hear me give the context, which would have, you know, revealed that I was talking about his audience, not him. So it does happen. But what Bad Empanada is saying is that, like, yeah, it's generally with shorter clips, right? The shorter the clip, the more likely it's, you know, it's deceptive, right? That some important part of context is cut off from it, right? So that's why generally when you want to post a convincing clip, you do a longer one so that, you know, you're kind of showing before and after, you know, whatever was problematic so that, you know, people know that you're not being deceptive. Eris's behavior is the truest meaning of bad faith I've ever seen. Like, what are you supposed to do with her? Always assume she's a hysterical woman? Maybe Eris should just privately oh yeah, I mean, I don't know, I don't want to get into people's mental health or anything like that, but yeah, it is really scary to deal with a person like this that doesn't have any sort of allegiance to the truth, right? That's willing to fight dirty. But chat, this is, as Keffels pointed out, a tradition that goes back to Destiny. When Hassan made that clip where he's like, damn it, literally lying, you know, the literally lying thing, that came from Hassan being shocked at how boldly Destiny lied to his audience, you know, and how well it worked and how nobody investigated further. I think Destiny was accusing Hassan of being racist, right? And it wasn't true. It was literally a lie. It was literally made up. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, Destiny's not the only one who does this stuff. I think DGG does this, you know, Destiny, also VGG, as I brought up with like White Nervosa and other people in the Vosh orbit, and Twitch Politics too. Yeah, the Weaselly Little Liar clip, exactly, that one.
Unless they're clearly joking or something, is pretty clearly bullshit the vast majority of the time. It really shows how incredibly dishonest streamers and their fans are, that they act like it's somehow wrong to cite someone speaking multiple full sentences.
What a difference a year makes.
Sometimes even a full paragraph or two. And when you go and check the original video, the supposed mitigating context is, of course, never actually there. Both in this instance and in general, it's just a way for them to hand-wave away anything inconvenient that they've said because they know that it's otherwise indefensible.
I'm gonna make some food
Excuse
really
number
quick. I'll be
two
right back.
is that the clips were cut together from her saying individual words or phrases to make it sound like she said things she never did. This is the defense that her leftist friends, Vorsh and Lonerbox, also immediately went for when trying to cover for her.
Before or after?
Oh, okay. So the reason for the let me just explain this really quick. Okay, so I remember this. The reason for this was that Bad Empanada, when he put the clips out, he put them out one after another, right? So you could see that there was an edit, but the edits were in between the individual, you know, yikes stuff, right? So when Lonerbox saw, it's like, oh, it's edited, it's cut together. Well, I mean, no, it's not. So what Vosh and Lonerbox were alleging is that maybe, you know, you take Eris saying the word I, you cut that, then you take Eris saying the word hate, you cut that, and you see Eris saying the word Palestinians, and you cut that, and you're like, you have Eris very obviously edited to say I hate Palestinians when she never said anything of the sort. That's not what this was, and Bad Empanada proved that it wasn't.
Right. These are spliced together, right? You're saying that I took different sentence structures and put them together.
Yeah.
No, that's just her microphone having like a mute threshold.
Yeah, it's like a YouTube.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a mute threshold. I'm sorry. It wasn't the way it was. The clips were cut together. It was actually the micro. So what that is basically like right now, chat. My fan's going. If I just had my microphone recording what the sound in the room was, you'd hear the fan. But instead, what I have is a noise gate. The noise gate takes any sound that's lower than a certain level, and it mutes it. So the sound of the fan is muted. But my voice is above that level. So when it hears my voice, when my voice, you know, goes past the threshold that the noise gate is set at, then you start to hear it, right? So that's what Eristocracy had, except maybe it was push to talk. So it was like this, like, hey, everybody, I'm Eristocracy. How is it going? And then she'd unmute, right? So I mean that's just my mic button, but that's kind of a simulation of what push to talk would sound like. And I think that's actually what created the effect that Lonerbox was alleging was evidence of doctoring the audio clips. So anyway, I'll be right back.
Tier editing. Okay, well, it's impossible to know anything about what she means or what she's saying with the cuts being done like this. It's so dishonest.
And she herself said this in Lonabox's comment section, replying to someone commenting that her audio sounds weird and asking if it was me or her who had made the chops with, "Nah, he made the chops." She and the people covering for her were taking advantage of the fact that her audio is terrible and routinely has weird sounding cutouts because she streams with push to talk, so they use this claim that it was all a hack job crafted from words being spliced together. Except, here's a comment that her editor left on the video 6 months prior. I quote, "The words are cut off sometimes. She uses push to talk, and that can cause the words to end abruptly. Not much I can do." After this was called out, Eristocracy tried to cover her tracks by deleting her comment on Lonabox's video of my debate with him, where she claimed I had chopped her words, and she deleted the comment from her editor on her original video, where he made it clear that this never happened, as the weird audio cuts were just a built-in part of the original video. Slimy. This defense is a tacit admission that everyone involved knows that what she said there would be completely unacceptable if she really said it. And since she really did say it, like 5 different times in one single video, that's really inconvenient for them, isn't it? Of course, they just won't acknowledge this because they care infinitely more about keeping the human centipede of clout together than they do anything resembling principled and consistent politics. Anyone who's a part of the club must be defended from anyone outside of it at any cost. Her third excuse has been to say that she was actually not speaking for herself at all in that video, but rather just explaining the views of the average Israeli. This is a frankly bizarre claim, because not once in the video does she ever even remotely indicate that she was doing anything like this throughout, but she does constantly signal that she's stating her own opinion by prefacing her statements with clear indicators as such, like, "to me, in my opinion, and I think," you know, as in the clips that I showed earlier. Obviously, I can't just play the entire 90-minute long video here to prove this, so again, if you doubt me, I encourage you to go and watch it in full and look for anything resembling an indication that she wasn't speaking for herself while making these statements. It's simply not there. She in fact indicates the exact opposite dozens of times, including multiple times in the worst clips that I showed here. It's clear bullshit. She recorded herself speaking for 100 minutes, very obviously just stating her own beliefs and opinions as people normally do, and then has the audacity to say, "But I was actually role-playing someone else the entire time without actually indicating it at all," once she realized that it didn't go down well and could potentially damage her image. But her fans are so incredibly stupid that they actually bought this, so she's somehow gotten away with it. It's even stupider when you consider that she's also been saying this alongside the other 2 excuses, which are completely contradictory. He edited it and made me say that, but also, I did say it, it's just someone else's opinion. Apart from the obvious fact that she just was not role-playing as someone else, there are also precedents of her saying the same sorts of things before she released this video, though without saying the quiet part quite as loudly. For example, here's her in an earlier video of hers.
I am a Zionist if you define Zionism a certain way. But the way, and probably the way I would define it. But if you don't define Zionism the way I define it, then I'm not a Zionist. And I think the majority of people define it in a different way. So I would define Israel, like a Zionist, right? In at least believing that some people from a historically oppressed group, like Jews, in this case, have the right to self-determination in order to feel safe until the point in which that's not a real issue anymore, right? At the same time, while I think that the foundation of Israel was very problematic, the way it was done was really gross. I do think an ethnic cleansing happened in 1948. I think Palestinians deserve reparations. So I believe in those things, right? But I also think that Israel has as much of a right to exist as any other country that was built on problematic foundations. So if you think that Israel having the right to exist safely is being a Zionist, then I'm a Zionist.
That's a more duplicitous, less explicit way of saying the exact same thing. Let me explain, because it might not be immediately obvious. There's a lot of very common tricks at play there that she used to make it sound less bad. So this is a good opportunity to explain the misleading, emotionally manipulative parts of her ideology, liberal Zionism, which often catches people unfamiliar with the issue off guard, since it's ethno-nationalism sounding rhetoric. You're probably already gaining a bit of an understanding of this yourself from the clips that we watched earlier and my breakdown of them. First, she tries to frame herself as a Zionist, though solely by—
Okay, so chat, I want to point out something, like, so what she just said, oh gosh, I'm sorry, I'm Vriska right now, aren't I? Okay, so what she just said was that, she believes that, she believes that there was, like, an ethnic genocide enacted in the 40s, right? You know? So she believes that, you know, for lack of a better term, settler colonialism, was enacted on the Palestinians. But combined with, but we can't give them self-determination or else they'll do the same thing with us, to us. That is the concerning, you know, combination. That's what Vosh did in his debate with Professor Flowers, right? And the reason it's so dangerous is because it takes people who accept the fact that what was done in the past is wrong, and it gives them a reason to perpetuate the harm of settler colonialism, right? That's a really dangerous, really harmful argument to make.
Her own definition, rather than by the one that most people actually use.
We had a
This is simply
drop-off?
false.
Oh my god, I hate
If you
that.
believe in the existence of Israel as a Jewish-majority ethno-state, which necessarily comes at the expense of Palestine, you are a Zionist, especially if you're an Israeli yourself.
Yeah, it's
who's advocating
ongoing,
for
right?
that. And that is how most actually conceive of the term. She clearly does, so she's a Zionist. Kind of simple, regardless of how much she tries to complicate it. She constantly does this thing
Oh, and thank you for the follow, Francisco Sesma. Welcome.
where she tries to frame herself as actually really left-wing, but no. It doesn't matter how nice you think you are, it doesn't matter how many Israelis are even worse.
Isn't that weird that that Vosh is so watered down leftism that, like, his idea of why you think aristocracy is a leftist is like basically, well, she was very nice to me. She was what is a leftist? Somebody who's polite? Like, really, Vosh? Really?
And if you believe in maintaining
The truth of the matter is he didn't care. What Vosh cares about is, do you kiss his ass? Do you run interference for him? Do you cover for him, right? That's what he cares about. He cares about Vosh. End of story.
ethnic majority in a settler colonial state based
That's what
off
the Fortress
ethnic
Arc is about.
dispossession, expulsion, and oppression of the people who were there before, then you are not even remotely left, not even close. That's a pretty simple principle to stick to, I think. It's as ridiculous as it would be for someone to frame themselves as—
That's the moral baseline he's drawing in this video.
left if they thought that white South Africans should have been allowed to carve a white majority ethno-state out of half of South Africa. And that's really the crux of this. She acknowledges that the Nakba was ethnic cleansing, though as established earlier, her definition of ethnic cleansing is pretty meaningless, and she laughably repeats the reparations but not return non-solution which we dealt with before. So her solution to the Nakba is basically nothing. She acknowledges that it happened and then is like, well, tough shit, it's Israel's now. And then she still goes on to frame Israel as just being a safe haven for Jews, and—
Oh my god, that's an excellent question. Who is Vosh? Chat, would you like me to make like YouTube videos or something like that, going over like some of these, you know, who is Vosh, who is Destiny, you know, who is Aristocracy? I feel like I could do that pretty easily, just to give people, you know, some background, because a lot of people, you know, especially if you're just coming into this space, like everybody's like Vosh, 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 and you're like, who the fuck is Vosh, right?
that it exists.
It's like complicated. Who is Vosh?
Is somehow an act of self-determination. To say that stuff immediately after mentioning the Nakba is really ghoulish as fuck. So the Nakba was sad, but in the end, it was an act.
Do I start with the horse thing? Do I start with the Pedialyte thing? Like, where do I start to explain Vosh? Explain the NCC, wait, what, expanded universe? What is it called? Expanded cinematic universe. The NCC cinematic universe, yeah. Is he important somehow? He's pretty big, if that's what you mean by important.
Of Jewish self-determination, and now Israelis can feel safe because there's not as many pesky Palestinians around, I guess. The way that Israelis try to reframe themselves as being the victims is really something. It's obviously true.
Hey, JT.
that Jews have been historically oppressed, particularly in Europe. But Israel is not a country that was carved out of Germany, something that would have been very just given what Germany had just recently done to Jews. It was carved out of Palestine at the expense of hundreds of thousands of people who had nothing to do with it. It was also an act that had been planned for many decades prior. The Holocaust was merely an impetus to speed up the process. The 19th century Zionists didn't choose Palestine out of a sense of
Look,
justice.
I can't say the word that we're really talking about, but if you deconstruct the word Pedialyte, I think you can figure out what take of Vosh I'm talking about. Yeah, I literally, don't want to. YouTube and Twitch get really nervous when you say certain words, so I'm trying not to make them nervous.
They chose it because they saw it in the same way that settler colonists all over the world saw the places they'd invaded, as empty land free for the taking, just waiting to be colonized, as if the people who live there already were of no concern whatsoever. It is not self-determination if it's a project of nation.
Spade Noob, are you saying I should do a video on Bad Empanada, give Bad Empanada's history as well? Or did Bad Empanada, I'm trying to figure out, so chat, if something happens in chat, right, I might not be able to see it. If you notice it, like if there's a raid or something on Twitch, let me know, because literally you are my eyes and ears. Because of the software that I'm using today, I can't see much of anything other than just what you're saying. So if there's something going on in chat, just type it out. Let me know what it is. Clue me in. I recently found out the origin of the horse meme, and I can't laugh about the horse meme, not the Gex meme, not the stupid horse. Vosh is a supposed leftist streamer who constantly sacrifices his own supposed morals for white supremacy.
Building that was planned from the very beginning to come at the expense of the
PDF files. That's another way you can say it.
People who were already there, to destroy their society and build your own that you considered superior on top of it, and to exclude them from it. That is domination and supremacy over others. It's similar in essence to the South of the USA declaring independence, which some Southerners even today still laughably frame as having been an act of self-determination. If your supposed self-determination involves slavery and racial dominance, then it's not self-determination. Zionism has never been about living alongside Palestinians as equals.
It's weird because Vosh and Eris will use self-determination as a pejorative, like in the debate that Vosh had with Professor Flowers. But when it comes to talking about Israel, then yeah, they'll use it unironically. It's weird. They really do compartmentalize a lot.
Has always involved dominating, ruling over them, or excluding them as much as possible to secure as ethnically homogeneous as possible of a state at their expense. And that right there is the problem with it. Framing that as self-determination to feel safe is another instance of her inverting the relationship between the oppressor and the oppressed in Palestine, to engender sympathy for the colonizer rather than the colonized. This is another common pro-Israel manipulation, where it's made out as if Israel should get some sort of special pass to do things that would normally be unacceptable because it's a Jewish ethno-state and they're a historically oppressed group. So forming a country by stealing another and ethnically cleansing its people is magically a-okay, as is being obsessed with racial demographics, to the extent that the average white supremacist would think they're being a bit too obvious about it. She also tries to frame Israel as just being another country with problematic foundations, same as all the others apparently, so it should have some ephemeral right to exist despite all of this.
Okay, so here's an example of where aristocracy makes a point. Not the point that she's trying to make, though, right? So she's trying to say, hey, the United States has done some fucked up shit, too. And the conclusion she draws is let's cut Israel a break. No. Let's not cut Israel a break. Let's not cut the United States a break. And let's not cut Canada a break. Let's call this shit out. Okay? The only way that shit's gonna change is if we at least acknowledge what's happened and what's happening, right? So no, I'm not into cutting people a break just because my country has done things just as bad. You are correct. My country has done fucked up shit, right? But I'm not letting them off the hook. I'm not letting us off the hook, and I'm not letting Israel or Canada or any other settler colonialist nation off the hook, right? We got to do better.
This is, again, absurd. Those problematic foundations are the usurpation of most of a country in the name of racial supremacy and the expulsion of most of its people just 74 years ago. Relatively few other countries in the world today have foundations that were quite as bad and quite as recent. Very few other countries today have millions of people they consider subhuman forced into Bantustans or reservations where they're policed 24/7 by murderous soldiers, a situation that is intimately linked to those very recent foundations that she just calls problematic. There are still millions of Palestinian refugees waiting to return to their homeland, and millions more still struggling to one day make it whole once more. To say that Israel has a right to exist as an ethno-state is to say that you think the right of conquest is a good principle to operate on, and that the victims of this should just shut up, give up their land, stay in their reservations, and forget about it. To frame Israel and its foundations as just like any other state is not only just a bold-faced lie, but also a tactic of normalization, whereby Israel is presented as just another country in the so-called community of nations, obfuscating the fact that it really just isn't. Like, sure, the Israeli government might do bad things, but there's nothing inherently wrong with it historically or structurally, like the fact that most of its territory has been stolen, and that it was built on the ashes of another society 74 years ago. What she said in that clip, despite being couched in terms that might sound softer to the unassuming ear, is absolutely the same as what she said in those clips from earlier, that Israel should both retain its conquered land and continue to be an ethno-state, and that's just fine and dandy. Sure, it's sad that Israel has done bad things to Palestinians, but oh well, at most, we should just pay them to fuck off and tell them they're a state now, so they'll stop bothering us. Oh, also, we're too poor to pay them anyway, so I guess they should just get nothing. She also said that, if you forgot. They can't return to their stolen land and homes because they're of the wrong ethnicity, and that would dilute the racial character of Israel and its Western values. You don't want just another Arab state, do you? This is further backed up by this tweet of hers, where she expresses support for Israel being a Jewish ethno-state alongside a Palestinian state, and again reiterates the ridiculous idea that Israel is somehow not committing the crime of apartheid, along with her again repeating her overarching concern regarding it. Not so much that stealing even more of Palestine is wrong, but rather that Israel might end up annexing the land where most Palestinians live, and dilute its racial majority in doing so. Let's analyze this in the context of all of her previous statements. The existence of Israel as a free and democratic state depends on having a Palestinian state as its neighbor. What this means below the surface is that the existence of Israel as a majority ethnically Jewish state, run by and for people of the Jewish ethnicity at the expense of those who they stole their land from and racially excluded, depends on having a Palestinian state where Palestinians can be put to ensure they stop fighting back against the Israeli occupation of their country, that they do not dilute the Jewish racial majority, nor force the poor, oppressed Israeli population to do apartheid to them in order to feel safe. So the existence of the racial state of Israel depends on having a place where people of the wrong race can be placed and no longer trouble it. Of course, she never put it into such explicit terms, though she came really close to doing so in the clips that we watched earlier, but the end goal, both in sentiment and outcome, is exactly that. This is a very common reasoning for why many Zionists favor a two-state solution, not out of the goodness of their hearts, but for the sake of the existence of the Israeli ethno-state. So, what might seem like a good and nuanced, reasonable idea to people unfamiliar with the Palestinian cause is actually an explicit call for solidifying the continued existence of a racial state at the expense of people.
Wait, Out and Proud Zionist groups, they said that Eris would repeat on the same day as they were released on the talking points.
Deemed to be of the wrong race. Her concern is not with justice for Palestine and its dispossessed and downtrodden people. It is with ensuring that Israel does not push too far into the remaining Palestinian territory and get itself into a situation where its racial purity might be diluted by having too many Palestinians within its borders. I actually agree with parts of this. The existence of Israel, meaning the racial supremacist Jewish state on stolen land, does depend on having some sort of dumping ground for people who it doesn't consider to be of the correct ethnicity. Except contrary to her clearly stated belief that this is something that is acceptable to maintain, I think, like I'd hope anyone with an ounce of brain matter would, that that's awful, and an excellent reason for why Israel should not exist. If you in any way support the continued division of Palestine on racial lines, if you are against the right of Palestinians to return to—
Wait, is there something going on YouTube? I've noticed like the viewership has dropped, but I'm still seeing myself on YouTube. Somebody, can anybody tell me what's going on YouTube?
their own homes, their own neighborhoods, their own country, then you are a racist. You are anti-Palestinian. You are not a friend of their cause in the slightest, as you simply do not actually support even the most basic facets of it. You are, in fact, a clear—
Oh my god, so if you got bounced from YouTube, this is not going to help you necessarily, but for the future, if this happens again, you can refresh it and get back to it. Yeah, you just have to refresh YouTube and it'll get back. But yeah, we lost some viewers there. Sorry about that. Like my internet's not super stable.
Opponent of it. There is no nuance to this situation. There is no both sides. And it's a joke that so many people have allowed themselves to be manipulated by this sort of supposedly nuanced Zionist rhetoric without thinking about what it actually means in practice. Ethno-nationalism that racially excludes Palestinians from at least half of Palestine. The notion of left-wing Zionism as it pertains to the current day state of Israel is as ridiculous as the notion of left-wing Nazism. There is clear consistency between these earlier statements and her saying it more explicitly in the Vox response video that makes it even more obvious that the ridiculous excuse that she was just role-playing as someone else is a lie. And that was already obvious given that she never signaled anything remotely of the sort, while she signaled dozens of times that she was stating her own opinion.
But thank you, mods.
But streamers and their fans love to deny the most obvious things imaginable that they've explicitly said and create these completely untenable narratives all the time to weasel out of admitting to it. So I have to reiterate this like 50 times and go 5,000 times deeper than should ever have been required. They would never even remotely accept an excuse like that if it was about me, but for someone they like, no excuse is too ridiculous. I can guarantee—
Your text is not printing on the YouTube scroll? I see your text, Spade Noob. That's weird.
You that despite this highly detailed rebuttal—
I'll have to check into that.
They're still gonna ignore it, and
mods, make sure that they're not somehow like, you know, like they don't have like a— I don't know if you can check their account, but see if you can help Spade Noob.
Will be responding to this video by insisting that she was actually role-playing as someone else. It's just completely impossible to reason with those sorts of people because they're not here for the actual issues, they're not here for the politics, they're not here for really anything of substance. They're here for these incredibly weird internet personality niche fandoms, and that's it. Their favorite streamers are to them what a K-pop band is to a K-pop fan. Before moving on here, I want to go into a bit more depth about the ideology of so-called liberal or left Zionism, which aristocracy espouses, to put all of this into much clearer context, because most people don't actually seem to know anything about it, and that's why people like her can get away with this sort of thing among foreign audiences. There are three main political tendencies regarding Palestine and Palestinians in Israel, and anything else is practically non-existent. Note that my use of the political spectrum between right and left here is relative to Israel only. Obviously, all of these positions are actually far right, if not fascist, as racism like this is unacceptable in any remotely left movement. First, there's the far-right Zionists, which are most people's image of what a Zionist is. And while they're certainly the most visible and vocal, that really couldn't be more wrong. They believe that all of Palestine should be conquered and annexed into Israel, and all Palestinians should either be discriminated against, expelled, or killed, though they usually avoid saying that last option out loud. Second, there are right-wing Zionists who think that, while taking all Palestine for Israel would be morally right, actually doing so and expelling or killing Palestinians would be politically impossible due to the international reaction. So for them, Annexing too much of Palestine would be bad, and they would be willing to settle for having a racial supremacist Israeli ethno-state alongside some sort of Palestinian state where Palestinians could be contained because, just as Eristocracy said, the existence of Israel depends on it. Third, there are the liberal or left Zionists. They mostly agree with right-wing Zionists. They think that Israel should be a majority Jewish ethno-state, that it should stop expanding because doing so would dilute its racial demographics, that dispossessed Palestinians should be prevented from returning for that reason, and so therefore, the only way to maintain the all-important demographic majority is to have a neighboring Palestinian state, though they don't like to say that bit out loud quite as clearly as their functionally identical right-wing counterparts do. Rather, they prefer to frame it as if only wanting to steal half of Palestine for their exclusive racial use somehow makes them great allies of the Palestinian cause. Like, imagine some Russian nationalists claiming that they were left-wing and pro-Ukrainian because they only want Russia to annex half of Ukraine. It's that ridiculous. They're also very sad about this and won't stop telling you all about it. It's true that Israel must remain majority Jewish at all costs, but we should maybe be a bit more merciful in our victory. Could we at least maybe treat the Palestinians a bit better while we exclude them from their own country? They shouldn't be allowed to return to their land, but perhaps we could give them a little bit of financial compensation? That is liberal or left-wing Zionism, and that is aristocracy. It's like saying you're a left-wing Nazi, a left-wing Jim Crowist, or a left-wing pro-apartheid South African. Just ridiculous. You cannot claim to be against Palestinian oppression when you are in favor of maintaining its cause, which is Israeli settler colonialism. There's no other situation where these sorts of very clear ethno-nationalist positions would be accepted in left circles, or honestly, probably not even centrist ones. And anyone who makes an exception in regards to Israel is either ignorant, malicious, or just doesn't actually care. She can get away with framing herself as some sort of compassionate liberal only because there's a big lack of knowledge of Israeli politics and Zionist narratives among people who don't particularly follow the issue. Liberal Zionists are no friends to Palestinians, regardless of how much they act like they are to foreign audiences who don't know any better. Seriously, she constantly just blatantly lies and says that Palestinians agree with her on things they absolutely do not, and somehow never gets called out on it. For example, she tried to frame as anti-Semitic the phrase "from the river to the sea," which Palestinians use constantly to assert the fact that their country has been invaded and usurped, and they still rightfully claim all of it. And then claim that Palestinians agree with her because they don't use it anymore, which is just completely wrong. The idea that this is a racist phrase is as ridiculous as it would be if a Russian said that it was racist for Ukrainians to say, "Ukraine extends from Zakarpattia to Crimea." It's the oppressor tone policing the oppressed. It's a white South African under apartheid telling a black South African that he's ethnic supremacist. It's also really funny how she continues under this, saying that hearing this phrase is what keeps her away from pro-Palestine protests. Like, she legitimately believes that Palestine and its supporters should have to make their protests a safe space for Zionists. It's absurd, man. How about you just keep staying away from the protests? I think everyone's fine with that. Liberal Zionists mislead foreign audiences like this all the time, framing their ethno-nationalist opinions as actually being the will of the very people who they come at the expense of. And this is why they're actually even more dangerous than right-wing and far-right Zionists. They act like they're on the side of the Palestinians, yet the vast majority of Palestinians would tell you they're the exact opposite. At least other Zionists have the decency of being honest with their intentions and aims. Honestly though, I don't even think Eristocracy understands any of this. I don't think she's duplicitous with her beliefs. I don't think she's slyly trying to smuggle them in or anything. I think she's just actually very stupid, as most political streamers are. So she's genuinely convinced herself that she's some sort of liberal humanist anti-racist, a great ally of the Palestinians, and simply cannot understand what's bad about anything that I've gone over here. So to her, the only possibility is anti-Semitism. She simply can't imagine any other reason why anyone might be against this abhorrent ideology. And by the way, this isn't just your typical baseless internet psychoanalysis, because she's actually said this multiple times. She genuinely believes that she's pro-Palestine. She's convinced herself that she's beyond reproach because she criticizes Israel sometimes, and doesn't get that the problem is that whatever mild criticism she throws at Israel is nothing compared to statements like Palestinians can't be allowed to return to their own homes because that would dilute the Jewish ethnic majority. Possible reason that she can imagine that anyone would oppose what she laughably believes to be her pro-Palestinian politics is anti-Semitism. It's crazy that someone with these views can call themselves pro-Palestine constantly, and somehow almost no one realizes how much of a massive lie that is. It shows how little the average creator in the political streamosphere really knows. The second they deal with a topic that's a little bit more complicated to understand than Democrats good, Republicans bad, they fail completely. Like in this case where they end up accepting without question an anti-Palestinian Israeli ethno-nationalist into their circles and boosted her everywhere as some sort of reasonable voice. I've been mobbed here by these people, pretty much just because I was the first one who heard someone using clear and obvious Zionist ethno-nationalist rhetoric while actually being able to recognize it for what it was and dared to say something about it. All in all, Eristocracy is just not very smart, and that's putting it nicely, and her politics are terrible to boot. That she even has a small viewer base is an excellent example of how it's not about how good you are, rather who you know and whose ass you're willing to kiss. That much.
Isn't Eris like in her 30s? Oh wait, what was that in response? Oh my god, I should have been. Last time I like listened to the stream while I was grabbing food. This time I didn't grab my headphones. Meow.
Was already evident to me from the first clip I ever watched of her, the agonizing Canadian Indigenous people one. Just a masterclass in brainlessness. Okay, now let's move on to the pure drama part. It's all downhill from here. Nothing informative beyond this point.
Yeah, I think you're right. She's like, I guess in her mid-30s.
You've been warned. Now, with everything that we've just went over, with everything we've heard Eristocracy say, with all of the context of where she stands in the incredibly diverse Israeli political spectrum of ethno-nationalists who enthusiastically want to kill them all, to ethno-nationalists who would act a bit sad while nonetheless killing them all, I'd like to highlight the opinion of YouTuber Lonerbox on Eristocracy in regards to Palestine. Do you think that she deserves your defense?
Oh yeah, she's a great voice on Israel-Palestine. Yeah.
Oh wait. Okay, wait. Is that sarcastic?
Nope. Yeah, she's a great voice on Israel-Palestine. Yeah.
There's no room. They can't come there, and Israel still remain a majority state.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that we have very different definitions of what constitutes a good advocate for Palestine, unless he meant that she's a good advocate for Palestinian oppression at the hands of a supposedly superior race. He's an excellent example of how this circle of sycophantic centrists closed ranks around Eristocracy the second that she was threatened. For one, he was one of the people who immediately retweeted her calls to ban me. When I brought that up while talking to him, he first said that bit about her being a great advocate for Palestine. Then when I played the clips that we also watched and dissected earlier, he claimed that they were fake, clearly showing that he knew that they would be totally unacceptable if real. Then, once he realized that I sounded very confident in their veracity and was probably about to back it up, he immediately shifted to another strategy, outright defending her ethno-nationalist positions as cool and good actually, with amazing arguments like Palestinians.
She was literally talking about how she is conservative when it comes to LGBTQIA issues. Like that she doesn't like going to Pride because of her sexual conservatism. Wow. I mean, that's actually, here's the thing. The greatest trick that the Twitch Politics Discord ever played was to convince the rest of Twitch that it doesn't exist, right? To make them think that there's some like kind of neutral arbiter that's just into creating a community for streamers to network rather than a right-wing project to kind of push things to the right. Yeah, they are all right-wing. We're talking about Samantha Banana, right? We're talking about Lauren Southern Associated People. I would put Lonerbox in there. Lonerbox at this point is a Destiny / Lauren Southern orbiter. Yeah, so we're talking about some profoundly fucking conservative, some scarily reactionary people, right? With Aristocracy, Samantha Banana, what's her fuck, Neo Morai, Sleepy CLX, right? These are all, you know, right? Sleepy CLX used to call herself the omni-feudalist. So you know how Destiny's the omni-liberal? Well, apparently that wasn't right-wing enough for Sleepy. Sleepy had to call herself the omni-feudalist. Like, right? That's like literally saying the quiet part of neoliberalism out loud, right?
Can never return to Palestine unless you can prove that 2 million Jews from New York can immediately be teleported there right now.
Okay, I wish he would quit going back to the example. It's not all Israeli immigrants to Israel are from New York, okay?
Did she say this is my opinion before that?
Yeah, she did. She said, I think this is my opinion. She said this multiple times.
You're just giving her like I don't know.
To me, they can't return.
Do you think if like the entire population of New York Jews, nearly 2 million of them, wanted to go to Israel tomorrow?
So now I understand why he was doing that. So basically, this was a line that Lonerbox said in their debate together.
Do you think there would be space for that?
And no nuclear power could ever be forced to give up, aside from, you know, apartheid South Africa, which in an incredibly similar situation to what Israel is, was forced to give up.
It's because you don't have an answer. It's because you know that getting a nuclear power to abolish itself is not going to happen.
Are you aware that's literally happened?
How?
The USSR.
Okay.
South Africa.
Right.
Like, did you think that was a gotcha? He seemed to believe that these incredible arguments backed up the position he adopted in the moment just for the sake of defending aristocracy, which amounted to little more in substance than, well, it would be nice if anything else were possible, but it's all just Israel's now, so Palestinians should just get over it. A position that would get you in a lot of trouble if you ever said anything of the sort in a room full of Palestinians. So I have no idea how someone can argue for such notions while seriously trying to frame themselves or anyone else as a good advocate on their behalf. It's such an amazing example of how quickly these people will abandon their purported principles to maintain the cohesion of the clout human centipede. Here's how it works. The people up front shit parts of their audience into the mouths of those behind them, and to ensure that the turds keep flowing straight down their throats, those further back obediently ensure that they remain within the bounds of what's acceptable to those ahead of them. Hence, they absolutely must place themselves against anyone who the centipede considers an enemy to avoid sliding anyone further up in its ranks, whose fifth-hand fecal matter they rely on for income and validation. Defending an Israeli ethnonationalist centipede member who's chummy with those further up in the centipede against someone who they also dislike is therefore clearly much more important than Palestinian liberation. Simply saying, oh, I didn't know she was that bad, was never even remotely an option. The centipede would never allow it. But Lonerbox wasn't even close to the worst one. He's just kind of pathetic with his sucking up to bigger creators to the extent that he makes their voice his Twitch subscriber notification. Vorsh, however, the current head of the centipede, definitely takes the cake. As much of an idiot as he is, I still naively expected him to have more than a surface level understanding of Israel-Palestine by now, considering he's covered it for dozens of hours at least, has denounced Israel with the energy that it deserves to be denounced, has raised money for Palestinian charities, and has himself been the target of false anti-Semitism allegations as a result. For example, he said this once and was banned from Twitch for it.
There's like 4 other countries which want to destroy Israel.
All very validly. Israel is a massive fucking economic and political threat to the countries in that area. You realize that all the nations in the Middle East have every reason to fucking hate Israel, right? Like, you realize the Middle East would be calmer if they succeeded.
Chat, I'm remembering something. This wasn't Vosh. This was Irish Laddie, okay? And yeah, it is Vosh, right? But Irish Laddie is Vosh's old name. Now, if I'm correct, this is the take that got Vosh banned from Twitch for a very long time, right? I am going to just ever so carefully fast forward us past whatever it is that Vosh says. And I mean, you can remember it. It had to do with turning, you know, desert sands into, you know, like, okay, anyway, I don't know if I could even say it, right? But it's something, yeah, that Twitch did not like being said, so I'm going to try to avoid
of decolonization and black nationalism with someone with absolutely no knowledge of them who has all the same sorts of anxieties that white nationalists do about minorities supposedly wanting to do white genocide. It's the same sort of ludicrous reframing of who the oppressed group is that aristocracy engages in. So Vaush, predictably, quickly turned the discussion to a series of gotcha questions, where he tried to frame Flowers as an ethno-nationalist, despite the fact that she was there to explain misconceptions that Vaush had about what certain concepts meant, rather than to debate, or to talk about her own views on anything. So Vaush kept bringing up ethno-nationalism and ethno-states. He said they were awful, so anyone in favor of those ideas was a terrible, irredeemable person, just like Hitler. He focused pretty much entirely on this, despite it being something that Flowers had never even mentioned before.
I think a person who says ethnostates are okay is on a much worse level than your average anti-Semite, sexist, racist, transphobe, whatever. Ethnostates are the most destructive creation, that has ever been born of man.
Professor Flowers agreed that ethnostates were bad. However, she said that there was important context that made a hypothetical black American one very different to something like Nazi Germany. So while she was against them, she nonetheless said that she understood why massively oppressed people, such as black people in the US, might feel that they would be better off forming their own polity somewhere in its territory, rather than just sticking around and hoping that the USA stops oppressing them. Again, she never even implied that she supported it, just that she understood where they were coming from. This clip from the very end of that debate summarizes this very clearly.
I think that ethnostates are pretty bad altogether.
Okay. I think they're generally probably a bad idea, but I understand if black people want to not be around people who oppress them.
Now, Professor Flowers was just uncontroversially right there. An ethnostate for black people is probably a very bad idea, but the sentiment behind it is completely understandable. You genuinely have to be just totally incapable of feeling empathy, or be a racist or something, if you can't see why a group that was enslaved, and that has been marginalized for centuries ever since on a racial basis by a white supremacist state, might be driven to the point of saying, fuck it. Maybe we'd be better off on our own. The only valid white Americans should have to this sort of statement coming from black people there is not, you're literally Hitler, you want to do white genocide, as Vaush and his audience had to it. Rather, it should be something like, while I don't think that this sort of drastic goal is the best way to deal with the problem, I nonetheless understand where you're coming from. It's incredibly awful that our country has beat you down so much that you feel
Haven't seen the man bun in a while. Yeah, a lot of people haven't. Yeah, so yeah, the clout centipede. Now, this is something that I've described for a long time. I call it the clout network. I like Bad Empanada's metaphor because it cuts straight to the point. I think I've probably described it in more detail because I've had to deal with it more. Chat, this is what I found out about. This is what I learned about coming to Twitch. I was a very naive person coming to Twitch. I honestly thought that if I practiced respectability politics, if I was nice, if I was, easy to get along with, if I avoided calling people out in a way that could be destructive to their careers, that maybe I could get something done by just saying, hey, it would be better if you could do this, or if you could not do this. Now, obviously the, result of that was me getting excommunicated, isolated, lied about, harassed, blackballed. Basically, they tried to chase me off the platform, chat, and they came damn close. And if it wasn't for some really important friends of mine who stood up for me in just the right time, that's what would have happened. There were a lot of people, chat, that you would think that I'd done a lot, that I'd supported, that when the time came to support me, didn't support me because they were thinking of their career. They were realizing, she says a lot of what I say, but maybe a little bit better. And, we're talking about like DJ Mule and people like this that were jealous that I could find a voice that they never had. And they wanted me out of the picture. Even people that you'd think are decent on this, even the people who walk the walk, oftentimes when it comes down to it, don't talk the talk. Blood and Donuts is another great example. Blood and Donuts was in that thread with Zonia trying to cancel me, trying to get rid of me, trying to say nocommentchick is like a horrible fucking person. In the thread with Zonia, we have a clip of Blood and Donuts saying, I don't think that Zonia's doing the hate raids because I just don't know that much about her. You knew enough about her to jump into her fucking thread and lie about me, didn't you, Blood and Donuts? Yeah, we saw you. We all saw you. All those people that were in there, just like, all they need is that NCC bad fist bump, and they don't even question, who are you fist bumping? Do you want to look into Sonia? Do you want to find out that she's part of Twitch politics? Oh, well, I don't know what Twitch politics is, so that's very boring too. Blood and Donuts, you're a true crime-brained, useless streamer. I gotta say it, right? You turned the harassment inflicted upon me into fucking drama, into a fucking detective game of like, let me, and you know what it was? When you started speculating about people that the hate raider could be, it was just your enemies list. It was just somebody that had called you out for fucking, you know, getting high in somebody else's Discord where, you know, they didn't want that to happen because some people were, you know, had addiction issues, right? It was just petty fucking grievances. It was like, is it this person that I have a petty grievance again or that person? You were using the fucking harassment troll, which, like, let me let you know, in case you haven't gotten the kind of abuse I have from this person, I got threats to cause me, you know, to not be alive. Right? I got threats of violation of my sexual consent, right? I mean, I'm saying these things in a weird way for a specific reason because Twitch does not like you to say these things, right? But yeah, you had, you know, a lot of people in a lot of different clout networks, it was like open season on me, chat, and that is what happens. That's what they leave you to, right? And if you don't have comrades, if you have fake leftists who are constantly watching Nazi shit, who don't tell anybody, but I'm kind of post-left. Yeah, I fucking know what that means, Blood and Donuts, okay? I'm not an idiot. I know what that means. In other words, not a leftist. Great. Awesome. I could kind of figure that one out already, right? Not a leftist, not a comrade, not shit, okay? And that is the end of
this is your only option.
Shitting on Blood and Donuts for today.
Sure this changes. The few black people who feel this way don't feel this way in a vacuum. They've been...
You know, there's already enough people shitting on Blood and Donuts for caping for Neo Morai / Sleepy CLX. For some reason, Blood and Donuts doesn't have any problem with Zonia or Sleepy. These people that have been on Zonia donated to Lauren Southern. Sleepy has been on stream with Lauren Southern, right? And not in a confrontational manner, as part of Lauren Southern's trans army, whatever the fuck that is. Yeah, these are right-wingers that Blood and Donuts is totally okay with, and now it fucking all makes sense. The obsession with Nazi shit, the don't tell anyone I'm post-left. Yeah, no, we know, okay? Everybody knows now, all right, that you're not a leftist. Thanks for self-reporting like that, Blood and Donuts.
Driven to this idea because of what has been done to them. And the way to fix it is to stop oppressing them, obviously. Not to scream at them about how they're Nazis.
It's literally trying to have your own self-determination. That's what it is. That's
what
the context
white
of what I'm
nationalists
talking about.
ask for. Right there. Self-determination is the dog whistle that they use when talking about ethnostates.
It's very weird to throw this sort of accusations out again.
Yeah, I noticed that too. So Eristocracy talks about self-determination. That's the watchword that she uses. Vosh is okay with that. For some reason, Vosh is not okay. Oh, thank you, Gothic Azrael. Thank you for re-upping your membership. For some reason, Vosh is not okay when Professor Flowers set chat. Now, can you think of a reason that Vosh might not be okay? That Vosh might be okay with Aristocracy saying something and not okay with Professor Flowers saying the exact same thing? Yeah.
And someone when we're talking about...
These people are not leftist. I highly suspect anybody involved with the Vosh network, and yes, chat, I mean anybody, including people I've offered critical support to in the past, right? I gotta question, how much leftism are you actually doing? How much leftism are you actually allowed to do in that environment, right? If you're actually standing up for marginalized people, you're gonna become a threat to those networks, right? You're gonna become a target. You're not playing their game, right? So yeah, I gotta really question people that that cloud up with that human centipede, that suck on that human centipede for clout. You know, that's It's questionable, for sure.
Groups of people who have been and are massively oppressed on a racial basis by the country that they live in, especially when you're someone who is from the dominant racial group of that country. It's saying, we conquered you, we enslaved you, the state set up to benefit us still benefits us and still oppresses you, but if you even so much as say you get why some other people in your oppressed racial group won out for those reasons, it's not the white supremacist state that's to blame for that, it's somehow you. You are just an anti-white racist.
I think that she's unironically racist and very bad faith.
Vaush and hundreds of thousands of people
literally accusing her of reverse racism there
from his community, along with a bunch of the pathetic creators who make a living off sucking up to him, spent 6 months ruthlessly harassing Professor Flowers for simply saying that she understands this sentiment. She is, according to them, a Nazi who's just like Hitler, pro-genocide, an ethno-nationalist, etc., etc., all for being just objectively, uncontroversially correct. Given everything that we've gone over here, I think you understand where I'm going with this, right? It's pretty obvious.
I think a person who says ethnostates are okay is on a much worse level than your average anti-Semite, sexist, racist, transphobe, whatever.
It makes sense in a world where there are tons of ethnic and national and religious states, right? To at least have one for your own where you're safe, at least for just one country. And I think that that's totally valid.
Flowers, while not agreeing with actually doing so, said that she nonetheless understands this.
So yeah, just to clarify, Professor Flowers was not, endorsing this as a good idea. Professor Flowers was talking about black nationalists who do view this as a reasonable idea and trying to just explain it to Vaush, because obviously Vaush has not talked to and definitely has not listened to a lot of black people.
Sentiment that might lead some black people to think they'd be better off in a black majority state carved out of the same country that has mercilessly oppressed them for centuries. And as a result...
Yeah, I agree with you, Bennu, in space. As many, issues as there are with Professor Flowers, I think that what Vaush did to, what Vaush did to her was dirty. Like that shit that he called her, the way that he used her, he used her in a way that benefited him. He got so many views. I'm trying to remember. I think I added up the number of views that Vaush and the rest of the Human Centipede got out of Professor Flowers. Now, so what am I talking about? I alluded to some things that Professor Flowers might have done that aren't great. The main thing that comes to mind is going on Vaush, right? And there were communities that Professor Flowers was a part of that were really uncomfortable with her doing that. There are communities that kind of did not want to have a lot to do with her after that. I understand them. I understand that perspective, and I'm not going to tone police them about that. However, I will say that I think that she just didn't realize how much, she was feeding the beast. She thought that maybe she could do something good. And, I guess the only way you can know is to try. Like, a lot of people who've been around for a while will say, don't do it. Don't go on Vaush. Don't feed him any clout, because he's just going to try to turn you into drama, right? Some people said that to Professor Flowers. She didn't listen. And, this was the result. So, I'm trying not to criticize her for that because, her not understanding how these debate bro networks work, that's understandable. How was she to know? She's a content creator. She's like a video essayist, right? She's not a debate streamer, so she doesn't really know how this stuff works. But at the same time, I gotta kind of hold some place for the communities that were really, that really felt burned by her, going on Vaush against their and against their warnings, right? So yeah, that's definitely critical support there, right? Vaush was out for blood. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And Professor Flowers did not deserve that, right? I don't think it's one of those things where it's like, well, you got what you deserved. No, nobody deserves that shit. Okay. Nobody deserves that shit. And I've been naive too. I don't think that Professor Flowers was any more naive in that situation than I was going on with Dylan Burns. So I cannot stand from a high horse and criticize, although I do want to, offer support also to the people that weren't happy with her for doing that, right? That's valid as well.
She's been painted as an ethno-nationalist Nazi. Eristocracy, on the other hand, has outright advocated for Israeli ethno-nationalism. And not just as a hypothetical that's literally happened, but as a...
Let me know if I'm mispronouncing your name. I'm kind of famous for that. I'm the name mispronouncer,
Continuation
unfortunately.
of an actual,
if
really
you tell me,
existing 70
if you tell me the right way to pronounce your name, I will correct myself.
plus year-long project of settler colonialism, ethno-nationalism, racial domination, and exclusion. And infinitely worse, too. Not a state carved out of, say, Germany, which actually would have made sense and been just, given what Germany had recently done to Jews, but rather one based on the conquest and usurpation of a completely different country at the horrible expense of its population. However, Vorsch, his community, and his circle of sycophants absolutely love her. And just a couple of months after harassing Professor Flowers, Vorsch invited Eristocracy onto his stream to help her.
That's borderline victim blaming from you? I'm sorry, please forgive me if I want to understand the communities, you know, the POC communities that don't like people feeding Vosh. That was not me making that statement. That was me understanding that perspective, just as Professor Flowers understood the perspective and tried to explain the perspective from Black nationalists who don't necessarily agree with her viewpoint. All right. So just please understand this is a very complicated issue. And I'm not trying to enter into this as some white chick and make pronouncements like, you know, Professor Flowers, you know, did nothing wrong. The POC communities that have a problem with her going on Vosh are, you know, are assholes or something. Like, no, I'm not going to fucking say that. Right. I think I can hold critical support for both Professor Flowers and the communities that she hurt. Does that make sense? I just want to be real clear about that, right? Because this is important to me. Like, I am not trying to be, you know, like a white person coming in and making pronouncements about somebody else's discourse. I really try to avoid that. Okay.
Clean up her ethno-nationalist image, frame herself as a victim, and attack me for criticizing her. Professor Flowers, a black radical who dares to have an ounce of sympathy for other black people in the USA, seeking to remedy their own oppression without particularly caring about white sensibilities.
I've talked to people who really did not like what Professor Flowers did. And at first, while I offered her, you know, kind of unquestioning support, after having, you know, discourse with more people in that community, I decided that it was important to also honor you know, people who, you know, the people that had warned her against that, right? So yeah, I'm doing my best, okay?
Makes them incredibly uncomfortable. She's talking about racial issues that hit very close to home for Vorsch's overwhelmingly white audience, while Eristocracy, being an actual ethno-nationalist for an oppressor state elsewhere, which is typically envisioned as Western, is perfectly acceptable to them, making it very easy for them to ignore or spin the horrible stuff that she's said. This is racism. The differential treatment between these two make that clear as day. Vorsch, his community, his fans, the pathetic creators who orbit him, they're all racist. The famous Martin Luther King quote about the paternalistic racism of white moderates applies here perfectly. I must confess that over the past few years, I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderates. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's greatest stumbling block in his stride toward freedom is not the white citizens' counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace which is the absence of tension to a positive
He's talking about liberals.
Peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically believes he can set the time
This is the SOCDEM, you know, this is the liberal
table for another man's freedom, who lives by a mythical concept of time and constantly advises the Negro to wait for a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is more bewildering than outright rejection. Flowers had the audacity to not outright denounce black people, thinking about ways to liberate themselves, as imperfect as they were, from their own oppression, without seeking the condescending, disingenuous help of the white moderates, and these white moderates were not very happy about it. Or maybe I'm actually just being too...
Yeah, like, I mean, like I said, Bennu, I'm trying to understand both perspectives, right? Like I said, I'm white, I'm coming in from the outside, not having really experienced this discourse. And in my support in my support of Professor Flowers, I was made aware that I kind of was interloping on a discourse that wasn't mine, and everything's falling down and so what I'm trying to do is hold space for both people that in my community that had a problem with what she did, and for her herself. So like I said, I don't blame her. I did, you know, anything that she did that fed the beast, I did as well with Dylan Burns, right? I'm also trying to, you know, understand and honor the perspective of, I'm not going to name names, but yeah, there's people in my chat right now who, you know, weren't super keen on, you know, her getting involved in all that. But I think most people understand on some level that, you know, she did what she thought was right. She was trying to, you know, she wasn't chasing clout or anything like that. She was trying to make things better. And it's really hard when you go on stream with a debate, bro. Most of the time what you do is end up benefiting them more than like, you know, tearing them down, right? That this is their field of play. This is their game. This is their stadium. This is their unfair, you know, they're like Freddy Krueger. You go into the dream world to fight Freddy Krueger. Don't be surprised if you're playing by Freddy Krueger's rules. Like Vosh's Freddy Krueger. There we go. That's my Scary Terry metaphor.
Generous here. Maybe more so than solely being racist, Vosh is actually more motivated by a desire to defend his friends and attack his enemies at all costs, and changes his politics on the fly to whatever's most convenient for that. Either way, the reason that his fans lapped it up is absolutely due to him having cultivated an audience of fragile, racist white kids. Now that we have that important background, it's time that I actually play the—
Not just that, but I think that he also monetizes and weaponizes their ignorance, right? So instead of taking his audience, and he's a sociology major, I mean, he might not know everything involved in these issues, but he kind of knows where to find it. He should know where to find it. He could be educating his audience. He could be making his audience better. His audience is naturally kind of ignorant. His audience is naturally, you know, coming from kind of a perspective of white privilege. He could do something about that, but instead of doing something about that, what he does is he plays with what he's got. He makes money off of the fact that these people are ignorant. He uses this. He plays to the crowd, that the racist crowd that wanted to see Professor Flowers get hurt. You know, they don't call this blood sports for no reason, right? They call it blood sports because they want blood. And that audience wanted her blood, and he obliged. Vosh is disgusting, right?
The worst clip from when he invited Eristocracy onto his stream after I first responded to her on Israel-Palestine. The source is of course linked in the description.
Have you considered calling him anti-Semitic?
Wait, she's got a video about whether she's evil or not from like a month ago?
You never want to be that person.
You might eventually, though. Eventually, you might want to be that person. I take great pleasure in calling pseudo-leftists anti-white, you know? Eventually, it actually...
I mean, I take great pleasure in calling pseudo-leftists like Vosh fucking racist.
Actually is the most fun option.
He did say, like, I was watching one of his videos, and he did say some, like, kind of JQ sassy stuff. And I, like... And the fact that he just totally, like, discounts... He also, like, every time he gives me an analogy to demonstrate how evil I am, it always involves, like, the Holocaust. Which feels pretty gross.
Feels like he supports the Holocaust.
Yup.
And Bad Empanada used that as a stream. That's a Bad Empanada's stream alert now.
You did hear that right. Vosh is the one who first suggested to her.
So she didn't even want to go there, right? It wasn't even Eris's idea, it was Vosh's idea.
That she should baselessly accuse me of anti-Semitism. And even suggested that I support the Holocaust for comparing Israel to the Nazis. A completely valid comparison, by the way, because Israel, being a settler colonial state that is explicitly and openly racialist by law, is the closest country currently existing today to Nazi Germany. If Israel doesn't want to be compared to the Nazis, it should stop doing Nazi-like stuff. Pretty simple solution. This stream happened just a couple of weeks before Eristocracy started accusing me of anti-Semitism every 2 seconds. Whether she was gonna do it herself anyway, or was actually taking Vorsh up on his suggestion, I don't know. Though it does seem like he reminded her that it was an option. Either way, it's clear that Vorsh simply couldn't resist the chance to flagrantly lie to get at someone that he dislikes, while helping someone he likes cover up her ethno-nationalist politics and frame herself as a victim of harassment.
And that's how debate bros work. That's how these networks work, right? They protect each other, they cover each other's ass, right?
For being criticized.
Eris is useful for Vosh, and Vosh protects Eris.
On the internet,
it's transactional.
For her clearly stated political views as a public figure. Vorsh, who dislikes me, put an infinitely higher priority on defaming me in any way possible than he did on actually evaluating the political arguments which my dispute with aristocracy is actually about. Arguments which, logically, he should be on my side on, given how strongly he objected to the sorts of views that she espoused, at least when he invented the idea that a black woman was espousing them.
Ethnostates are the most destructive creation that has ever been born of man.
And I think that that's totally valid.
This is a clear pattern with him and other creators in his orbit. They all care more about maintaining the clout network than anything else. This isn't even remotely the first time it's happened, and it won't be the last.
Bad Empanada used my term. Chat. That's an NCC viewer. Did you hear that? The Clout Network. Yo, it got in his head. It got in his head. Okay. I love this. Okay.
Personally, I'm pretty much the exact opposite. I definitely do delve into this interpersonal garbage way too much.
He's definitely checked me out a little bit.
But my focus is still always on the actual politics. If someone was to come to me saying that they were in a dispute with Vorsh, and that they wanted to come on my stream to talk about it, well, I'd probably just laugh at them. But if I was to consider it, I'd first look into the political side of things to make sure of the most important thing, that I'm not running cover for someone who I should actually be disagreeing with, solely in order to attack Vorsh. To me, someone who acts in...
So in other words, if Zonia came to Bad Empanada and had a problem with Vosh, right? Bad Empanada's just not going to just be like, oh yeah, Vosh bad, Vosh bad. Bad Empanada is not blood and donuts. Bad Empanada knows to like, okay, let's click your link and see what you're... Oh shit. Oh shit, you start to look at Zonia's Twitter and you start to realize who you're dealing with. So even though you both might have a thing again, I don't think Zonia is currently at odds with Vosh. I think she's a very big fan. But that's just an example, chat, of like, you know, things that I've dealt with people being approached by right-wingers, people who have grievances with me for whatever reason, being approached by right-wingers like Zonia and Neo Morai and just saying anti-NCC fist bump. That's all they needed to hear. You're anti-no-comment-chick? Great, you're my friend, right? We got to stop operating like that, because the right-wing clout networks use this and exploit this. And I would say the right-wing clout networks have their hooks into you know, a lot of different places by just people not really looking and checking out who they're working with, right?
Yet who espouses clear as day Israeli ethno-nationalism is infinitely worse of a person than someone who acts like an asshole, but who advocates for actual justice and liberation for Palestine. Actual political concerns are just infinitely more important than whether someone is chummy with me or not. I've agreed with Vorsh in the past when I thought he's actually been right on something and defended his arguments from others, because regardless of how much I dislike him, that'll always be of absolutely no importance compared to the actual issues. He's so much the opposite though, that he's perfectly happy to ally with an Israeli ethno-nationalist and use the most vile anti-Palestine defamation strategy, weaponized anti-Semitism allegations, to attack me, without him giving her this clear blessing, if not...
But seriously, Bad Empanada, if you ever need somebody to come on and talk about White Nervosa, I'm your gal.
Putting the idea into her head
I know a lot about these clout networks, especially VGG, right?
Hog wild with the slander, none of this would have amounted to anything, and this video wouldn't exist. Her garbage would have been easy to ignore and just make fun of occasionally, if the only audience for it was just her own hug box of idiots. So that it even became a thing that I'm forced to make this video about is entirely due to Vorsh's childish, brainless malice. Now, usually creators in this sphere are afraid to call Vorsh out for one of two reasons. One, he has at his disposal an audience of hundreds of thousands of rabid teenagers that constantly engage in massive targeted harassment and baseless slander of anyone who expresses even mild disapproval of him, often at his incitement.
The more of you are in the replies being like, That's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on this.
Most people, understandably, want to avoid that.
Okay.
Doing...
So he was talking about ContraPoints there. The audience wanted the audience to publicly shame Contra into taking his side.
So can seriously hurt your bottom line and your audience size. Treating Vorsh with anything but the absolute lightest kid's gloves immediately alienates you from hundreds of thousands of potential viewers from his infamously parasocial audience who care infinitely more about other creators' relationships to Vorsh than they do about the actual substance of their content.
That Empanada is right on here.
It's very easy to grow your own audience by sucking up to him and his audience. It's the human centipede, and
that's how the system works. That's how it's maintained. This is how the hierarchy is maintained. Chat, if you're ever wondering why aren't my supposedly leftist political creators actual leftists, this is the reason. All of them, Dylan Burns, Lonerbox, Sanderhall, although I think Lonerbox may be in the more in the Destiny orbit, but I'm not gonna, get picky here, right? They can only be as good as their clout daddy will let them. And if Vosh is the clout daddy or Destiny's the clout daddy, that basically limits them. Even if they have real leftist thoughts, even if they have real leftist impulses, they don't get to express them because that's dangerous to Vosh. Now, if you read the Destiny manifesto about Vosh, you understand why. When Destiny started out, or when Vosh started out, Destiny was the biggest streamer. He got his audience from Destiny. How did he get it? Because Destiny was courting a left-wing audience with debates against JonTron, debates against Lawrence Southern. People were legitimately thinking Destiny was going to be a leftist, was moving towards leftism, right? And he played into this. But at some point he got salty and he said, fuck leftism, right? And that's when people like Vosh moved in. And anybody who was standing just to the left of Destiny received massive audience boosts. They basically took audience from Destiny. Vosh is aware of this. Vosh made himself this way. The last thing he wants anybody to do is to Vosh him, to Vosh. If somebody gets close to Vosh and is to the left of Vosh, there's going to be a bunch of disappointed Voshis that Vosh isn't doing it for anymore, that jump into their audience, right? So he's really aware of this. He's really aware of how that he's more worried and more aggressive against leftist debate opponents, actual leftist debate opponents, than he is against right-wingers, right? Than he is against Nazis. And that's part of the perverse incentives we talk about.
Analogy again. There's a whole cottage industry of smaller creators who are little more than his sycophants, who intentionally try to ally themselves with him on nearly everything, avoid any sort of conflict, and try
I definitely did play the game of being avoiding conflict with Vosh, right? I don't think I was ever part of this clout network. Destiny kind of tried to pull me into his orbit, but obviously, the price was I had to trash Demon Mama. And even though, as you all know, I'm aware of Demon Mama's faults. She has an enormous ego that really outstrips, her performance as a streamer, her actual, what she's really contributing to the discourse, right? That annoys me. That's not great, but that doesn't mean I'm going to agree with Destiny when he says she's subhuman. She doesn't do anything worse than any other debate streamer does, right? She's just another debate streamer, really. She's just another, member of the human clout centipede, of the Vosh human clout centipede, right? There's nothing specially bad about Demon Mama. And Destiny wanted me to sign on. Destiny wanted me to be his trans fig leaf. See, Destiny's not transphobic because nocommentchick says he's okay. I wasn't playing that game. I was not playing that game.
Extremely carefully if they ever actually dare to disagree on anything remotely impactful. They want to get invited onto bigger streams as much as possible to get exposure, and not only is Vorsh one of the biggest, but he has a whole network of others below him they can also latch onto. So sticking as close to him as possible and pretending that he's some sort of serious intellectual is an excellent way to grow your own YouTube channel, get more Twitch viewers, and get more cash flowing in.
Hey, stop giving people ideas, bad Empanada.
Into your Patreon page. Even the people who are actually willing to come out and say something meaningful negative about Vorsh still often feel that they need to pretend to take him seriously, as if he merits any response other than mockery and just jangling your keys in front of him. They especially need to stay away from referencing certain incredibly well-known things about him that Despite having been very public for a long time, few creators dare to even touch.
So he's talking about, for instance, Vosh's harassment of Poppy. This is what White Nervosa helped him cover up. This was the inception of the VIA. Now, chat, when I say VIA, yes, I mean Vosh Intelligence Association. That sounds like I'm a bit of a conspiracy nut. Do I really think there's a Vosh Intelligence Association? Well, I don't know, chat. Why don't you ask White Nervosa? Why don't you ask them? Yeah, this is what a group of Voshites called themselves, right? Now, I question the word intelligence when it comes to White Nervosa, right? And Vosh's community in general. I do question the word intelligence, but the fact that they're associated, the fact that they are caping for him, the fact that they're protecting him, the fact that White Nervosa suggested the name change from Irish Laddie to Vosh to avoid the stink of what he had done to Poppy, and then later of the famous, you know, what he said about like Pedialyte, if you got my drift, the thing that I can't mention, yeah, then you'll understand.
Lest it invite them up upon them. Now personally, I don't care about any of that. That's probably already obvious. I've been harassed by them for years, and frankly it's just laughable to me. Most of his fans are just kids who've unfortunately gotten the short end of the stick as far as teenage obsessions go. So they've made
I mean, listen, Bad Empanada, I'm glad that, you know, you can deal with this stuff. Some of us marginalized people really have trouble, and when we don't have like larger streamers who will stand up for us and call it out when we're getting harassed, it makes it even harder. It makes it really harder for us to grow. And somebody that you see as a smaller streamer and not somebody that has that much effect might actually have a message to deliver that's quite important, especially to like her own community. So I would hope you'd think of that, right? It's different. It hits different for trans people. And I think Bad Empanadas, I think that Bad Empanada understands that, right? I think that's something that he understands. He's actually pretty good on trans issues.
Defending Vosh a core part of their identity. I can only hope they'll look back on it 10 years in the future and cringe. And if someone watches a guy who's never read a book in his life aside from maybe a guide to sexual harassment, saying whatever garbage farts into his mind in the moment, and somehow thinks that he's insightful, then it's incredibly unlikely that they'd be interested in, or even be capable of understanding, the sort of content that I make. There's more value in 2 minutes of any one of my videos than there is in every second that he's ever streamed combined. And that's not even me being egotistical.
And that's because Vosh is not trying to educate. Like I said before, he has no interest in that. The ignorance of his audience is a feature to him, not a bug. It allows them to be more easily manipulatable. So yeah, he's not interested in actually educating his audience. And that's why he has a fairly, you know, he continues to have a very ignorant audience, right? He finds it useful. He finds it useful to appeal to their white fragility in order to make money, in order to say, I'm not one of those woke scolds, look at me.
Egotistical at all. It's like saying that you're better at not murdering children than an IDF soldier. Entirely unimpressive. If someone somehow thinks they're learning anything from watching the guy who does very questionable things with geckos babble incoherently about something he knows nothing about.
Wait, questionable things? Wait, can somebody explain the geckos thing? What does he do with geckos?
While playing a video game, watching intently as his 1.5 neurons fail to form a synapse, then they're just not my target audience. I mean, listen to the guy talk. His stupidity is self-explanatory.
Like, if you want to take a look at, like, what happens when good revolutionaries build a country that's bad and hypocritical, look at the American Founding Fathers. The American Founding Fathers, for all the shitty fucking things they did, actually were, like, for the most part, pretty principled intellectuals that fought pretty hard to get certain positions, not the abolition of slavery, but certain political positions fulfilled in their new government, you know? And then America turned out to be shit, so whatever, you know? But then you look at, like, some of these revolutionary groups in Southeast Asia.
We're talking about the American revolutionary leaders. We're talking about the founding fathers. Now, I mean, there were some that were better than others, right? But a lot of them got buried, right? I don't know if you're talking about like Thomas Paine, but for the most part, yeah, these were rich landowners. That's who you had to be. They were rich landowning white men who made laws saying that the only people who could vote were rich landowning white men, right? So I don't know what the fuck Vosh is on about. We must protect the GAC. We must protect the GAC. You don't want to know what Vosh did. I don't know anything about this.
Sure,
I've never heard of the. I've heard of the horse thing. Oh, thank you, Ramus.
Or whatever.
I
And a
don't
lot
know
of them are
about the
barely
gecko
better than the fascists
thing.
they're trying to overthrow. And so much
Wait,
of
it
it
was
is just
already
like, well, they
revealed?
could have been better if it weren't for this or that or whatever. It seems like it's impossible to find any real answers here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. We should support like lefty politics. We should support things that make the world a better place, like NATO. But I can't really like, you know, maybe people fear NATO. So.
Like NATO. Okay, I've never heard of this. General Stolen. Oh my god, I didn't even know about that about Washington. Damn. And I also didn't know about the gecko. Oh my god. What?
So that means NATO's bad because they think a certain way about it.
Who the hell watches a guy?
He does this. He does this to make like girls like me squirm. That's literally what he gets off on. Yeah.
Babbling on like this for like
he said something like about a horse to Poppy too, right? He gets off on this
8 hours a day and is like, this guy knows what he's talking about.
Don't get the stream banned.
This is the guy I should get my political cues from. Seriously, every second of it is always somehow even worse than the last. One of my biggest YouTube regrets is even having acknowledged the existence of him and others like him. They're complete bottom feeders.
Yeah,
and
I'm
an
gonna
idiot
deny
for
that.
even having wasted a single
Power Frog, I read what you said. I'm not gonna let it go forward in the chat just because Twitch is so they're so persnickety about like, you know, what they'll allow, but I totally read that and I was shocked. I was amazed. Thanks for letting me know that's what people were talking about. I did not know about that.
second afford on them.
I did not know about that at all.
Even if there could
Bosch is definitely
somehow
got
potentially be an overlap
big neolib energy
between my audience and his.
Yeah, NATO good, right?
I still would never suck
NATO
up to
good.
some idiot whose entire being is incoherently reframing American exceptionist liberalism as leftist. Some of us actually try
Thank you, Acid Strummer. Thank you for the follow on YouTube.
to have integrity and at least a little smidgen of consistency. And that's precisely why Vorsh dislikes me, and is happy to invite an actual ethno-nationalist on
So that one may or may not be real, but it's in the Discord logs.
stream to not just slander me,
Damn.
but also to suggest to her specific strategies on how to slander me. The most vile strategy possible, in fact.
How to weaponize the Holocaust. Bosh, that's fucked up. That's really fucked up.
One used constantly by Israel and its supporters to justify their project of racial supremacy and the oppression of the Palestinian people. What matters is not Palestinian liberation, it's doing absolutely anything to get at someone he dislikes, while rewarding one of his many pathetic ass kisses. But the main reason that he's willing to go this low, even more so than just the fact that he knows that he can't deal with my political criticisms, or that he doesn't like me, is actually somewhat specific to me. Because I'm willing to go somewhere that even most other people who he's on bad terms with are unwilling to go. So originally at this part in the video, I was going to go over some of the absolutely terrible stuff that Vorsh has done, show the evidence for it directly and stuff like that. But I think that might detract from the point of this video, because for one, well, he's obviously incredibly wrong here in spite of all that. And this video isn't meant to be about how these people are like shitty people in their personal lives or anything like that. I also honestly think putting that stuff in the video would give it a pretty good chance of getting taken down. So instead, I'm going to just compile a list of this stuff and put it in the description. But the main point of showing all that, aside from just getting back at this asshole, is that Vorsh has done and said things that are so incredibly bad, so completely unforgivable, that in most other instances, they would result in the person who said those things and did those
being
things
banned,
losing their whole fan base and essentially getting deplatformed. And Vorsh and his fan base are really no different. If they saw someone who Vorsh dislikes, and in turn who they dislike, of course, because that's how they operate, saying and doing the same sorts of stuff that he has done, they would do everything possible to deplatform them, feigning outrage as much as possible, and would never let them hear the end of it. Any other celebrity, minor or major, they'd swear them off. Any mention of their name would be met with derision until the end of time. Yeah,
but because White Nervosa would ban their mentions and purge them from the Discord, from the White Leaf, from the chat, right? BE says this part is useless, but it highlights the Vosh clout train. Yeah, the fact that this can exist in broad daylight, right? We talk about naked emperors like Dylan Burns. I'd say that Vosh is Dylan's not quite a naked emperor. Dylan's at least got a very sheer bathrobe on, let's just say, like Kamoshida, right? From Persona 5. But Vosh, Straight up naked emperor. Straight up naked emperor. This stuff is out there. People know this, and yet nobody can even talk about it. Nobody's even allowed to talk about it. So chat, when I was framed for having the files, the ClanOps files, right? The dossier, right? They said that I had a dossier just like the Stasi. They said I was the equivalent of the Stasi. That's what Eris said about me, right? That's what, Neo Morai echoed that. Like, all these same sussy bakas were like, trying to take me down last November. One of the allegations, and they showed folders, and they said, you see these folders? These folders have people's names on them. This is dirt that nocommentchick has collected on all these people. All right. They didn't specify what the dirt was. So as far as you know, that dirt could be links to their VODs, their publicly available VODs, their videos on YouTube, their VODs on Twitch or whatever. Right. It could be anything, right? They showed folders, and these were folders that I've never seen before in my life. So whoever compiled them, chat, wasn't me. It was somebody making the allegations against me, right? And I suspect it was some disgruntled ex-mods that were putting this together as an attempt to try to take me down as revenge for them getting demodded, right? And so it was a very, petty reason. So anyway, this was stuff that they so they showed they showed the folders, right? So they showed the names. These are the names of the people that nocommentchick is going after. So that was an attempt to say, like, all those people, nocommentchick is coming for you, so you shouldn't like her, you shouldn't be friends with her, you shouldn't trust her. But B, also, this is about you, so maybe you could do content on her. Maybe you could cover this, and some really disreputable people, some really dishonest people, and including Shark300, who was supposedly a friend of mine. Shark took the bait. Shark took it hook, line, and sinker, bought it uncritically, and reported Eris's bullshit as if this was the truth. Chat, I mean, like, Shark300 sometimes gets a pass on this stuff. Shark300 is sometimes taken as, like, not a very repugnant debate bro, or maybe even not a debate bro at all. But chat, Shark had his mouth affixed to that apartheid anime chick's booty, okay? Shark is part of this human centipede too, very much so, right? And he sold out his friend. He sold out his fucking friend for this shit, right? It's disgusting, right? And so, but I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to the point. This, these allegations about him, that Bad Empanada lists here, like, we did see some screenshots, right? And they appeared to be that. So it was like videos that Vosh has done where he's saying, admitting to enjoying a certain kind of pornography, right? That it says up there, it saying that such and such should be legal, etc. Sexually harassing these two victims. These were screenshots from those incidents. These were videos of those incidents. Now, were those on my Discord server? Possibly, but I actually wasn't covering that. So some of the stuff that was on my Discord server was on there because there were mods suggesting it to me, and I would later say, okay, good idea, mod, let's cover that. Or good idea, chat, person in the Discord, let's cover that, right? So that could have been there too, right? But this was stuff that the people making the allegations had put up there themselves. They had brought this to my attention, and, like, honestly, it was kind of too gross for me to cover. But now I kind of see why this is important. This is the really obvious low-hanging fruit that that's been hidden by the fact that Vosh has so much power. Vosh has inordinate power in these groups. Chat, if we want to dismantle hierarchies, that's our goal. If that's our stated ideology, this hierarchy needs to be first priority, right? This allows him to get away with so much bullshit. This allows him to victimize people. Anybody who says anything is subject to being attacked, right? This has got to be the first stop. We need to take down this evil empire of clout made by Vosh and Destiny and people like them, right? We need to take their power from them. and snap it in half, just like Garnet in that scene from Steven Universe Jailbreak, right? I think it's Vosh's favorite country, and oh, it's Japan because of the age of consent. The source for all this is a Google Doc, and in Bad Empanada. So, yeah, so Bad Empanada sourced this, right? So yeah, basically what I was saying though, chat, was that part of the framing that these ex-mods did to me was to suggest that this was on my agenda. Now understand this. Why would they try to use "No Comment Chick's gonna cover this stuff" as a way to hurt me? Do you see what this shows you? This shows you that even they were aware that you're not allowed to talk about this stuff, that talking about this stuff will get you in trouble with the Vosh network. And that's what they were trying to do to me. They were trying to use the debate bros to hurt me, right? These weren't comrades. These weren't leftists. These were sellouts. These were people, very petty people that could not deal with being demodded, right? And would not let me, you know, be my own person. Did not respect my boundaries, right? These people will portray themselves as victims, but I think it's pretty clear, chat, that the real victim in all this was me, right? Was my reputation, was my ability to deal with other streamers. Like, this is the opposite of solidarity. These people were the opposite of comrades, right? And to the degree that I haven't called them out, right, it was because I still cared about them as friends. Still wanted to believe that they weren't like this. But I see now I was wrong.
Internet personality.
I see now that we had the enemy in our midst.
Communities are like cults, and the politics ones just aren't any different.
Oh yeah, remember what happened? Yeah, Noah Samson got brought on the stream and like held at fucking, you know, not literally at gunpoint, but it felt like that, right? You know, was being held and forced to disavow his own video in order to not get harassed by Vosh's network. Yeah, exactly. Is the stuff listed there true? Some of it, like, yeah, there's sexual harassment that happened. Admitting to that type of pornography and, you know, having enjoyed it, so to speak, right? Yeah, that part's true. Let's see the third part. Oh my god. I'm not entirely sure on the third part. Oh yeah, wait, did he refer to trans people as subhuman? I don't remember that. I remember Destiny saying that about Demon Mama, right? I remember Vosh saying that trans people were fragile. I remember him saying some really gross stuff about trans people, like saying, listen, I don't want to have to dig your grave after, you know, you're killed by chuds. Like, right? He used that as an excuse for his own cis bullshit. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, most of what I see up here is true. Most of what I see up here, you know, I've seen verification for, right? And the Vosh network will give you a million different excuses. Listen, if you were a member of the Vosh Discord, and maybe some of you are, you could probably go there and you can find like guides. These are guides to, if somebody says Vosh did this, this is what you say back to them. If somebody shows you this screenshot, you show them this screenshot. If somebody shows you this clip, you show them this clip, right? It's a way to, you know, it's a way to defend. They basically have a walkthrough of defending Vosh for shit he is unambiguously and without a doubt done, right? That's in their Discord. That's a part of being part of the Vosh community. You have to cape for this asshole. You have to cape for this monster, right? This is what's so destructive about him and his community. And like I said, Keffels dropped the bomb on DGG, on Destiny's community. Keffels showed the complicity between DGG and the hate site that has been harassing Keffels, right? Chat, I've got stronger proof on a more direct connection between White Nervosa and that same hate site than what Keffels showed on screen about Destiny. I think Keffels' stuff was convincing. I think Keffels' stuff was pretty ironclad. Like, Keffels showed that Destiny is friends with the sighted men, right? Shows that Destiny has an account on the hate site, right? White Nervosa tried to get that hate site, and yes, it's the one that has to do with fruit, if you know what I'm talking about, right? A certain fruit from New Zealand, right? White Nervosa tried to get those monsters to go after me. She tried to feed me to those transphobes, chat. She tried to push me into that fucking pit of... This is VGG too, Keffels. So you're right about Destiny being sus. You're right about there being an overlap in those communities. Keffels, you didn't go far enough. Part of this call is coming from inside the house. Part of this is VGG. VGG is complicit with this site. White Nervosa is complicit with this shit. Vosh, her boss, who she sysadmins for, is complicit. Like, right? These people came after me and tried to get me attacked by fucking transphobes. So yeah, Keffels is based, Keffels is right, but Keffels did not go nearly far enough. We have a debate bro problem. We have a GG problem. And until this problem is solved, until people are embarrassed to be part of this group, none of us are safe. None of us marginalized people in the political space are safe, right? What she tried to do to me was fucking monstrous. And I may not have the megaphone. I may not have the reach that Keffels has. But I'm going to expose White Nervosa, Zonia, Neo Morai, and all the other pieces of shit that have attacked me for more than a year. For what? For standing up for trans people. For not backing down to Dylan Burns. For being inconvenient for this goddamn clout network. I'm going to expose them. And when I'm done, there ain't going to be shit left of them.
Whenever they're confronted with the clear as day evidence of what Vorsh did, they instead rally around him and defend him as if their life depended on it. Seriously, there are thousands of them who spend like 10 hours a day searching for people saying anything negative about him at all over the internet and replying.
Talked to them.
There's even entire internet forums that are dedicated to defending him. It's just insane. And of course, it's even more baffling because his
enough BDS spam.
Content is just terrible. The guy is just so stupid. So, what was more important for Vorsh and his community in this instance? Calling out a straight-up open Israeli ethno-nationalist and a clear opponent of Palestinian liberation on completely non-negotiable political issues, immediately after ruthlessly harassing a black woman for months for supposedly having similar views? Or enthusiastically giving her a platform to lie and making common cause with her because you both have a common interest in silencing someone who's not shy about criticizing you and mentioning some very inconvenient facts about you. You already know the answer. There's also just undoubtedly a big element of ignorance to it because, I mean, we're talking about Vorsh here. I'm sure that, despite spending so much time talking about Israel and Palestine, he somehow still has no idea what liberal Zionism is, why it's so awful and insidious, and just buys that the liberal Zionists he happens across are actually cool and great friends of Palestine. With someone like this, stupidity and malice are always a package deal. Anyway, so yeah. That's how I was defamed by a Zionist and how leftist YouTubers helped her do it. I use the term leftist very loosely there, by the way. These people are just the lowest of the low, so this is the last I'll be addressing this. At least until they inevitably end up fabricating something else about me.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And I need
that's
to make
the thing.
Clear that it's
I was
fake.
gonna say.
I've kept this stupid internet.
So Bad Empanada wants to be out after this. Bad Empanada doesn't want to deal with this anymore. I said that to Twitch Politics, that I'm done with you. I don't want to have anything to do with you. You guys are creeps. You guys are liars. You guys are monsters, okay? And they didn't fucking leave me alone. And I doubt that this clout network is going to leave Bad Empanada. So he's putting it out there that if you want to fucking come back at me, don't be surprised if you get more of this, right? But yeah, he wants to be out of it. He wants to do real substantial content. He doesn't want to be part of these drama cycles. And I don't blame him because it's gross. I'm
off my main channel for years. And making even this one single video addressing it is already a massive mistake. I'm a huge idiot for making it. Don't be me. I have much more important things to cover in the future than the personal proclivities of these sorts of painfully stupid politics creators, whose success is really the perfect rebuttal to any notion that meritocracy exists. There are many more topics that I want to cover, all of which will take infinitely more reading, thought, and effort to put together than what those people have put into their entire content library. I'm well aware that the kind of dry, usually very complex, exhaustively sourced, informative videos that I make will never have an especially wide appeal, and that's fine. I'd still rather stick to making this stuff than do the Ben Shapiro response video number 50,321 type content that gets far more consistent views because it's simple and also appeals to the much larger centrist audience. Everyone already knows that Ben Shapiro and PragerU and Lauren Southern or whoever else are bad. There's few things easier than just dealing with generic right-wing talking points and never actually challenging your audience with anything complicated ever that actually meaningfully challenges the neoliberal status quo. So I'll leave that sort of stuff to the specialist, Lonerbox. Especially over the last year and a half, thanks to finally having enough patrons to keep me afloat if I work on each video for more than a month, I've been able to put out some of my best and most complicated videos yet, covering topics that very few others in this sphere have done any justice to, and I only intend for it to keep getting better.
There's a few Bad Empanadas videos that I've been, the neoliberalism one I think we watched. There's a few other ones, though, that I really want to check out.
Nearly every video that I've made in the last year and a half or so has required me to sift through countless sources, read multiple books in full, and dozens more articles, and somehow figure out a way to condense it all into a coherent, digestible whole that is at least somewhat suited to the video format. It's an enormous challenge every time, one that is incredibly time-consuming to boot, and that doesn't result in nearly as much of a reward as many other approaches to YouTube do, but I've still been leaning into it further as time goes by, because I can. This leads us to why this will happen again. Because, well, as I said at the very beginning of this video, I'm going to start making videos on Palestine on my main channel, which is inevitably going to result in more of these sorts of allegations, as supporting Palestine always does. This is honestly something I've avoided doing up until now, because I know what happens to people who denounce Israel in the terms that it should be denounced, and who advocate for Palestine on the same terms that actual Palestinians do. Exactly what happened to me here, but on a much bigger scale. But now that I've experienced it for myself, I've seen how laughably impotent and pathetic the false anti-Semitism allegations and those throwing them around are, and I've realized that I shouldn't fear this.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's true. It's a new day, okay? Last year when I challenged Dylan Burns, I was completely alone in this. I feel like now there's more and more people coming to my understanding of what's wrong with this content creator ecosystem, right? What beliefs aren't being served, and the truth of the matter is it's real leftism that's not being served, right? It's actual, praxis that's not being done. It's solidarity that's being broken up. And I think a lot of you are tired of that shit. Just as tired as I am. I have stayed in this game for as long as I have, despite not really making enough to, tread water, despite, spending down my savings in the midst of COVID, being really scared every day if I'm going to have enough, resources to live on. I've stayed with it because what I feel below my feet, chat, is a groundswell of support, right? I have consistently, through all this stuff, done the right thing even when it was harmful to my own well-being. I'm starting to get some appreciation for that. I'm starting to get some recognition for that. I'm starting to see more people come around to my way of thinking, right? And so, chat, I think that it is worth it, right? To stand up, even if you don't feel like there's any hope. Because all it takes is one person to keep that candle lit. And you never know when the forest fire is going to erupt. When you're going to hear back from all those messages you put in all those bottles, right? You never know. And I feel something changing. I feel an emerging consciousness, and it is not a consciousness that has any patience for these asshole debate bros and their clout networks. Oh my god, thank you, John Williamson. Meow. Thank you, Ramus. Meow. Wait, living on Oh, living in Latin America gives you tough skin for the comments. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Oh, yeah, thank you, Francisco. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, Bad Empanada is one of my favorite creators because I don't see a lot of people as willing to stand up for what's right as consistently as he does. It is very inconvenient for him. If I talk to other people in the Twitch sphere, they'll tell me, well, I mean, it feels like nobody wants to, you know, be around him. It feels like nobody wants to do content with him, right? And there's a reason for that because they're all trying to suck off of that clout pipeline. That human centipede, right? They're all trying to get their little, you know, piece of the pie through being good, through obeying, through not challenging the status quo. And Bad Empanada is somebody who has never put up with that shit. And I think it shows in his content. And like he says, a lot of what he's doing, he's not doing what Vosh is doing. Vosh monetizes and capitalizes on the ignorance of his audience. Capitalizes on the white fragility of his audience. He doesn't try to teach them anything. He doesn't try to make them any better because he knows that he can make more money by just playing to the crowd, and that's what he does. Bad Empanada is almost the opposite, right? Some of his videos would be regarded by Vosh's audience as utterly boring because you actually learn something and, you know, you're using your mind. And when you're saying boring, what you really mean is like, that's a muscle I'm not used to using. That hurts. That's hard. It's not boring, right? But it's worth it. It's worth it, right? Especially, you know, if you're somebody like me that has some, you know, vectors of privilege that without some education are gonna jaundice and distort my perspective and not allow me to be as good of a comrade as I could, right? Yeah, Burns. Well, yo, that was a spicy Buffy Geek. That was a spicy take last year. The idea that Dylan Burns was not a leftist. People just assume that, you know, if you go on the serfs, you're a leftist. Okay, if you go on the serfs, because they're leftist. That's what a leftist is. A leftist is like the serfs. Then the serfs did a debate with Lauren Southern. No, that is not what a leftist is, okay, right? But yeah, people just assume that Dylan Burns was. In the last debate I analyzed with Dylan Burns versus Ninetales Cosmic Fox, the sequel to the part 2, which is coming out hopefully tomorrow if I can get it done, right? I'm going to try to put that out tomorrow. If not, it'll be out on Saturday or Sunday, right, as a premiere, right? And this was Ninetales Cosmic Fox, you know, somebody who Dylan Burns had kind of looked at as just, you know, a nobody, didn't treat her with respect, you know, just wanted to use her for content. Ninetales Cosmic Fox got the better of Dylan Burns in that debate, right? And I think that was a watershed moment. So, meow.
Enough to be in a position where I'm totally...
Yeah, you don't debate fascists, you fight them. Exactly.
Independent. The pro-Israel lobby, its supporters, and...
Look, we lost who we were as leftists, right? Because of the watering down of the message that occurred after the original breadtube wave. A lot of people lost their way. A lot of people played ball with Vosh, with Destiny, with the Twitch Politics Discord, right? A lot of people were, you know, Samantha Banana's best friend without even realizing it, right? We're doing the Twitch Politics Discord work for them, right? I think we found something real here. And I think we found, you know, what a real comrade looks like, and it's a lot like Bad Empanada. Yeah, definitely check out Bad Empanada. I would highly suggest him. There's not a lot of people I can recommend, chat. I mean, I think that Chill Goblin does good work. I'm trying to think who can I actually recommend. Ninetales Cosmic Fox, obviously, we love her. I don't always agree with her on everything, but I think she comes from a very heartfelt place. I think she's a fighter. I think she's unafraid. I think she challenges the powers that be. You know, a great personal risk to herself. Serfs aren't even leftists, Lamau. They're like moderate. I mean, you see, that's the thing, is the whole of BreadTube kind of like lost its way. We gotta find that. We gotta find that within ourselves, okay? We gotta find that message. We gotta find that voice. We gotta let it speak through, right? It's clearly, right? It's what we're here for. I'm not willing to go along to get along for a tomorrow that looks a lot like today. I want a tomorrow that these fascists won't recognize, that these fascists won't find a place in, because they'll be gone, because there'll be no room for assholes like this. I'm willing to fight for that, because the alternative is not acceptable to me. I am willing to step out on that edge, not knowing whether I will fall or not, and I need more comrades like that, okay? That's what I'm looking for. That's what we're looking for, right? Something's changed. Something's not the same. There's a lot of people that are recognizing this. Oh my god. Oh, Yagopnik and Hakeem. Oh yeah, Hakeem's really good too. Yeah, Hakeem's videos are great. I learned a lot from Hakeem actually. Thought Slime hasn't uploaded in a long time. Yeah, I mean, like, something's changing, okay? Something is changing. A lot of like the older stuff is falling by the wayside, and something new is coming to replace it. In chat, I want to be there. I want to be there to see the sunrise, and you know, I want you with me. Okay, let's make this happen. Okay, let's make this happen. Oh my god, chat. I mean, that's about it for like, I don't know, we could watch the rest of the video, but yeah, like, I want to talk to chat too, because like I feel like I kind of ignored you to get through this video.
Idiots can't pressure my employer to fire me or anything by claiming that being against their settler colonial racial supremacist state is anti-Semitic, like they usually do. I'm in a privileged position where I'm relatively immune to their usual tactics, and I should make use of it. So I will. Thanks Aristocracy, Vorsh, and everyone else for helping me realize this. I'm not going to let Israel's deplorable defenders silence me as they have to countless others. Palestine is right, and we're gonna win. The framing of Israel and Palestine that you generally see is wholly inaccurate in a way that serves to legitimize Israel. It's always presented as a conflict, and not just that, but an age-old religious conflict, etc. That really couldn't be further from the truth, and it's rare to see much movement beyond this inadequate way of understanding the issue. Rarely is it ever even rightfully called colonialism. It's presented as if it just defies all historical precedent, as if the problem is not that Israel stole Palestine, but rather just that they don't treat the defeated Palestinians nicely enough. If only they had the good grace to do their ethno-nationalism in just half of Palestine, everything would be fine, right? And really, that type of wholly incorrect framing being so prevalent is exactly why people like Eristocracy can smuggle their anti-Palestinian beliefs in the first place. Israel is a continuation of the tradition of racist European settler colonialism, and I will explain just how in detail in a video in the future. Until then though, I have a bit of an informal video on my second channel that I'm going to link in the description covering the topic, but my main channel one will be a million times better. So
yeah, so his second channel, they're usually shorter, they're usually stream videos. His main channel are like, there's a lot more production that goes into that.
Here's a list of some of the ideas that I have for topics.
And I'll let you know about those creators in just a sec after this.
I might cover all of them, some of them, not really sure. But I'll definitely be making the one on the settler colonial history of the so-called conflict, and on understanding the sort of false anti-Semitism allegations that I went over in this video. The others are just ideas at this point, which may or may not eventually be made. And I'll probably have other videos on other topics interspersed in there as well too. We'll see. Anyway, yeah, that's it for the idiotic drama on this channel forever. I made sure that my one drama video was a big one. See ya!
And it was. Oh my god. Okay, so somebody asked me about, they mentioned a bunch of creators. I remember Non-Compete, I think is great. Non-Compete has been doing good work for a long time. I really like Luna Oi. I really appreciate Luna Oi's takes on things. Like, I really, she's somebody that's, yeah, that's very fair, that's very uncompromising too, right? Let's see. So yeah, Non-Compete is American Johnson and Luna Oi together is like the channel, and then Luna's got her own separate channel as well. Who else were? Radical Reviewer. I like Radical Reviewer. I've met Radical Reviewer. Some of Reviewer's takes are, you know, I don't necessarily agree with everything that Radical Reviewer says, right? And you know, I guess it's, yeah, anyway, I don't want to get too into that, but the dog is adorable. Radical Reviewer's dog is like super cute. So I love the concept of Radical Reviewer making those review videos from the perspective that maybe the dog's talking, right? Meow, meow, meow. I wish I could just live off my writing, etc. Because I really, really don't want to go back to the classroom with no mask and 100 people in the room. Oh my god, I know exactly what you mean. I'm going back to school too, but it's going to be like kind of like a part-time situation. So hopefully, Radical Reviewer basically is the dog. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So I'll have time to keep to my content schedule. Speaking of which, chat, look in the near future. I've been saying this for a long time, but I really, really mean it. I am going to set a streaming schedule. I want to set a schedule of at least, like, 3 or 4 streams a week that are going to be at this time and be on time for those, right? Because I know it's frustrating to some of you when the stream moves around, when it's like in the middle of the afternoon sometimes, it's late at night other times. Like, I get your frustration, and I know what it feels like to have like a channel that you usually watch like where even is the stream, you don't know, right? So I haven't been great about communicating about that. I'm gonna set a schedule and try to give you an idea ahead of time of what we're covering every day, so you can see, like, if it's something that you're interested in or not, and kind of know that right away, because I want to do better about communicating with you through community posts on YouTube and on Twitter. So make sure you're following my Twitter. My Twitter is at Irene Geller at Twitter. I also, you could also follow nocommentchick, but understand that you're going to see like most of the information from at Irene Geller. That is my main account, right? I also want to do, I've been talking about this for a while, but I want to do some prepared content. I've delved into it a little bit. If you saw my last video, there was a little part of that video that I prepared, and I actually had fun making it, right? It was pretty easy, and I love the way it looks, because when I record, I can do so in much higher quality than my streams, right? I can set that bitrate super, super high and give you a nice high quality video, and I want to do that. We mentioned before, like, doing some just videos on content creators, like for people who don't know who Vosh is. I could give you kind of a history, kind of a rundown, of a lot of people, like, in this space, and even more, right? So yeah, look forward to that. And yeah, I want to get set up also the YouTube memberships. I get that, like, there's some parts of that membership that are kind of contingent on having a certain number of members, and we haven't ever had membership high enough to kind of do that. So what I'm talking about is like streams that are just for members, right? I want to do that, but the problem is when I have like 13 members, then, I could, if I do a stream for just the members, and set it at a random time, I'm going to have like 3 people show up for the stream, and I'm just not willing to do that yet. But I want to get that going, and maybe what we can do is like change the rewards to reflect more what I'm giving you right now, and then maybe set some goals where, like let you know, like, how many memberships do I need to legitimately do like a members only stream, right? That's something that I really want to do. But yeah, there's just like too much random stuff in there. Yeah, we do offer all the things. So, if you sign up at the NoCom level and you're looking for that wallpaper, you find it by going to the community tab, right? And you'll scroll down and you'll see a post that's members only that's got the ALF wallpaper. We are working on doing some more updated wallpaper, because that ALF wallpaper is really, really old, right? And I think we can bring out something new with more relevant memes than ALF. But yeah, look for me to retool the way my stream looks. Look for me to add emotes, add sub badges. Right now we just have the Big Red and like no other sub badges. I'm gonna add some sub badges in there for you. Yeah, I'm gonna be like kind of retooling everything real soon. So coming up, let's see, what have I got for you? Like I said, either tomorrow or sometime this weekend, I'm gonna release Ninetales versus Dylan Burns Part 2. I'm gonna also be doing the second half of that Keffel stream. So we stopped right, in the middle of it, and really didn't get through some of the some of the worst parts of it, right? Because Keffels, you know, doesn't just like drop the bomb on Destiny. She's also exposing those hate sites that he's been complicit with, the same hate sites that White Nervosa tried to use against me, the same kind of monster she tried to feed me to, right? And I think that VGG is just as complicit, if not more so, than DGG. So I support Keffels' tactical nuking of Destiny. I just don't think it went far enough. And the reason is because, unfortunately, Keffels has got, you know, a White Nervosa site herself, and as such is kind of under control of the Vosh Clout network. And that sucks because, you know, she's somebody that I knew a long time ago, was always really cool, and I hate to see her kind of go out this way. I don't think that they're doing as much for her as she thinks they are. I think she's getting kind of a raw deal from them. They're actually protecting some people that have done some real harm to her and convincing her not to trust some people that have actually tried to help her. So yeah, that's not great, but we're going to do the second half of that. I'm going to cover that. Don't worry, that's going to happen. I just needed a break in between that. And I really wanted to cover this video because I like it when somebody uses like drama, like the aristocracy thing, for a good purpose, and that purpose was to highlight the Palestinian issue, right? That Bad Empanada, you know, kind of brought to the forefront in this. Most of what that video was about was Israel-Palestine, right? And that's an issue that doesn't get enough attention. And when you kind of package it with the drama, you get some views for that. So I think Bad Empanada really did some praxis. There's some people in his community that they don't like the drama. Like, but understand that he's doing the drama for a good purpose, and he's getting people to eat their veggies by pouring the cheese sauce on the veggies. So that's kind of what's going on, right? But yeah, we've got those things coming up, and then past then I can't really tell you, but yeah, definitely be on the lookout for a new stream schedule. I'm gonna retool. Do you see how like we got this over here and we got this over here, and the only space I can like occupy is like right here without being like written on? I do want to fix that. I do want to like try to unify the Quentin Reviews does like what Quentin Review does, but for political content creators. Yeah, I do want to unify the chat so that maybe the chat will just all be over here, or I'll be over here, or something like that, so that I've got a place to stand where I don't have chat like all, you know, in front of me, and it'll make the chat easier to read too. So look for that coming up. And yeah, thank you everybody for being here. If you haven't already, hit that like button on YouTube. Leave a comment if you can. You know, any questions you have for me, any requests, anything, any kind of content that you'd like for me to cover, any questions that you'd like to ask me, I do answer those comments, right? And sometimes I get a little sassy. So you might get a little bit of sassiness from me to boot, right? Yeah, definitely. Oh, you joined Discord. Awesome. Yeah, join the Discord. And yeah, wait, all these people ordering Alfredo, I don't think they should redo Alf. Oh my god. Yo, they will though. They'll reboot Alf at some point, won't they? They'll probably do an Alf movie or something. Tons of progressive and even left-leaning people seem to prefer Israel. And oh yeah, because it's considered a Western country. That's a wild thing. It's like, you know, like, wait a minute. Are any of the countries around it Western? No. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, it's a weird. Oh, it's like the U.S. and Europe. Yeah, I mean, like, right? What does Western really mean outside of like a racial like context? I don't know, Chad. It's kind of. Yeah, but thank you everybody for being here. Thank you everybody who supported me. That means a lot. That's kept me going through this like COVID thing, and you know, it really helps me be able to concentrate on my content and not have to, you know, take like a job like, you know, delivering food to some rich people who don't even appreciate it, and probably getting COVID from them in the process. But yeah, I appreciate everybody who supports me, and even if you can't support me financially, you can still support me by hitting the like and subscribe, by engaging with my content, by following me on all the socials, etc. And I never ask anybody to give anything that they don't have. So if it's between, you know, taking care of your family, taking care of yourself, and taking care of me, I want you to take care of you and yours first. But yeah, anybody that's got, you know, primes hanging around, that's an easy example. Some people don't even realize they've got a prime, and that kind of thing, you know, can really help me out, right? So Western centric brain. You would watch an Alf movie. I think I would too, but I almost want to see an Alf like space adventure. Like, what is Alf like in space? Doesn't Alf like go through space and like that's what I want to see. I want to see what the Alfians are like you know what I mean? What is their like it's like Star Trek but with Alf. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see. Western is almost always a dog whistle. You're right. Yeah, good point. Yeah, Western my ass. Yeah, exactly. All right, chat. Well, thank you, everybody. I might be on tonight again for a little gaming. I don't think I'm going to do the continuation of the Keffel stream just yet, because that's going to have to be on YouTube only, right? And that's like sort of a special situation. But I might be on for some gaming later tonight. I do need to finish Persona so I can get on to all the other games that I'm supposed to play. But yeah, much love, everybody. And wait a minute, there's one thing I'm forgetting, isn't there? There's one thing I'm not exactly thinking of. Oh, chat, shit, I want to show you something really quick. Wait, just a second, chat. Okay, so you got to see this really quick. Somebody sent this to me, right? So, Hunter Avalon, you know, yesterday, doxed Keffels, like showed Keffel's docs on screen, you know, from the hate site. Right, Keffels was not super happy about that. He did take the stream down. He nuked the VOD, right? So at least that's gone. But so I want to see. So we don't have the stream left. Like the stream is gone, right? He nuked the stream. He got rid of the stream, right? But before he did, there was a clip made, and look at who's on this clip. So this is this guy that like has just fucked over Keffels, and look who was on his stream while he was doing it, chat.
All right. That was a good combo. Coming on here and offering more clarity, and yeah, I'll talk to you later.
I linked you her VOD, by the way, where she covers this stuff.
Okay.
But anyways, yeah, take care. And shout out to your chat. Hope you guys are doing well.
That's Zonia. That's Zonia. AKA Zonia Dead, AKA Zonia, whatever the fuck she wants to call herself, right? Paleo Zonia, I think it's the latest iteration. But this is the Lauren Southern donor, Lauren Southern supporter, Twitch politics ghoul known as Zonia, okay? And she was on here on this sus stream with Hunter Avalon, the stream that doxed Keffels. White Nervosa defended her. Part of the reason that White Nervosa came after me is because given the fact that the hate account's name was Zonia, like, you know, it reflected badly on somebody that pays White Nervosa money to keep a site, right? Zonia's on that White Leaf network, right? So she wanted to get her fellow VGGer out of trouble here, right? And here's Hunter's chat saying Zonia is based. Zonia is pretty pog. They fucking love her. All right, this is who this is. Here's another example of Zonia being on a stream that just fucked over Keffels. Oh yeah, look, this is the worst. This is where, look, this is a Twitch account called Mr. Girl's Little Girl. Chat, you know who Mr. Girl is? Mr. Girl's a streamer on YouTube that has some really yikes takes about Pedialyte, about consent, you know, just like kind of a fucking monster that's just, you know, just has a following because he says so many horrible things, right? And so their name is Mr. Girl's Little Girl. Yikes, right? And they're saying, yeah, she's cool. Yeah, Zonia has definitely run interference for Mr. Girl before, right? And you gotta wonder, yeah, and tomfoolery. Both people who are banned from Twitch, ostensibly for things they said about Pedialyte, right? Tomfoolery, I know for sure is. I think that I don't actually know why exactly Mr. Girl was banned, but it stands to reason that it might be for that reason, right? But yeah, that's who she is. That's who she stands up for. That's who she's associated with. You know, people that, you know, kind of right-wing streamers, right-wing creeps like Hunter Avalon, who Vosh gave a pass to. Who Vosh said, you know, hey, come along, I'll give you the leftist street cred. This is more of the reason that we got to do something about our Vosh problem on the left, right? He's fucking up the whole online left. Think about being like a black person. Thinking about being a trans person, try to come onto the left and participate online, right? What are you going to run into? Are you going to run into Vosh? Are you going to run into Vosh and be completely alienated and be like, whoa, I don't want to have anything to do with this stuff, right? That's what a lot of people are running into now. It makes the whole left look bad when we've got people like Vosh calling themselves leftists. Let's do something about that, okay? I just wanted to leave you with that really quick. So, yeah, anyway. Oh, wait. Okay. There we go, Twitch chat. I am sending you off to go hang out with Amy C3. She's really awesome. Wow. Do we have at least 10 people to get in that robot? Oh my God. Do we not have any even? Yo, I like did my like, this is the end of the stream thing for like 20 minutes here. I shouldn't be that surprised. Do we have anybody else? Anybody from YouTube want to come over and get in the Twitch raid? Because I want to send Amy C3 more than 9 people. That's pathetic. Right? If you're on YouTube and you want to jump over to Twitch really quick, you can come in and enjoy Amy C3. Amy C3 is a housing advocate, right? So, you know, she's somebody that covers a topic that's not super glamorous because she cares about it. Amy C3 is a real leftist. Amy C3 is a real comrade, and I would encourage you to go over and follow her if you're not already. And if you could, I just want to get one more member for that raid. If we could just get one more person in that raid, right, to make it a 10 instead of 9, like, right? I just want to send at least 10 people over there. So if you're on YouTube, try to jump over to Twitch. I'm nocommentchick CC on Twitch. Remember, on YouTube it's nocommentchick. On Twitch it's nocommentchick CC, and that's really important because a troll has the nocommentchick account. So that's definitely not me. Yeah, see if your phone supports it. Oh, we got like 7 seconds left. 6, 5, 4. No, Amy. I'm sorry. My nose is stuffed. It's Amy. AMYEC3. Okay, so yeah, go over there and check her out if you want to. I'm going to end the stream here. I'm going to leave it up, though, so it will go into your feed as a stream. So yeah, go check that out. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you so much. And